All I wanted was Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Planet like Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Freak out. Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Planet like Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Freak out. Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Planet like Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Freak out. Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Planet like Chikaku. All I wanted was Chikaku. Freak out.
I'm going to tell y'all right now, all of these wonderful people would not be here without Patreon supporters like you. If you enjoy credible news, reviews, and commentary on UFOs and UAPs 5 days a week, you want to support this show. What's your name? Marty. Marty, look how easy this is, Marty. Pick up your phone. Boom! You're a Patreon member. I mean, look, it's so easy. You just click the link, which is right here. Just for $1 a month, you can support this show. Just fill out the information and pledge what's comfortable for you. It could be $1, $5, $10, or who knows. Just support.
She's standing right there, and she's moving like a renegade. Better make my move before some other guy takes her away. Better figure out what to say, 'cause she ain't no fool, and that's the truth. Ain't that the truth?
the third and final day of the Big Phone Home 2. Had an amazing journey so far. We've had wonderful guests and discussions, including one actual lawmaker. We've mailed and tweeted at many more, and over 1,000 people have shared their names to the petition for public UAP hearings. But the journey isn't over. Today, we're digging even deeper into the subject with some big names in the field. But even after today, the journey will still be incomplete. Contacting your legislator is the start of a conversation. We're putting the thoughts into their heads now, but we can't let up if we want to turn these thoughts into action. So follow up after this weekend. We'll continue to remind you ourselves of this when we return to our regularly scheduled programming on the Unidentified Celebrity Review and the Singularity Lab this week. But now, let's pick up the receiver on the final leg of the Big Phone Home 2. On the other end, the creator of this event, Luis Jimenez.
Hey, rather. Happy day 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be fun.
Oh my gosh, running on fumes, baby. Running on fumes, but we're in
ride
here. Quite the ride, indeed. Yeah, the ride is just about to get really, really interesting. We've got an awesome day. See, I'm like literally sending emails and links here at the last second. I don't even have my microphone set up properly. Hello, Good morning, good evening, good day, good afternoon, and aloha. Welcome back to another episode of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, your home for credible news, reviews, and commentary on everything UAP and UFO. My name's Luis Jimenez. That is my co-host, Mr. Michael rather be squidding. You guys don't look anything alike. Michael Mataluni is working right now. He's trying to get a couple of meetings done. We all have real 9-to-5 jobs. We all have lives outside of the big phone home. And even on Labor Day, some of us just absolutely have to work. And we're not going to take that away from anybody. So because people got to pay bills, right?
Yeah.
That's the way she goes. Speaking of paying some bills, check this out. UFOs before Roswell, European Foo Fighters, 1940 to 1945 by Mr. Graham Randall. And Forward by Sean Cahill. I got the book. It came so quickly. And I got to tell you, man, the quality of the book is amazing. Like, it feels really like, you know how like when you pick up electronics and you're like, oh, this is heavy. This must mean it's expensive and really good. It's got some heft to it. And just the quality of the cover is what I really, really dig. It almost feels like you could spill water on this and it would just bead right off. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm expecting a knock on my door any minute here for my own copy coming in.
Dude, it came so fast.
That book back there.
And I'm going to keep it here for the rest of the show. And we're going to start reading that tonight. So I can't wait to dig into it. So thank you, Graham. That's an awesome book, man. It looks so good. So you should be really happy with the quality of it because I am. All right. So let's see here. What time is it? We got about 10 minutes before panels start, 12 minutes. So real quick, of course, you know, the reason why we're here, you guys, the reason why we're giving you the free panels and all the fun stuff and doing all this work for you guys is for this website, thebigphonehome.com. Again, this is our baby created by Ben Jenkins over at Nito Creative, who did just a really amazing job. I got to close out all these other windows here. So there we go. He did an amazing job over at Nito Creative. Again, I cannot tell you guys enough. We've got our sponsors here. Nito Creative. Go. If you need a website, Ben Jenkins is your man. I cannot tell you how thrilled we are with this website. Also,
if he can work with someone like Lou, he can work with anyone, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you can deal with my specifications, I feel like there's no job he cannot tackle. So also just real quick, I want to point out on the website, just in case you didn't hear, you don't know, we're offering the 3 days of the thumbnails that you guys see on the beginning of every video with everybody's name on them. 3 different posters that you can print out. Or put on a file, take to a FedEx, Kinko's, have it printed out and framed for free. So definitely take advantage of that if you want to put some artwork on your wall. We've got these posters here available for free. Also, if you want to donate to refugees of Afghanistan, we've got a button here that will help you donate food, clothes, water. Clothes are really the things that refugees need when they're just being moved from place to place. Clean clothes, you'd be shocked how helpful that can really be. And then of course we've got our Red Cross link here for the people displaced by Hurricane Ida or that are having a tough time with that. So if you want to support the folks down there, you can do it as well. And then other than that, of course, if you haven't already, please sign our petition. I believe last count we were up to I think almost 1,200.
Over 1,000. Definitely over 1,000.
Yeah. We are early, Jane Kyle. Hold on, let me bring her in. Sorry, Jane.
Cool.
It's been a crazy morning.
Don't be sorry. I just thought I missed a memo.
No, you didn't miss anything. The show is supposed to start at the panels start at 10, but we needed like 15 or 20 minutes just to tell everybody about the website and stuff. So that's what we're doing. But you're not late. Cool. Thank you for being here. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm great. This is the last day. This is a big deal. So let's make it count, everybody.
Yeah. Exactly. So as I was saying, if you haven't signed the petition, please do so. It's the easiest, simplest step in activating yourself and letting your representatives know that you are serious about UAP disclosure and also congressional hearings. So don't be afraid to
sign the petition. It's super. I mean, why would you be afraid? Why there should be no fear when using this website. Although some people have fear of calling, that's why we provided some bullet points for you guys to follow in case you need to lean on some bullet points. You want to call your local state representative. We got the things to say right here in case you don't know what to say. And then of course we've got our email templates here. Same thing. And the thing with the email templates, and it's something that I just, Sean Rosh keeps pointing out, and I think he makes an excellent point, is personalize it, make it your own. If make it feel like it came from you, and if you want to change the whole thing, go for it. Use it as a skeleton. But whatever you do, just email it, just send it. Whatever we got to do to get you activated, do it. Again, of course, we're recommending to try and keep your personal stories out of it, because personal stories, as we've heard from congressmen themselves, they're not interested, at least not yet. They will be. I definitely think they will be, but right now,
if you've seen a reptilian or a gray alien, you can tell me about it.
Exactly. Give UFO
but
Jane a call.
Don't tell your congressperson about it yet.
Because they might not write you back.
Not yet.
Yeah, we want them to write you back. So, that's what our suggestion is. But of course, we can't control anything you do. Do whatever you want. But just as long as you contact them, that's all we're asking for. And then, of course, we've got the send the tweet, where we've provided a couple templates on the Twitter front. And also just check my Twitter account. We've been for the last 2 days emailing committees, subcommittees, scientists, anyone and anything who has been loosely or closely related to this discussion. So help us out on the Twitter front. I'm hoping to be just as active on that today. But since we're down Michael, we might it might not be as frequent as the last 2 days, but as soon as Michael gets in here, we'll make sure to get back to sending tweets out and things like that.
And help us pick up Michael's slack. You guys can all tweet yourselves, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You don't need us. You can do it yourself. Exactly. Please pick up the torch and run with it. We encourage it. All right. So we got 5 minutes before the show starts. What do I want to talk about?
Well, thanks for the chat's been really supportive already today. Thanks, Ryan. If you didn't get enough Mick West yesterday on our channel here, the Big Phone Home, go check out Ryan's channel, Somewhere in the Skies. There's a couple of John Greenwald just did a show, Ryan Sprague just did a show, and I believe Witness Citizen. That's why Sean's not here. He's doing a show right now with Avi Loeb. Wow. So if that's something you're interested in, go for it. Go for it. I mean, the whole point of the Big Phone Home originally was to get all of these channels to do a show the same time I was doing it. Because if you got 15, 20 channels doing a Big Phone Home, that's going to move some needles, So, but not everybody loves to plan things. So that's why I'm here, to sort of bring everybody together. But we got some awesome super chats. Let's get to them, shall we? What was the first one? The first one was from Ryan? Yeah, thank you, Ryan.
Awesome, dude. Ryan, you're a cherub and a sweet man. I truly, truly appreciate it. We got Andy McGrillen in the house. Like the man says, people need to be getting in touch with their representatives. Get on the site and send emails, sign petitions. Appreciate the love, my friend. Truly, we're going to have Andy McGrillen here for the second panel with Danny Sheehan. So it's going to be an amazing, amazing discussion. Dr. Dave with a $4.99 donation. Nice call, Ryan. Let's start this day off right with tons of support for Lou. Also, here's my face, Dr. Dave. You got a nice face, Dr. Dave. I'm not going to lie. If I was in an emergency room and that was the face I was looking down at me, I'd be comforted by that face. Let's just put it that way. All right. Let's see here. What else? Who else had a donation here? We got JT. Am I getting them all?
Yeah.
Okay. And we got one more after this, right? With a $5 donation. Hi, guys. Great stuff this weekend. I got to work today, so I'll catch up later. Have a great day. Hey, appreciate the love. Appreciate the thought. It's okay. If you can't make this live, it's going to live forever on YouTube. And it's also available on my podcast, you guys. I put a 7-hour and 50-minute podcast on the iTunes and what's the other one?
Spotify.
Put it on Spotify, and so it's not the entire Big Phone Home. It's still missing like 3 hours from day one because the software just doesn't allow us to record 10-hour podcasts. I'll see if there's a way I can figure that out to sort of make it where it's the whole episode. But hey,
1.5 speed, so we all kind of sound a little bit like chipmunks.
Exactly. Yeah, and you'll get through it faster.
Discovery, the 2x speed. That's my favorite.
It's a great way to consume stuff quicker. That is Excuse me, that is for sure. I'm getting a couple of the burps here because of my coffee. Sorry, guys. And then we've got wow. Holy cow! Did I see that right? Where did that $50 donation go? Wow, Richard O'Connor. Check out the book UFOs, Nuclear Weapons, and a New Age of Reason, available from Amazon. What you all are doing is wonderful. Man, I will definitely check out that book. Do me a favor, if you follow me on Twitter, send me the link if you can so I don't forget. Because right now, of course, I've got Graham's book I got to get through, but that sounds awesome.
And we got Robert Salas on later today, so I think we're going to be talking a lot about this topic.
We will be.
It's going to be interesting.
We got Robert Salas with Lou Elizondo, so it's going to be a very, very interesting conversation. And then we got Artisan Tony with a $10 super chat donation. I heard Chris Lito shot down a UAP when he was an F-16 fighter pilot. Well, he's here. I don't think that's true. Although,
it might be classified, so I'll take a non-answer.
You know what?
For
Just for show purposes to get more people in here, yes, he did. He did shoot down a UAP, and you're going to hear about it next. Please share the show, subscribe, like the channel. It gets more people in here. Check out our Patreon if you want to support other than through Super Chats. Patreon's a great monthly way to support the show. Between Michael, Rather, and I, we provide shows 5 days a week for you guys, Monday through Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday here on the Unidentified Celebrity Review, and Tuesdays and Thursdays on the Singularity Lab. So with that all out of the way, are you guys, Jane, you want to hang out for the first panel until Michael gets back?
Yeah, I can totally hang out.
Awesome. This is sort of a last second ad. I didn't even think about it. I'm literally working on the fly here. So I appreciate you hanging out. So our first, let me, just because I know, let me do this. I got to invite, let me see if Jazz is in here. There's Manny, there's DJ, there's Chris. All right, let me just send an invite to Jazz because I know sometimes Jazz loses links and stuff like that. So I'm going to just copy this here real quick and send a link to Jazz, letting him know he's in the conversation. And we'll get Jazz in here in a second. In the meantime, let's bring in our first guest, shall we, rather?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. First? Okay. Well, you pick.
Let's,
you know what? I'll pick. How about that? Let's go Fringe Center Podcast with Manny Miranda, our friend of the show. What's happening, dude? Welcome.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me on this mic?
Dude, we hear you great. You sound really
finally.
good.
Awesome. Okay, good.
Dude, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. Running on fumes, but we got this. It's going to be a fun day. So, dude, thanks for being here. I can't wait to get this panel started because we've got veterans. Today, we're going to be focusing on veterans and former and current government officials with some journalists sprinkled in through the day. So this first hour is all veterans. So I'm really proud to have you guys here and thank you for your service. And so let's bring on our next veteran, DJ. What's happening, my brother?
What's going on, brother? How are you?
Oh, not much. So DJ, you're not muted. Okay, DJ is a podcast host for Calling All Beings. We've had some awesome conversations privately, especially about Mick West and all sorts of stuff. He's real quick. Can you give us the military background that you had flying? I believe it was. I don't want to get the plane wrong. I'm terrible with plane numbers. AC-130s. Is that right?
Eventually, yeah, that was my last one. I started off on C-130s. Then I moved over to Air Force Special Operations Command, flew Combat Talon 2s for most of the time. And then I finished up out in New Mexico, Nuevo Mexico, at on this one called the MC-130W, which eventually became a gunship, AC-130W Stinger 2, about 4,000 hours flying, about 2,000 hours of NVG time.
Damn, man, that's pretty impressive. What do you think, man? You're a military guy. You know this
Manny,
stuff.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm not an aviation guy though. I don't know. Once we start talking about like specifics, I'm just like, hey, man, if it shoots, it's cool, man. If it carries people, it's cool. I don't give a shit.
There you go.
That's not my wheelhouse.
All right. So our next guest is a man that really needs no introduction. He's really come onto the UAP scene with full force, and I think it's because anytime with someone with this much credibility starts talking about this topic, we latch onto them like those fish that hang on to sharks. It's just like, whoa, credibility's here, everybody. Come on, let's go. And so here we've got Chris Lito, who is literally, if you want to see the dictionary for thorn in the side, you'll probably find a picture of Chris Lito with a subtext or subsection with Mick West. This is the man who's been debunking, re-debunking videos as they go back and forth. They've had some wonderful conversations, and I just had to talk to this guy. I've been dying to talk to this guy for a long time, and we really appreciate you being here. We know you're in Portugal, so thanks for making the time.
Excellent. No, thank you, Luis. Thank you so much for having me here. I think people don't know me that well, you know.
Trust me. In this community, people know you very, very well.
Yeah, it's strange, you know, because I wasn't a YouTuber, you know, just get into it. You know, I'm really just most of the time just talking to a camera. You know, I'm kind of shy actually, you know, in person or whatever. So it's just very interesting. But I'm very happy to have received all the support, and I'm just happy I try and be as honest as possible, and I'm just trying to do what I think is like the right thing and has meaning, and I can't, I couldn't be happier actually. So,
well, hey man,
yeah,
it shows.
Very happy to be here.
It shows. So that's why we wanted you here. And then last but not least, our one of the favorite persons of the show, biggest supporter, Jazz Shaw, veteran. How are you, sir?
Doing good, thanks. Glad everybody survived 2 of the 3 days. So let's see if we get through this.
Let's see if we get through this. Well, thanks for being here, Jazz. And like I said, we're focusing on the veterans today, so I figured I'd bring this crew together and start there. So, Jazz, since you're the senior in the room and a man of much respect for them from the show, if you please, just for all the new people who are new to the Big Phone Home, new to the channel, how did you serve your country, and what was the reason you answered that call?
Well, this goes back to the Cold War, and our family, virtually all the men in our family back in the day served. Everybody enlisted. My father was in World War II, fought under Patton in Europe, and I had cousins that went to Vietnam because I was a little bit behind that. 2 of them fell in Vietnam, and when my time came, I enlisted. I joined the Navy, and the big thing going on there was the Iran hostage crisis. This was the late 70s, early 80s. And I spent almost 5 years on various aircraft carriers out in the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean and the Gulf out there. And that was pretty much it. I was a radar technician. I worked in Combat Information Center and took care of radar gear and watched all the fighter planes lift off and come back and, did all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's and I tell you, we really lean on Jazz a lot, especially when we get footage from inside the CIC, you know, or if we get radar footage. Jazz is just a wonderful rock to lean on anytime we have that kind of information come through. So DJ, same question to you, man. Like, what made you answer the call? What was the inspiration for you to get into the military?
I was actually working for New York State at the time, New York Power Authority. A lot of people know Indian Point because of the UFO events that occurred there. And I just had this thing that I just wanted to serve. I wanted to work on airplanes. And so I went down to a recruiter in my hometown of Peekskill and said, hey, do you have reserve positions? He goes, no, I only recruit for active duty. Are you interested? And I'm like, yeah, I think I am. And next thing you know, a couple months later, I was off to basic. So I did about 8 years as a maintainer, and then I got my pilot's license as a maintainer, and then I just kept putting in for this flying position. I saw there was one seat in the middle of the flight deck that was in between the 2 pilots for flight engineer, and I was like, I want to do that. I want to be part of something bigger than myself, and that was why I signed up.
See, because when you just said that, I'm picturing myself as like, okay, if I'm looking around a cockpit of a plane, I'm like, okay, I can't do that job. I'm definitely not flying it. I'm definitely not telling anybody where to go. But this middle seat, this looks interesting. What's going on here?
It was the only enlisted position in the flight deck. So if you think of it that way, if you're an enlisted guy and you're not an officer, I didn't have my degree yet. I just got my degree last year, believe it or not. And so, so I had one choice in the flight deck where I could be involved in everything, you know, interacting with the navigator, interacting with EWO, electronic warfare officer, and then of course interacting with the two pilots and running a bunch of systems and calculations and stuff.
Right on, man. Manny Miranda, Fringe Center podcast, my dude. Same question. What made you answer the call?
The same thing. I come from a long family where I think we've been serving since World War II was my grandfather serving in, and it's just been like a thing that everyone in my family did. Before that, I was much lighter and faster. I was a martial arts instructor for almost 8 years, and then when you do anything for long enough, you kind of get tired and want a career switch. So that's when I was like much older, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna age out of this window to enlist soon. So let me just do my one contract in the military. You know what I mean? Just do my time in. So that's what I did, and I just got out, and now I'm a civilian finally, so I can grow all my stuff back out.
Yeah, there you go. You can grow all. I don't want to know what constitutes other stuff. Chris Lito, same question for you, my good sir.
Yeah. I guess the commercials like Aim High Air Force. Those were all very effective. I'd recommend that still for the military. But actually, no, I kind of just my buddy in physics class actually talked about it. His father was went in the Navy. He's a fighter pilot, I think, and retired. And he talked about the lifestyle, and you get to live all over the world, and it's an adventurous lifestyle. So I just kind of just threw my name in the hat at the Air Force Academy. I applied, but I didn't think they would let me in actually, and they let me in. And so,
why didn't you think they were going to let you in?
I don't know. It's very difficult. You have to get a congressman to approve you actually. So I had to write or a senator. You can get a senator or congressman. You have to get them to approve you, unless you're an athlete, and then you just sign a piece of paper. Actually, which I used to be. Yeah, I used to think down on that, but actually, I think athletes are very make exceptional officers. Actually, So anyway, I just applied. It's very difficult, and when I sent in my application, it was to Bill Archer. He was the congressman, and you had to send in a picture. And I went in to take the actual picture, like a passport photo. I'd never taken one before. Yeah. I went in. I'm in high school, and I pushed the little picture. And I remember the first one. I was reading the instruction standard. I just hit the button like any dude. I guess I hit the button, and it just takes the picture. It surprised me. So I had this look on my face of absolute surprise. Yeah. And then I got it together, and I took the 4 pictures. But then I turned in my total application, everything, all these essays to the congressman. And I went back and I was looking for that funny picture, like, oh, where's that funny picture I misplaced, and it was not there. So I don't know, maybe that got me in, maybe they saw this application, like, did you see this guy? I was like, oh, or something.
Give the senator a chuckle. I've always wanted to ask this about from an F-16 pilot, really any one of you guys. Like, when I think of job training, I think of like memorizing a script, right? Multi-page script where you need to be for each scene. But really what I think of is like working at restaurants, learning a new POS system, learning the table numbers, and there's those moments where you're just like, oh, I don't know what to do. And I'm sitting here in the middle of the weeds and I got to figure this out. And you're like, looking for the right person to be like, hey, can you help me out with this? Because you've already asked everybody else and you don't want to bother anybody. So I'm curious, like, Chris, does that happen in a plane where you're like, what button do I press? What do you do in that situation? And do you get the same thing where like, Jesus, Lito, it's right there,
Yeah, all the time. I mean, it happens all the time. You mentioned before you don't think you'd be a good pilot, but if you're a reasonable driver, if you can drive a car reasonably well, then I could probably teach you to fly a plane, reasonably.
I would not be a good pilot.
What was that, Jade?
I would not be a good pilot. I recently hit a car in front of me because a spider crawled on me at a drive-through.
And everybody listening, by the way, everybody who tuned in because one of your concerns is the possibility of potential threats to national security from UAP and things like that, and how well defended America is. After one of our pilots just sat there and said, I never know what button to press. You're welcome. I hope you all. Okay, we got this.
We got this. Yeah. Exactly.
Luis. Well, it's very critical. You know exactly the very important buttons to push at the right times. Right. That is the critical thing. That's what you learn. Because when you're driving and texting, the problem is, you're not. You're looking at the wrong thing. Your attention is focused somewhere else. when really at that instant it needs to be focused on the physical driving, right? It works for a while until there's something right in front of you. Like everything works out fine in a plane, right? Until there's something right in front of you. So having that intuition or the knowledge of when to put your attention in the correct spots is very critical. It's it's a situational awareness and the pilot cross check, if you've heard of that. So the point is just always move your observation points around. Just keep it moving, and your brain will catch up.
That's funny. It does sound like driving a little bit, where you get that first driving lesson, and then they're like, okay, rear view mirrors, radio's not too loud, check, seatbelts on, check, doing the miles per hour. Okay, cool. I'm in the lane. There's not a car here. So yeah, you're looking for pedestrians, all those things. So that's interesting, man, that you said that. I think if I was 17 years old, maybe you might have convinced me I would have been pretty good at it. But it's funny. I've turned 40, and for some reason now, I hate driving at night. Like, I don't know what it is, Eddie. I'm just like, I don't want to be on the freeway anymore. It's just, I don't like it anymore. It feels dangerous and just foreign.
Is it the same? Is it the exact same analogy that sounds like a stupid question. Was it just as scary to fly at night as it is to drive at night? Or are you kind of just as blind up there in the daytime?
It's scarier.
I've always said the only thing, nighttime is for vampires, essentially. It's dangerous out there. It's scary.
Right.
You get lulled into a sense of there's nothing around you. You can't really see it. So you kind of get too relaxed. Actually, there's a lot of accidents at night. I'm sure DJ could back me up, where your circadian rhythm actually drops. Twice during the day over a 24-hour period, your body actually lowers temperature. It happens at 2 a.m. and then the other time it happens is sometime in the morning, essentially. But what you hit is a circadian rhythm, and at night it's really dangerous, actually, because people are just more relaxed. Everyone's kind of relaxed, drinking more.
It's almost like working on a Sunday. Nobody's going to come in here, and then all of a sudden you got to rush. DJ, you were saying?
Well, I was going to say with the fighter, the original question you ask is what button to push, and one of the interesting things is with guys like Chris that go into the fighter pilot community, and generally the top graduates from flight school they'll drop, okay, these are the assignments, and the top guys get to pick. And a lot of them pick fighters, not all of them. But for us, I had a crew of 7. So there's 5 people in the flight deck, 2 people in the back. So if you have a question about something, you're going to pass it around the crew. If the mission has just changed, stuff just kind of went awry, and we're looking at, okay, the mission's just changed. The guys we're going to drop here need to be dropped here, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to go around the horn. Guys like Chris, the fighter pilot community, and this is what makes them another reason they're so uniquely qualified to identify aerial threats, looking at something in the air and evaluating what it is, what it can do versus what their aircraft can do, is because they only have themselves to rely on as an F-16 guy. You might have one person in the back, but that's it. So that's sort of like takes you inside. Those guys become very self-reliant. They take a lot of crap from our community. We give them crap, but I do respect them in that I know what they do that the rest of the community does not do as well.
Right. No, that's a good point. So let's get into the meat of this, right? The reason why we're all here, the UAP. So real quick, I know, Chris, I've listened to a lot of your work, and you haven't seen one while flying, but I want to open up to the rest of the crew here. While in services, did any one of you have an experience with UAP? No, right? I don't think so.
Not while in service,
but outside of service.
One, but yes, I had one.
Okay, well, let's start with you, and then we'll get to Jazz, because I know Jazz got a really great story here. Just within the last few months, Jazz has been seeing some pretty wild stuff. But yeah, go ahead and give us what happened if you can, or if you want to, DJ.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank Jazz because I heard his story, his experience, and I just really appreciated him sharing that and how it kind of put a new face on it for someone that's been studying it for quite a while. My experience, I come from Peekskill, New York, Hudson River Valley, very hilly. So at night, during, let's say 1982, I was about 14. It was a Sunday night. I lived across the street from a ranch that my parents owned, and walking uphill towards the main road where the tree line formed the horizon. So your horizon is formed by the sky touching the top of the tree line that you're looking up at. And so I was getting ready. A friend and I were getting ready to go. We're walking to my house, and all of a sudden the entire sky lit up, and it looks like multiple colored white lights. You know, it just, you know, there's really no light pollution out there in, let's call it sort of rural area of Peekskill on a weekend Sunday night. And so I saw that, and obviously, you know, you guys know what the next words out of your mouth are.
Right.
And I'm looking at it, and you're like, holy blank, that's a friggin' UFO. I mean, it's not the Goodyear blimp. And then it just floated away over toward Yorktown Heights. You guys that are familiar with Yorktown Heights from all the narratives by their police officers there, it kind of floated that direction away from my house, and that was it. And I just said, I'm not going to talk about it to my, you know, we were headed to my house. I'm not telling my mom, not telling my dad. My wife didn't know. Nobody knew about it. And I was unaware that people in the Hudson Valley were seeing these things. So for 30 years or so, I didn't talk about it until I contacted this same young man again. And we talked about it.
Well, I've had all the questions here. Does anybody want to ask a question on DJ's experience and what he just described?
Well,
Yes,
I'll
he's-
just say that he was not very far from me. I'm very familiar with Peekskill. You probably don't know. I'm right outside of Binghamton. It's a pretty short drive.
All right. Yes, it is.
And back even before your time in the 70s, there was a huge flap of UFOs all up and down the Hudson Valley. It gets talked about all the time. It was one of the major hotspots in the country for quite a while, and then it calmed down. But yeah, you're far from the only person down in that area to see weird stuff.
I'll just say this. I don't have anything further. There's really not much. That was the entire experience. I've heard Luis's experience is even more interesting, and there was more people there. But I have talked to a number of my high school classmates at this point I had one who saw the Indian Point one, and a number of them that have had sightings. One of them was interviewed by Linda Zimmerman. So yeah, it was proliferant for sure.
Did you see the shape?
Go for it, Jane.
Did you see the shape of the UFO? I know you compared it to the Goodyear blimp. I mean, was it disc or cigar shaped, or do you remember? Or...
Hi, Jane. First of all, nice to meet you. I haven't
nice
talked
to meet you.
It was a tail aspect, so I couldn't see it, and it didn't.
Okay.
It didn't remain in my eyesight for a long period of time. It just absolutely blew me away when I saw it. I was a kid that had been up in a private plane and a helicopter growing up. I was an aviation junkie as a kid, and there was no noise at all, and it just floated that way. And because, again, you're looking up, so these tall trees form the horizon. Once it's past those trees, you'd see a little bit of the light pollution that remained, and then you couldn't see it anymore. So
was it one of these? I know from my sighting, when I was sitting there looking at it, and it was a good, I'd say 10 minutes, but I was going through the Rolodex, like blimp, helicopter, plane. The drones didn't exist at the time, at least not that I'd known of. This was 1993. So, like, did you also do that as well? Were you going through a Rolodex of things as you were looking at it? And what did that, like, how did you come to the conclusion? Once you came to that conclusion, I guess, like, were you afraid? Were you excited? Did you report it?
No, I didn't tell a soul. My mom was the closest person to me in my life for my entire life, and I never told her, even when she passed away. I never told anybody. The only person I talked about it was the young man who actually was on my podcast. It was the Fravor incident, and it was probably like 6 months ago. I said, you know what? I'm going to talk about this. And in my podcast, I just started blurting it out. And then my MMA podcast became a UFO podcast.
Yeah. Oh man, that's hilarious. So
that's really wonderful to hear. That's so wonderful to hear. I mean, the majority of people who report sightings to me, they report anonymously. And I am getting more reports from people who saw things a long time ago. And, even have been in the military. I mean, that's just amazing.
I reported sightings to Jane, and I sent them the same day, I sent her videos. So I participated with Jane. Last November, I sent her 2 sightings.
Well, let's talk about those real quick, Jazz, because I know, I mean, you know, I'd say about 3 weeks ago, you had just a profound sighting, and it changed your life. Jazz kept describing, he was like, I'm Richard Dreyfuss from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I'm building things out of my mashed potatoes and driving my wife crazy. But he was like, I could see in your face, you were like angry, you were confused. You were upset with yourself because you didn't have your phone on your person, and you were yelling at your wife, "Get the camera!" You know, like you were excited. So walk us through sort of what you saw and then what you reported to Jane and how they were similar or maybe different.
Well, those are two different pairs of incidents, but I'll start with the original question you asked and just say, well, I was in the Navy. Yeah. I never saw anything that would pass for a UAP. We saw a lot of scary shit in the air back then, but it was all Soviet. With a buddy of mine, I 100%, I did see a sea monster once, but you know, that's in the water. And it wasn't a sea monster. We didn't know what it was. We're standing on the fantail of the USS Constellation, having a cigarette, and it was broad daylight, and something went down the starboard side of the ship and went past us, and we're both staring. It was 40 feet long. It might have been 50, and it was close to the surface, and it was breaking the top of the water occasionally. And now I know, as an adult, there's huge shit out there, particularly down near Australia, you know, in the Southern Pacific. There's gigantic stuff. So it wasn't an alien. But I'll tell you, the first time you see that as a kid, you know, as a teenager, that's some wild stuff. So, but no, I never did get to see any UFOs or UAP. I went more than 60 years without ever seeing anything beyond occasionally. Once in a while you see an odd light, you know, way off in the distance that looks a little weird, but you know, what's that? Maybe it's a Chinese lantern or something, you know, who knows? And so I really didn't see anything that was ever worth even mentioning until last November. And my wife and I had 2 sightings in a period of 1 week. These are not the ones you're talking about. And the first one was a large, round, multicolored, constantly shifting color globe that appeared over the ridge to the east of our house, and it was just going back and forth, and it never went super fast, but it was just this globe, and it was bright, and I caught it on camera for, what was it, Jane, like 5 minutes.
It was a long video.
Wow, it was a long video, and I put it up on YouTube, and I sent it to Jane, and I was like, no idea what this is, but it's not a plane, it's not a helicopter, and that I can tell, it looked like a big ball, you know. So that was one. The week later was the one my wife filmed. It went directly over our house. It was a triangle. We could only see the outline of the shape because it was blocking the stars in the sky. And on the underside of it, it had these weird, almost twinkling lights that didn't stay in one place. They like moved and changed colors and were jumping around, and it just silently sailed over our house, and then it was gone. And the video, that was really crap because it's a black thing in a black sky at night, so you could hardly see anything. But I sent that one to Jane too. After those, it wasn't really life-changing because both of them, the next day, you could find yourself sitting there going, what did I see? Was it really, you know, could it have been, you know, you ask questions like that. But then to what you're talking about, in June, for the first time, I was watching 2 commercial jets go over from my backyard, going east to west. And as they were passing, I suddenly noticed something smaller, but very white, and down considerably lower, going west to east. And I stared at it for a moment, and it was close enough I could see, and it took too many seconds to register. No wings, no tail, no jet exhaust, even though the commercial jets were leaving contrails. It was just silently sailing, and I was like, holy shit, it's a Tic Tac. And I reached into my pocket like this and grabbed my camera, or I wish I could say I did. My phone was recharging inside. And that's when I ran through, screaming at my wife, like you said, smashing through the house, ripped it off. My wife ran outside first. She said she saw it for a second. By the time I got out there and I was turning on my camera, gone, nothing. And so that bothered me that I didn't get it. But now that I'd seen it once, that's from that point on, I really, every time I'm outside, I make sure I have this, and I'm not playing with my phone, playing games. I just sit and stare at the sky when I go out to take a break, and I just stare and stare. And I kept believing that if they're here once, they might be here again. And sure enough, in August, it came back, or something identical to it came back. Once again, going in the same direction, left to right. And this time I had my camera out in a matter of 3 or 4 seconds, and it was sliding across the sky. I caught on video the last 5 seconds of the action. It had been moving left to right. By the time I got the camera turned on, it stopped. It just stopped in midair. And the videographer I sent it to analyze it, and that's his analysis with reverse lighting and colors and things is available on YouTube also. And it, again, no wings, no tail, just an oval. It was just white. And it stopped and it hung there, and I'm sitting there filming it, and I'm like, do something, you know, which is probably a mistake. And then it started, it's hard to describe, and you can't see it that well in the film, but it looked like it started to distort, like it was getting a little longer, and it looked a little more diffuse. And then, while I'm still sitting there running video and staring at it right in the viewfinder, it vanished. It didn't fly away. It didn't crash. It friggin' disappeared right while I was filming it. And at that point, the whole world changed, you know, because I was like, that was no plane. That was no seagull. I'm gonna get me Mick West. I'll drag him up here.
Is it a Canadian goose?
Stairs.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Species of goose is that, Mick? You know? I filmed that, and we put it up, and that was it. And like you say, it was for me, it was a very life-changing thing, because I've always believed in the possibility of life in the universe elsewhere, and I know that all these amazing reports from pilots, and so many people have seen stuff, even though I never did. And then suddenly I was like, okay, I get it. I get it now. And now I want it to come back. And now I before we started this show, that's where I was. I was out on the deck with my camera, sitting there like I do almost every day, waiting. And I talk to the sky. I made a joke on Twitter about that this morning. It's true. I go out there, if I'm holding the camera, I'll often out loud say, you know, if you wanted to come back again today, that would be cool. And my neighbors have gotten used to it. And one of them walked out and he goes, talking to the aliens again, Jazz? And I was like, yeah. He's like, cool. Tell him we said hi.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Can I talk in?
That was my story.
Yeah, please, Chris.
It was interesting. You had a subscriber, and he basically, you know, he wrote on one of the comments, "Hey, I got a video of a UAP, kind of similar to what you're talking about, Jazz." And he's like, "What do I do with it?" You know, and I was like, "I don't know. Maybe post it on YouTube. You know, it's actually pretty easy. If you have a YouTube account, you just upload it. It's surprisingly easy. Making it good is hard, but like actually just uploading it, very easy." And so he had, it's very interesting if we have multiple people, right? If you can like timestamp when you make that video, right? And you can maybe show, we still need to figure out how to do it, but like your Google location, if you're willing to share it or whatever, and the timestamp, then we could get multiple angles, right? Because the problem is like I believe Jazz, right? But I don't really believe him, you know? I mean, it's hard to believe him. Right?
It's hard to believe him,
like,
because
giant triangle ship disappear. I believe you, but like there's a part of my brain that doesn't want to believe. And I understand that videos can be faked. It can be faked, and we run against these problems where we have a single source. So if we can just maybe upload it to YouTube, if you get a video, or try and learn. I want to talk to Luis Elizondo about like maybe how we can do that, so that multiple people just upload to YouTube, and now we can use timestamps. And if like 10 people do it, right? If 10 people see that ship, you can't just, you know, it can't be Mick West saying it's a Canadian goose, you know, because we have 10 different angles.
Absolutely no offense taken at what you said. That's how I always was. Anytime I see a new video that's, you know, better than really dismal, and it looks almost like, oh, that's pretty good. The next question in my head is, how did they fake that? Is that like an app? You know, first thing that comes to mind. I don't think that anymore, but you know, but now when I see them, I'm like, and it could be somebody hoaxing, and I've gone like to the other end of the spectrum, and I'm just automatically like, oh, I'm sure he's telling the truth, you know.
Hey, Jazz, I have a question. When you're filming this, can you remember an internal dialogue that you had while you're holding your camera? Were you actively speaking to yourself, or was it just silent internal dialogue? And what was it?
No, you can go by the external dialogue, which was nothing. If you watch the video, I have a bunch of other videos I've taken of stuff that was further away. I got one I uploaded, but I had convinced myself it was so far away. You could hear me saying, I think you're a plane. You're probably a plane. And I'm just talking and I'm thinking that the second one, the one in August that I was just talking about, I don't remember even any internal dialogue. I was so intently focused on making sure I didn't screw it up again, and I got it on camera. And then I was just staring at it, and I felt this sense of, I know this is going to sound stupid and you can make fun of me. I felt this sense of like joy, or at least like wonder, because I was waiting to see something impossible. Because the first one never stopped. It just kept on moving. You know, it's like, well, maybe you're some sort of aircraft. When that thing stopped in midair and just stared at me, for lack of a better word, at that point I was like, this is it. And I think that's really all I ever thought until it disappeared. And then I was like, crap, come back, you know?
Right. No, that's
do you know the size or the range? Like, do you know how far away you were and how large it was?
Those are all estimates. We get a lot of, I know it was down way lower than the flight of the commercial aircraft that go over here. And same as the first one, these guys asked in June after I saw the first one. It's an inexact thing. It was below the height of the cumulus clouds. I would say a couple thousand feet up tops. And from the size of it relative to a couple of commercial jets, which even much higher, looked physically bigger. I was guesstimating that both times the Tic Tac was roughly the size of a bus. I would say, 30 to 40 feet long, maybe 10, 15 feet high. But again, that's an estimate.
Was the triangle craft, did you estimate that to be larger? I'll just say that everything that Jazz is describing is like stereotypical sightings. So these are seen all the time. Like it's almost, I wouldn't say boring to me at this point. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But the triangles are often just like, people will use football field. That's people's favorite.
I mean, Jane, you get reports and stuff like this all the time. How often do these come into you? I mean, you're not MUFON, right? You're just Jane Kyle in Texas.
So I do look at MUFON reports. So yes, exactly what others are suggesting. Upload to YouTube. I will try to find it. Basically, I just try to find whatever I can, and then also compare to what people send me, like Jazz or locally here in Texas, and then I just try to connect the dots. And so I'm just used to hearing descriptions of like Tic Tacs, orbs. People didn't used to call it Tic Tac. That's a new terminology, but they've been seeing them for a while.
As to the size, I wouldn't even throw out a number because it would be meaningless and non-data. My wife and I, we both saw it from the same spot, and we couldn't agree on the size. It was definitely down lower than anything else we had seen. So it had a bigger relative appearance. I don't think it could have been more than a couple hundred feet up, and it wasn't little, but it was definitely not a football field size, and I was like, that thing's got to be at least 100 feet. And my wife was like, really? It looked like it was like, 25, 30 feet, So we had but it was a dark thing against a dark sky,
Right.
And,
well, the problem is like an airliner, you can determine the range because your brain knows the approximate size of an airliner. But if you don't know the size of, unexplained aerial triangle, then you're not going to be able to tell unless you get two separate points, right? And then we can draw a line from your house, Jazz, and then we can draw a line from UAP, guy on the other side of the hill. And with those two videos, if I know like the iPhone, like the camera they use, like we can like nail it down like exactly, within some area, how far away it is. And if you know how far away it is, then we can measure how big it is. So just 2 points would really help.
This is sort of the thing that Mick West is asking for too. Is 2 different angles, right? Yeah. And so like there was or more, obviously, would be great. But I mean, it's part of the reason as to why we're here. I mean, we did have an event, I believe, almost 2 months ago, the Nuno Skywatch, where everybody went out on the same night and did some sky watching. And the idea is, well, if you're in the same city and there's an event and you guys have the proper equipment and you record it from 2 different angles, boom, you've got something, you've got some great data. But at the same time, we're like, it's hard to convince people to go out and skywatch and buy this equipment and stuff like that. I mean, we've already got the videos from our Navy. We've got 3 of them. And if I had to take a guess, at least one of these videos should have another angle or another cockpit view of it. And if the videos are already public, then let's lobby the government to start releasing either other angles or more footage or just more data, so that way we can come to a determination. Okay, yes, this is indeed an anomalous object, and now we've got two angles to prove it. And I have a feeling that's back there. It's why we're hearing from the senators. It's why we're hearing from congressmen. It's why a guy like Lou Elizondo came out of the woodwork and started talking about this, because according to Tom DeLonge, thousands of these things happen every year, thousands. We hear, yeah, I believe it too, especially when you hear, was it Underwood at the Ryan Graves at the AIAA conference, and he's like, they were out there every day, and he's not talking about drones for a year. For a year. But Manny, you've been pretty quiet on this topic. I've got a question here from Philip Shane, so maybe I'll lead you with this one. Thank you so much, Philip, from the What the If podcast of 1776 donation. Of course, the founding of our Constitution and our country. So we've got Philip Shane. Thank you all so much for your service to our country and planet. Question: why don't we approach UAP more often, recording and testing their capabilities? Are there rules of engagement for gaining intel? And this is definitely a question I have for Chris as well. I know you haven't engaged one, but has anyone in your training sort of prepped you for this? We'll start with you, Manny, but yeah, go for it.
These are kind of tough to answer. Again, I haven't really gone over my background, so it complicates things.
Share.
I mean, as much as I'm willing to share here, I will say, because it's been, publicly released now through security officers, I did work in intel. That was what I did when I was in the military. So I'm answering this only from publicly available information.
Correct.
If you saw these every day and they were a thought experiment, like Ryan Graves' story, right? If you're seeing them every day and they're coming into your test ranges or they're coming into whatever weapons training you have going on, are we 100% convinced that people were not going up to them? Because if you look at the Fravor and Dietrich story, they were on a completely separate training mission. Nimitz was having issues trying to identify what they were seeing, so they brought them in. But what was one of the first questions that was asked of Fravor and Dietrich? Do you have live ammunition? Do you have live rounds? When they said no, then they let them in. They're like, okay, don't do anything basically to them and just go observe. So, are we convinced that we're not observing them? I'm not fully convinced that we don't have some sort of protocol to observe these things, especially if they're in those ranges every day. The question is, what is that information? Because that's going to determine what its classification is, if they're ever going to release it. If, like, a lot of these people are right, like Stephen Greenstreet, right? Let's say these are like Chinese drones. Would they release that info, or would that be more than likely highly classified? Like, that's what we have to start going through. Like, what is allowed to be released? What are you actually seeing? Are there protocols? I'm not fully convinced that they don't already have those protocols in place. And that means that we probably have endless data over years from these test ranges that we could put out. The question is, what's on it? That's really the big deal.
There's a tower by a former Air Force base in Waco in the 50s that was to look for flying saucers. So we know there has to be data from that. Where's that data? And that was a long time ago. So I'm sure we've advanced. I think you're probably right, but I have no security clearance. So that's just a newspaper article.
And Lou alluded to that there are already, I think Lou said in interviews that there was already attempts to contact, but he wouldn't go any further to explain that. Right, Manny? I'm sure you heard Elizondo say that.
Yeah, I think, and again, my point is just very simple. I mean, like the idea is that we don't have ways to go and get close to these things to gather intel. But that's what a lot of skeptics will say. Like, we don't have these because these don't exist, or they're drones and we already know how to deal with them. But if that was true, then you wouldn't have Fravor and Dietrich's story, right? Their story is literally someone telling them, hey, get close to these things and see what they are. But again, it wasn't from the perspective of these are aliens. The perspective was, we're seeing these things do things that are impossible on whatever systems they're observing them with. And they said, So we're going to go ahead. It sounds like what happened was they said, we're assuming there's an error here. So let's get some human eyeballs on this thing to see what it is. Right. And it ended up being this tic-tac encounter. You know what I'm saying? So it's likely that if this happens all the time, why wouldn't you set it up? I'm not saying I know, I'm not an aviation guy or anything like that, but you know, if someone's walking around my house all the time and I don't know who they are, I'm going to put some cameras up. You know what I'm saying? This is not that different from that. So again, like, I'm just not convinced that we don't already do that. I have no knowledge of that. I'm just saying, just common sense wise, why wouldn't we be doing that? And now the question then is, how long have we been doing that? How much data is that? Like, if that exists, just on that program alone, how much info, how many recordings, how much ELINT, if they give off some sort of signals, maybe they're SIGINT on them, who knows? But there's probably already that data if that's true, right? And I have no reason to think that Ryan Graves is lying. So if what he's saying is true, there probably is somebody already taking data on those things. So why don't we get that? Let's see what that is. You know what I'm saying?
It was my understanding that it was Kevin Day, really, that was the radar operator that saw the things coming up and down from 18,000 feet and was like, you know, hey, and it sounded like he had to convince his superiors and convince people to actually take this seriously and go look for it. So, you know, one, props to Kevin Day. You know, he's amazing. I'm glad that he did that. But it sounds like from that to me is that they aren't really, you know, it was only due to Kevin Day that we really have this Nimitz incident. If it wasn't for him, government probably would have completely overlooked it.
Chris, what'd you have?
Well, Gary Voorhees, you know, there's so many people that have spoken up. You know, I guess let's say if they have known for many years or elements of the government maybe have known about this, I think it's like anything else. You know, you don't want to believe it. And you know, the government at the end of the day is made up of humans. So, you know, to up channel, you know, I just watched the interview with Chris Mellon, and he was basically saying that they tried to up channel the UAP issue to just present it in a briefing to General Mattis, who was the chief of staff, I think. And they wouldn't, like they wouldn't, even just presenting the briefing put him in a awkward political situation, right? Because as soon as he's briefed on UAPs, now he has to act, or he didn't do something within his political.
He was sec def.
command.
I believe he was sec def at the time.
Sec def. Okay. Yeah. So that's why I think that was the impetus for Lou Elizondo to resign his commission. This is, you know, I joined the military, you know, I stayed for 20 years, amazing assignments, amazing people. But it was also for the pension. You know, the pension is a huge benefit. You know, it's just unheard of anywhere else. So he gave that up, I think, over this issue. Yep.
He has his Army pension. He didn't get his GS-15 pension. And if you look at what GS-15 made and what they make now, and he probably would be at step 10 on the pay scale. That's a lot of money. Lieutenant Colonel. That's a lot of money. Yeah. So that's what he forfeited. And that's significant because I wouldn't forfeit that for this topic. I got to be honest. I don't have the courage.
I don't know. It depends. You know, if you're put in that position, DJ, I think you found it. And this for everybody. So everybody's like, thank you for your service. But you know, we're normal people like you guys. It's just, there's not that many of us.
Well,
so at the
I
end of
wouldn't
the day,
say that.
people in the military are going to be normal people. So we're going to have the same, you know, the same issues. I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that. You know, if somebody's in my house walking around, that's one thing. But like, if I hear something and I go in a room and there's nobody in there, after a while, I just start thinking I'm crazy, you know? And so,
most of the
and I put we the
guys are
people
normal
here
people.
just to make the argument that it's difficult for the government. It actually is. You know, we harp on them. We harp on the Congress people. You know, they get so much troll hate mail, I'm sure, all the time. And it doesn't matter. One side's going to hate them, right? One side of the country, especially as polarized as we are now. But like this topic is the one thing where, you know, who started it? Marco Rubio. You know, I was very proud of him actually for bringing this up and making the report be made. You know, and I can't say I've ever said that about Marco Rubio.
Right. Well, this is what inspired me to do this, is this bipartisanship of it. You know, like, I don't agree with Marco Rubio from a political perspective, but neither does Hillary Clinton. But guess what? They're both into this topic big time. And if you put them at a table and you lock them in the room and you say, all right, guys, 5 hours, 2.5 hours, only UFOs, the other 2.5 hours, talk about whatever you want. I think they walk out of the room respecting each other a little more than they did walking in. But Jazz, you were saying something. Go ahead, sir.
Well, first, you know, as far as Chris goes in particular, the enlisted people are mostly normal people. The pilots are kind of weird. Let's just say. Well, military life is a different experience for officers than it is for enlisted people. You know, that's the truth. As far as the engagements go and whether or not we have a protocol, and maybe Chris could speak to that more to the point. I assume, and this is an assumption, that part of the training you receive as a pilot is if you go up and you get into an off-script encounter that pops up, not part of whatever the, regimen for that particular flight and training exercise or whatever was that day, and something unscripted happens and you have to respond to it. Yeah, part of it's going to be using your senses, evaluating things and reacting accordingly. But I'm guessing there are at least some standard, like if a Russian jet shows up inside of your restricted airspace and is not, backing off and is doing, don't we have some sort of protocol in general terms for how you respond to that in real time? And if we do have that, might we not take the same approach if you run into a tic tac? Because I don't know what this is. It's not supposed to be here. I don't know what it's doing. But I don't know. It just seems to me like I don't know that we need a special protocol for, hey, we need a special thing just for UFOs. I think for pilots in particular, and particularly fighter pilots, you see something weird come in that's not supposed to be there in restricted airspace. Doesn't matter if it's, a MiG or a Tic Tac, you're going to have to react.
Right.
Yes.
Or am I off base?
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, someone has to make that briefing for the general, hey, sir,
Right.
we're looking at aliens. And so there is some hesitation to actually make the briefing to create those ROEs, right? But they did. Ryan Graves mentioned they talked about NOTAMs, so a notice to airmen, and it shows me they've already kind of exhausted all their ways to upchannel this information because they're going direct to the safety route. They're basically saying by a NOTAM is, hey everybody, we can't affect this, so just be aware. There's random stuff out there we can't see. So that's really that's the evidence to me, or the smoke that they tried to upchannel it and it's just stopping at whatever level. I've called it before. It's a level of stupidity, but really at some point it really has to go through so many hoops as it goes up. The government's the largest organization, really, and so it has to go through so many hoops. All it takes is really one person who has the power to say, "Don't send this up,"
right,
and it won't get forwarded. So
I think
would say until recently, haven't had ROEs. Yeah.
That's the biggest issue Lou's running into, and that's what he sees. He sees that the information is going. He himself tried to get it to the general, and it was stone blocked.
They wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do it. So, and it's either because somebody has something personal against them, or they just don't want to talk about it. Either way, that's not good enough an excuse. It's
probably as petty as you can imagine. It's probably they're worried about their career, or they're worried about their next assignment, or they're worried about the assignment of their general that they're supporting, so that he'll take care of them, or they love them, etc. So it's again it's just human levels. You kind of put this higher level on people. But the pilot really is only important because it's a single point of failure. That's why it's important, right? If a maintainer messes up, it can be catastrophic for sure, but there are many other fail safes in place. But if the pilot messes up, the plane's usually going to crash. And if it's a pilot error, the pilot usually dies, actually. This is how I know when, as a safety officer, I know if the pilot dies, it's usually for three reasons. It's either he G-locked, so he's unconscious for some reason, controlled flight into the terrain, or they hit each other, and you can go, if you see that in the news, and the pilot dies, unfortunately, chances are it was actually the pilot or some issue that affected the pilot, right? Because he's single point of failure. But I would say for the ROEs, yeah, for sure. If they're not prepared to make those ROEs, what they do is they make an envelope. And I've seen one. There's one script I read, and the thing that kind of cued me off, this may be legitimate, is at the end there's an envelope, because you can't tell them, right? It's need to know. Right? You hear that all the time. Like it's you have to have a need to actually know the information. You can't just know everything secret you want, even if you have a super high level clearance. Even the Congress people probably don't know unless they have a need to know. But if you're flying one of these planes and you see a UAP or it's flying right over your wingtip, suddenly you have a need to know. So what they do is they give you an envelope. And in this, they say, hey, we see this thing flying over our wingtip, and the next script, which I haven't approved or said it's legitimate or anything, but they say, open the blue envelope. And that's where you open it and say, okay, UAPs are real. We're tracking them. Don't shoot at them. But we need to find this information. So try and find this out. So that's to answer your question, Jazz. That's how I've seen that in a script. So cool. I would guess they're doing that now, if based on the news. So I think
Jane, you had a thought?
Does anybody want a need to know though? So I'm thinking and this is why I'm asking all of you, and if the more compelling or evidence that you see, is that the more reason not to share what you've seen? Do you really want to get on? I mean, especially being around all that secrecy and hierarchy.
I think Manny's probably the best person to speak to this, but I just want to say this. If either I or Chris were to go into ops and say, about this UFO sighting, you'd be sent down to the flight dock, you'd see your names off the schedule, and you'd wonder when you're going to fly again. So that's why if you saw something, if you knew something, if someone told you an anecdote, you would never talk UFOs in the squadron.
No, and there are issues if you speak up. They say, hey, you need to get medical help, right? You need to get mental health. So you have some issue, right? I did have issues, right? I just sucked it up for years. But if you go to get help now, they track that. They do. And I was like, hey, are they going to talk to my commander or anything? And they're like, well, the information is documented, And I was like, okay, you're not going to. And they keep saying, hey, we're gonna provide mental help. We provide mental help to everybody. And I'm like, okay, you do. Are you going to track it? If I go and talk to this psychologist, you going to track it? And they're like, yes. So they're not providing mental health, at least not stuff that's anonymous.
And
so
that's a deterrent for you. That's a deterrent for you to go, okay, I'm not going to go.
Yeah, they already. I mean, you guys kind of know me. I mean, they already think I'm kind of crazy. Now I start saying, "Hey, I saw an alien out there." They're going to they're taking notice off the flying schedule.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Manny, DJ has said that you probably know a little bit more about this, the structure of it, the need to know. So, what are your comments on it, if you have any?
Oh, so the way need to know works is you have to think of like layers of an onion, right? There's stuff that's just regular unclassified, but it's for official use only, right? So you're not supposed to put it out, even though it's not technically highly classified. It's still only for a unit. Then you keep going up. You get to like confidential, secret, top secret. There's a lot of layers to that onion. Even though you have that clearance, it's not like you're allowed to just walk in and go, "Hey, I got a TS clearance. I got a top secret. All right, where's all the alien folders at?" Like, you know what I'm saying? It's still everything's still compartmentalized, no matter what you have. That's where the need to know comes in. So you may have access to a certain program, and you may not have access to this other one, but like they were talking about, let's say they were working on like a new flying wing or something, and you accidentally saw it while you were one of these F-16 pilots, even though he's not read onto that program. Suddenly, like he was saying, now I have a need to know what that was. That's where they would, be like, okay, you're read on now. Now shut the hell up about this thing that you saw. The Underwood thing was very interesting to me because he really didn't. I think he said he didn't have anyone come in and go, hey, this is what you saw. Like, that's why I think last time I was on it, I tried to put significance on that, because that means if he saw something that looked outrageous to him and nobody came up and went, hey, by the way, what you saw was like, I don't know, like a Russian drone or something. Here's the thing. Now you can't talk about it. Nobody came and said any of that to him. Nobody said, hey, what you saw was this new thing we're working on. Now don't talk about it. Nobody said anything, which to me means that did not belong to us or our adversaries, and they just have no clue what it is, or else they would have told them and then made them, sign an NDA or shut up about it, Right. So there's like those layers at clearance levels. Then you get compartmented into your own little stuff, and sometimes you hear about other things when there's incidents. That to me is a big issue. And from my understanding, nobody came and talked to Fravor Dietrich either. No one came up to them and went, "Oh yeah, what you saw was this new blimp we were working on." So anyways, you read onto the program. Don't talk about it. Now you can move on with your life. No one said anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Most of them said they turned in the video and walked out.
Right, because if that was the case, we would have never heard about this if they had gotten that thing to sign. So real quick,
that's my point, 100%.
Yeah. So we got a $200 Norwegian kroner, I believe they're called.
Yes.
From Torbjørn. Thank you, Torbjørn. Great work, you guys. Keep the ball running. When you're done with this epic 3-day marathon, you should do another episode on the Hesdelin Lights. Yeah. Love that one. But you missed one of the key parts, the landed craft in 1981. trust me when I tell you, we're not done with the Hezbollah lights. We're going to definitely be talking more about that and bringing Tirani and all the other sides. I can't think, right? It's 3 days, my brain's jelly. So pulling names is just not going to be a thing right now. But thank you so much for the donation and the support. We truly appreciate it. Don't you worry. We will definitely be touching more on the Hezbollah lights. Rather, did I miss a $5 donation, or did I get them all?
There might have been one from Matthew Riot.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. I can see. Day 3, ladies and gents. Best way to spend a weekend. My wife also thinks I'm crazy for yelling at my phone. Thanks. You're absolutely welcome.
And I think we actually got one. We got one more from Jared, who off my screen, but he said, thoughts on Beaver, Utah drone footage that captured a UFO, and he thanks you all for your service, and long live the Big Phone Home.
Oh, is that the drone footage we were talking about the other day?
I think it might have been, where there's a drone and a little.
Yeah. If you want to pull up the video, we'll take a look at it, maybe get their thoughts on it. But it's something we talked about a few days ago. So if you want to go back and check that out. But let's go back real quick to sort of this idea of if it was a top secret, private company thing, you would have gotten briefed on it. Chris, would you agree with what Manny said there?
Yeah, it's never happened to me where I saw something and then was briefed on it. But I can speak definitely to the compartmentalization.
But if it did happen to you, would you be able to talk about it?
Yeah.
That's what we were discussing before the show.
Maybe.
Somebody said Chris shot down a UAP. And
Yeah.
he's like, no, I've never seen anything. My answer right now is, well, you probably did, but could you tell us? No. Aha, sir.
Oh, man. Awesome. Well, hey, by the way, you guys, we got Michael Mataluni, who's able to join us now. He's off his phone calls.
Yeah.
He's able to come hang out with us for a few minutes before he's got to go back to work. Have you been able to? Yeah, happy Labor Day. Have you been? Your camera's a little out of focus, bud.
Is it?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm sure if Michael
that?
realized that
We'll
Labor
see.
Day didn't mean a day you're supposed to do extra labor.
How's that?
Yeah.
There you go. That's a little better.
My clients don't see it that way, but that's all right.
Yeah.
We'll keep it rolling.
Well, Michael, so have you been able to listen to any part of the conversation so far?
A little bit. I've been in and out. I've been.
Did you have any questions off the top of your head? If not, I think DJ had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, let's let DJ pop in, and then I'll catch up.
What do you got, DJ?
Well, about the triangulation. So let's say, for example, I had the same sighting and I'm able to give my coordinates, and then Chris is at his house and we're all seeing the same one that Jazz saw. We're able to triangulate and authenticate. Okay, we had a genuine sighting. At this point, it doesn't really answer any questions. The question's already been answered. I mean, it's already been answered by these multiple sightings. They're out there. So me triangulating with 2 other guys to say, "Yep, I saw it," doesn't expand the conversation. The conversation,
well, not for us,
now,
but I think it would.
Yeah,
it is evidence. Yeah, I'm going to agree with Chris here. But
wasn't the point that with that you could get additional data, like with 3 points, you could get a size, whereas me looking
Just
from
2
one
points.
point, I got no idea.
Yeah,
it
but
just doesn't bring us closer to what it doesn't bring us closer to finding out who they are, what their capabilities are.
That's true.
Being that they're showing up, what their intentions are.
True.
As Lou said, we already know that they're here. That you heard. I think it was Bill Whitaker asking me. He said, "We're way past that, man. We're way past that." And he has seen the data.
The government is, and a lot of people are.
Yeah. Go ahead, rather. I know what you're going to say because
but a lot of people aren't, right? And I think that kind of brings back to Mick West and what he's doing with these videos. And I think that we still don't have the unambiguous evidence that these things are doing, crazy things in their skies. I mean, I'm convinced based on a lot of other things, but I don't think we have that one piece of unambiguous evidence that can convince the public and really bring this issue out for everyone.
And I can see Chris shaking his head. Yeah, go for it. What were you going to say, Chris?
Well, we definitely need more evidence. I think that's been the end of every single discussion I've been at is we need more evidence.
We need more.
So all you need is 2 points actually, and you can determine the approximate location, and then you can, if you know the range, you can get an approximate size. So that would build our evidence for sure, 100%. So capturing as much evidence as we can, and now we can actually look, right? Because if they're not going to just come, maybe we're not understanding what they're trying to tell us. If what you say.
It might be more for the scientists, but Chris has already sold me because there might not be a lot of people who care if the Tic Tac I saw was 40 feet long or 20 feet long or 60 feet long, you know. But if we had that data and it's like, oh, it was, we're positive it's really close to 40. And then you start getting that data from other groups of 2 and 3 people in other places. And they're like, oh, mine was 42. Oh, mine was 40. Now you're starting to get some stuff like, well, this is either the same thing and it gets around a lot, or we've discovered a class of something and that's the size it is. You know, I'm not saying that solves everything. It doesn't tell you where it's coming from, who's driving it, whatever. But at least it is data. And okay, now we know what we're looking for. If you see any more 40-foot long things that look like lozenges, you know, okay, that's one of those. Let's mark that one down. I'm just saying, it's not useless data.
It also makes it definitive. Like there's no, like if you had 2 angles of that gimbal, we wouldn't have Mick West arguments. No. Like the conversation would be moot. It'd be over because there'd be no way for him to refute it. And like we've had him admit on our show, and I say this all the time, we had Mick West admit that he hasn't debunked the David Fravor, Alex Dietrich case. He hasn't. He doesn't know what it is. He's got a good idea as to what it is, and his hypothesis, I think, clashes with everyone else in this room, but he doesn't know. The Drew Williamson had a question for Chris, and he says, for the $5 donation, thank you so much, Drew. Please ask Chris if they have to have a NOTAM for experimental craft as well. By the way, I'm not a plant. When you say things like that, it absolutely confirms that you are.
By the way, I'm not a plant. I think if we were doing actual experiments, no, they wouldn't put a NOTAM in there. They would keep it out of it. Yeah. So this is basically the F-18 pilots saying that, hey, we feel like we're being put at risk, and no one's taking it seriously. So I'm going to put out a NOTAM. You know, it's at the very low, at the captain level essentially. Maybe it has to be approved by the 06. The colonel, the higher colonel or captain in the Navy. I'm not sure at their level, but yeah, I think they would if it was a factor. It's about safety. NOTAMs are about safety.
Hey, Chris, can I get on?
I don't want anybody to take away from this the impression that the hierarchy in the military, particularly in the Navy, doesn't care. Nobody wants to see a plane go down. I watched 2 Tomcats go down, okay, in the Indian Ocean, separate incidents. All the pilots got out alive, but man, it was close. There's never a good time when a fighter goes down under any circumstances. One of them we ran over with the prow of our ship, but the guys got out and we sent out a helo and pulled them out. But yeah, nobody ever wants to see a plane go down, and they're not going to write something that's going to put any of our personnel in danger beyond the final order to engage if you're in a military engagement. And then everybody knows, well, that's what you signed up for and you may lose. But aside from that, no, it's all going to be about safety.
Can I talk about training ranges real quick and interacting between Air Force, Navy, so on and so forth? And I understand about crashes. The plane that I flew, there was only 24 built. We crashed 4. So that gives you an idea of what the attrition rate was on Combat Talent 2. There was a lot of high tech flying that went bad. But anyway, training ranges. So okay, you're U.S. Air Force. You have this program, and you want to test it against an Navy FA-18s to see what the effect would be. So we have some choices here. So our choices are, okay, I can book a training range at China Lake. I can book a training range at Tonopah or Groom Lake. There's several different training range. Nellis has a training range that I could book. And then you go to the J3 at the Navy and you say, okay, I need X amount of FA-18s, maybe 1, maybe 2. I need 4 crews. I need 8 maintainers. I need everybody TSSCI, etc. Then they get a squawk and a call sign, and they enter those training ranges at the appropriate time, bed down, and you begin training these scenarios, whatever they are. What you don't do is just show up in a training area out in the middle of the Pacific area or off the coast of Jacksonville and just turn up there and go, oh, I wonder if a Class A is going to happen today, which is what Jazz was alluding to. So that's how that stuff is done, is you can bring in an F-35.
If the idea is to test these systems against our own equipment, right? Well, we did it. right? We showed that it can be tracked. So why are they still out there? So it just doesn't make any sense for many different reasons.
I have a quick question for the table here, and this is something that DJ brought up to me as well, because the David Fravor Dietrich incident was something that was so extraordinary. It was actually the thing that pulled me back into this conversation. And my question for you guys is, even if it was accidental, right? So you're bringing up the idea that, well, maybe we're trying to test this against our own equipment to see what our response would be. If that's not the case, because of what you just said, DJ, then is it possible that the Air Force was testing this and didn't mean to be seen by the Navy? And if that's the case, why wouldn't there have been an NDA? Why wouldn't the Air Force have come in and had Fravor and Dietrich and all these people sign NDAs?
I agree. That makes my point. You do these things in training ranges in a controlled environment. You don't turn up in somebody's training area and fly right between Ryan Graves and his wingman, and almost and have a 1 and 2 ships split apart. You don't do stuff like that. That's how it's not U.S. tech testing, because you're out there creating a situation that Dietrich felt very angry at. Was her first emotion after, when she found out that she said, "Wait, is this blue testing on blue? Why weren't we briefed about this?" Everything is briefed in their world. In the fighter world, Chris can elaborate on that.
Well, if I can just agree, by the way, particularly when it comes to pilots, everything is scripted unless a non-scripted event happens. And we had a 2-carrier group, and I'll make this very short because I know we're short on time, exercise going on past Hawaii at one point, and I believe it was the Kitty Hawk was the other one, and one of their pilots got into the wrong glide path, and these guys are going to scoff and say this never happens, but it used to back in the 70s and 80s. It got into our glide path and came in and thought he was landing on the Kitty and landed on the Constellation. And everybody made huge jokes about it. They brought out the trucks and they dragged his Tomcat off and took him upstairs for coffee. Isn't that funny? That guy lost his wings. He never flew again. And it was that minor of a mistake because he got into the wrong airspace. He screwed up. And if you just brought in somebody totally out of the blue from somewhere else, whoever made that decision better be the president, is all I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, so something that's confused me about this is, Dietrich has said that her first thought was that it was a blue-on-blue encounter, right? So that kind of makes me think that maybe there is, it is possible, that wasn't, completely out of her mind. And then she was later convinced that it wasn't, and I kind of wonder, how do you, get to, there, it's a possibility to them being convinced otherwise. Do you think there's any possibility, or do you think that initial thought of hers was,
I would say her initial thought is just that. I mean, I think after talking to or listening to Fravor, it's in depth, backed up by Commander Slate, backed up by Dietrich, backed up by the fourth person. It's I think at this point it is blatantly obvious. And Lou talked that they have more information, they have much more data. And I understand it's difficult to publish. Anyone who's in this forum right now, at least the first time you went on live, and talked at all, how scary it was going on YouTube or whatever you did, Luis and DJ and Manny. I can see you're nervous, honestly. And I think it's the same for these congressmen, the people in our government who have that knowledge. They know that we have this other tapes, and they're scared to release it and to publish it. And I get it. I understand it. It's scary, and I think maybe we should come from a tone of more compassionate, where they're under a lot of stress. All these guys that are having to release this information, they possibly know. If this is true, which I think it is, then I think there's a lot of people that have in-depth information on this, and maybe it's been kept secret for many years.
Well,
but I say the people because we're here. We can handle it. Like, we can support. Like, you don't have to keep all that information bottled up. You release it and disclose it. And then I think we can help. There's a lot of smart people out there that are motivated and interested. So,
Chris, you're literally speaking our mission statement right here. Like, it is exactly, when we talk to congressmen, when we talk to senators, a lot of times we find that they didn't even read the briefing. just because they didn't have the time, not because they're not interested. And then when they did read the briefing, some of them think it's this is BS. There should be way more than this.
They're normal people.
They're normal. They're
more. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, we expect them to be these gods, and they're people. They're humans who answered a call to either do public service or answered the call to be a veteran and serve their country. So it's important. But speaking of, real quick, just because, hey, why not? Let's try. I'm going to go ahead and tweet out to Marco Rubio right now to see if we can get his butt in here. So if you guys want to help us retweet, I wrote, please consider joining us for the Big Phone Home 2 and a UAP discussion with American veterans. And I tagged all of you guys, and then I included the website and the link where he could follow. So this will be the second time we're reaching out to him. So again, if you guys out there want to retweet, if you want to quote the tweet, write your own thing, make it personal, but get his butt in here. Tell him we've got Cubans and Dolphin fans in here. And so that should be more than enough to lure Mr. Rubio into having a discussion with us. So I'm going to go ahead and send that tweet out right now. So please, guys, help us galvanize that tweet and see if we can get some attention. I mean, this has worked already with our Congressman Tim Burchett out of Tennessee. And of course, we had some help from Dan Warren to do that. So shout out to him again real quick for that. And there was Andy is saying that the videos have been released because of how ambiguous the clips are.
Exactly.
They are just boring enough to be released. If we saw a few more seconds of those 3 videos, we would see something pretty incredible. And I think
panic in the streets.
Panic in the streets, right? Like I agree, and this is kind of what we're asking for. Like, we, as the public, we understand, Chris, and I also think I'm trying to put my feet in the shoes of government. And let's say this is true. How do you release this? Like, how do you tell people about this paradigm shift without flipping the entire apple cart on its top side? It's scary, especially if you don't know what it is. Like, to go out there and put that information, and then you're going to start getting all these questions that you don't have answers to. I don't think the military is interested in doing that. But if they would just be more honest with the information that's already been made public, that will go a long way to not only confirming for everyone what's happening, but I think it will help quell conspiracy theory. It'll help quell false flag narratives. It'll help quell pseudoscience. Just a little bit more honesty. And I think also with that little bit of honesty, it'll win you a lot of brownie points with the American people, because there's an issue right now. We don't trust our government. And the thing that I've got from the first Big Phone Home, and I'm getting it again here from our veterans, do not trust our federal government. That's a problem. It's a problem. Jane, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to add on. I want you kind of ask a question like, how do these people who've served in the military and have this insight, how do we go forward with disclosure? People are afraid, right, of seeing a big detailed spaceship, right? But there also could be an anger, right, toward the secret holders, toward the gatekeepers. So how do we get to a place of forgiveness and understanding? Yeah. How do we make that happen?
I think it starts with compassion. I don't know. I was out with my buddy. He's like a guru meditator, and we were talking about this. But to help heal anything, like a little kid or something that's doing something wrong, that compassion is actually the way to do it. Is to understand where they're coming from and realize that they've been put in difficult situations potentially. Right. I mean, imagine if it was you. You find out that we have this information, and now it's on you to release it. But it's not that I don't trust the government. I just don't think there's much incentive for them to release. It's very scary releasing information out. I think it's no different for the humans that have to make that decision now. But I would say have the courage. It's okay. Like, we can handle it. It's a bipartisan issue. We all want to know. It's a very human issue. And the U.S. has a genuine opportunity here to really come clean. And I mean, imagine that if it's true, and and the U.S. proves that we had that there's extraterrestrials here, and we don't have anything to fear. They've always been here for many years. If that's the case, that would be amazing. And Marco Rubio would go down in history, and maybe it'll help our our country kind of heal, you know.
Well, I don't
What
know.
do you think
It's tough being not the lead, you know. The U.S. Everybody's looking to the U.S. man, and we're just put under all this pressure, you know, and we put it under ourselves, and it's okay, you know. We're doing a great job, and just relax, kind of get our stuff back together, focus on some things that we can, you know, the easy kills, right? We can focus on this.
Jazz, you were saying, sorry, 4 people, but I heard Jazz. What were you saying, sir?
Speaking as somebody who doesn't trust the government on a whole bunch of stuff, you know, contrary to Chris, I've never followed the panic in the streets thing. As far as government forgiveness, yeah, nobody wants to get caught looking like the person who, oh yeah, we were kind of yanking your chains, you know. But I think we have enough precedent. Our government came out, the military and the Pentagon came out in June and put out a thing that basically said, even though they don't say where they're coming from, oh, by the way, UFOs are real. Did the world break down? Everybody was basically, from what I could tell, was like, dude, did you see 2020? Do you see how 2021's going? What do you got? Aliens? Great, thanks. What's next? You know? And the same thing. It's like the government's been caught having done horrible things in the past.
Right.
Does everybody know about the Tuskegee syphilis experiments? Do you know about when they gave what do they call them? LSD and stuff to our
MK
own troops
Ultra.
without telling them, and whatever the hell they were doing out on the tip of Long Island for all those years, you know, all that stuff's come out. The world didn't end. The government didn't end. People are like, well, you shouldn't do that. And the government's always like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. You're right. On to the next thing we're going to lie to you about. No, the world's not going to end. You know, and the government's not going to fold up and go, oh, you caught us on the aliens. Sorry, we'll go now. You know,
and maybe they are communicating with us. Maybe they're showing us that we're not the only ones. You know, maybe this is on purpose. You know, they're kind of showing us, hey guys, like, get over yourselves. You know, like, we can do all this stuff. You can't do really anything. Maybe they are showing us how to progress. You know, if you look at the worldwide, if you listen to contactees, their main statement is to protect the planet, to take better care of the planet. You know, and that's been all around, all the languages, all the different societies, you know, all the sightings, there's very many similarities, and the main intent is to take care of the planet. You know, they also do some other weird, you know, probing, etc. But at the end of the day, it's to take care of the planet. You know, so
yeah. Well, I just wanted to address this one thing, because this is because we're speaking about sort of the experience part real quick. So I just wanted to touch on this. And it was a beautiful point that N.K. Cranda made the other day when she spoke to Lou Elizondo. And it was this idea of, we put a lot of our eggs in the basket of the credibility of our servicemen and women. Because Chris Lito's an F-16 fighter pilot, we automatically give him more room to tell us a crazy story because of his training, but that the eyeballs of a fisherman are just as valuable as the eyeballs of an F-16 fighter pilot. You know, so I just wanted to point that out, because I thought that was a beautiful point, and that's something that I needed to correct myself on when it came to how I think about eyewitness testimony. Just because you fly an F-16 fighter plane does not make you more credible than the guy who's working his ass off on a fishing boat, you know, 12 hours a day, looking at the ocean and seeing the skies all day. Like, that person's story is just as valuable as the F-16 fighter pilot. So I just wanted to touch on that and maybe get some of your opinions on that as well. Manny, we'll start with you, just because I haven't heard from you in a hot second, but what do you think?
Yeah. Again, I think I talked with you about that too. I think there was a time period where it was like, you know, people kind of run on trends and fads. So as soon as they got like Ryan Graves, Dietrich, and Fravor out, there was like a rush to try to get, you know, more pilot sightings and stuff. And I was trying to tell everyone, like, that's good, bring them in, but we got to remember, we got to hit every type of service member. You know what I'm saying? And I've kind of said many times on this podcast that the yellow brick road of all this disclosure stuff is always going to go to one place. That's heading right back to Intel. And so I've been trying to like push people, like, listen, I understand we want to like have all this civilian observation technology so we don't have to wait and we can get the videos ourselves. But if your hard-earned tax money is going to all sorts of observation platforms, we don't have to reveal the capabilities of that platform if we just put a video out. You know, unless your video comes out in 16K and people are like, how the fuck did you do that? Or some crazy, oh, you can smell this video. You know, if it doesn't have anything like that, if it's just a video, anything 4K or less, and there's no HUD, there's no There's no discernible, any sort of intel information on that platform. We're talking about cropping a video in 2021. We're saying we can't do that. If you're telling me the greatest intel organization and the greatest military that have observation capabilities that most people won't even believe exist 30 years when they find out what we have, can't look up and take a video, that to me is insane. And we have pilots saying we see them almost every time we go out to training. Every time we go out to the range, someone comes in and screws it up for us. Even if it's once a week. Okay, you're telling me nobody at any point went, let's observe that area, and then you go train, and then we'll see if we can capture the thing. Like, it's nonsense to believe that we don't already likely have everything we need to just go, it's real, and just dump it. So then the question is, who's holding it back? That's always been my question.
I think that's where we're going to get an answer from the IG. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. But I wanted to switch this over to Chris real quick, because this comment on the screen in sort of the statement I just made about fishermen and pilots. Lou Angeles, it's called trained observer. So yes, an aircraft pilot is much better witness. What do you say to that? Being an F-16 fighter pilot.
Of course, I completely agree. I mean, it's
right.
But I do agree, actually. I've tried to give some perspective on what our job entails, or many of any combat aviators, and a lot of it is, or most of it is, interpretation. Using the different frequencies, use different sensors. Your radar sees many miles, your FLIR sees about, 20 miles, maybe 10 miles. It's kind of like your eyeball. And then you have your in close kind of sensors and such. So in that case, you do get used to flying and IDing other air targets. Normal people just aren't used to it. The ranges are so far. When I asked Jazz, hey, how far away was that large triangle? I know he has pretty much no idea, because he doesn't know the shape of it. But you also get attuned. Like, I've taught fighters, other pilots, you have to know the ranges in close. So, I've actually used detail, because detail of a fighter, the color, I can tell color around 3,000 feet. I can discern, differences between the canopies, can see detail around a mile, so there's those ranges that you do get, that you practice it. Yeah, you practice sight pictures, because most of the time, if you're in a dogfight, essentially you don't have your sensors on them, so it's all based on your eyes, and a lot of times there's not time. So yes, you practice daily. It's part of the job. so I would say, yeah, definitely. Especially very advanced guy. Fravor had 3,000 or 4,000 hours. I don't know how many hours he had. He's a pilot's pilot. I wasn't really a pilot's pilot. Most of the guys there are to fly. And so they love it. They have tons of hours. They live for that. They know very well how to ID stuff, and really how to.
Jay, what do you think?
Oh, this is so insightful. Just that comment about color for me, like looking at videos. Look, some of my favorite testimonies have a lot of misspellings in them. So, anybody can see anything at any time. So yes, witness is a witness is a witness. But I mean, truly, some of my favorite sightings are the pilot sightings, because I know that witness understands how a craft operates and what's possible and what's not possible, and is gonna understand optical illusions and things. And so I mean, it's just, you just have to take every case one thing at a time. If it's an actual humanoid alien you're seeing in your home, that's probably I'm probably just as good as a witness as maybe you, Chris, but but yeah, no, this is a wonderful discussion. That's kind of what I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I think that's why we need more evidence as well from people at home, and I think we can get it just with that simple effect. If you can get two angles, and like, especially if the craft is just stable for like 5 minutes, now we can get a good idea. That's enough time for Jazz to like write his neighbor, and the dude to run out there and be like, I got it, I'm videoing too.
Right.
And that's really all we need to do statistical analysis on something. You need around 30. 30 is kind of your magical number. If you go above 30 instances, now we can physically prove with math using statistics like standard deviation that we can apply more scientific rigor the more data points you have. So that's the point, DJ. If you have more than 30 data points, now we can do actual statistical analysis. And so now I can say that hey, statistically, it's like literally impossible. You know, I could give a number to it, like the impossibility that 34 people from different viewpoints could see the same thing. Now we can prove with math, with 30 or more points, statistically, that would be very, very likely, yet unlikely.
I'm with you, brother.
It's like the three
one of the
rules
biggest
with
challenges that so-called debunkers bring in is they say, well, yes, you're a trained observer, but at the same time, you're still a human being. And we've got physicists, like we've talked to physicists who are on the Galileo project who are like, well, it's probably still an optical illusion, blah, blah, blah. Like, yes. I don't know how to crack this. I don't know how to convince a physicist that a trained fighter pilot is a trained observer and that we should be thinking about this, analytically. How do we get there?
So
Can
I chime in on this? So among, if we're first of all, we're talking about an aerial engagement when we talk about tic-tac. And if you just take the regular, first of all, Chris would be at a 100 and video game developer from England would be at about 5 and analyzing that event. But that aside, among aviators, so you have somebody like me who's flight engineer, I wasn't a pilot, you take a pilot. So that person's going to be ahead of your law enforcement officer. Then you have a strike pilot. That's going to be like your number one guy to be able to assess all the different aspects of what this craft is doing and why that is so incredibly amazing. And it looks impossible what I'm looking at right now. The more steeped you are in aviation and have been to flight school and have seen things in the air, the more you know all, and you're looking at all these different aspects, not pulling one string and going, oh, this angle, it can't be that. You're looking at the totality of all the anecdotal evidence that was presented, plus the video. And then that's what makes something extraordinary. And the single best person to do that, even though I wasn't a fighter guy, is a fighter pilot in that instance.
Right on. Yeah, and I agree that those are the best people to do it. But it is, if it is a real UFO, this is probably the first time you're seeing it, right? So I think that they're, it's,
oh my God,
a lot of room for misinterpretation and misidentification. I think still.
No,
Can
that's
we
a great
toss out
point.
one thing about trained observers for one
Go
second?
for it, Jazz. Yeah, last thoughts.
Because I agree with the whole concept of trained observer, but also, and Chris touched on this already, I think, but I do think it's an important point to make. If you're talking about, I used to be a big fan of trains when I was growing up as a kid. And everybody will say, hey, do you know what a train is? Everybody knows what a train is. If I see a particular old steam engine go by, how many of you could tell me which model of steam engine it was? Most people could go, oh, that's an old train, right? And I know that's a generic sounding thing, but everybody has their own area of expertise. A fisherman who's out there, and you were saying this earlier, they're going to know about the birds that you normally see when you're out fishing that come and try to steal your stuff.
Sea monster.
About the fish you pull, or a sea monster, whatever. You're going to know that thing. If we're talking about UAP, things flying around, particularly things flying into controlled airspaces where the military is acting, yeah, lots of people are good observers, but let's give a tip of the hat and say, hey, the fighter pilots, they probably have the background to be a little more of a trained observer, and they can give you more data than the fishermen. I agree with that part. I'm not saying everybody's input isn't valuable, but I am saying it is quantitative. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, guys, we've got some other people trying to get into the chat, so I have to say goodbye to some of you here real quick. Jazz, we're going to say goodbye to you real quick. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your love and support, and we'll talk to you soon, sir.
Anytime, my friend.
Thank you, guys. So let's see here. Hold on one second. Let me just get Jazz out of the studio so we can get our next guest in here. Okay. Manny Miranda, real quick, tell everyone where they can find the Fringe Center podcast and where they can find your work.
Yeah, you can find me on Fringe Center podcast on YouTube or anywhere where you guys have podcasts. You can find me on iTunes, Spotify, everything.
Right on. All right, Manny. I appreciate you being here, my friend. We'll talk soon.
No problem.
All righty. UFO Jane, thank you so much for stay around because Mike's gonna be leaving here in about a half hour, Mike?
Half hour, yeah.
Okay, cool. So stick around and we'll bring you back in for it because we got a 2-hour conversation with Danny Sheehan and some really wonderful guests coming up right now. So definitely come back as soon as Michael pops out. Cool.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right,
you
awesome.
all for your service and this incredible conversation. This is great.
Thank you. Good to
Nice
meet
to meet
you.
you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, DJ San Marco, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not Marcos. I always want to put the S on there. My brother, thank you so much, man, for helping us put this panel together. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if Chris Lito would have checked his messages. He's a tough guy to get in touch with, but he's popular. He gets a lot of messages, so I don't blame him. But I appreciate your help and all of your activism and everything you've done to make this a successful weekend. We really appreciate it.
I really mean this. It's an honor to ask to be on any podcast by anybody, and it really is an extreme honor to be asked to be on here. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, we'll be talking very soon. So don't worry about it.
Okay, DJ.
Thanks, DJ.
Pete.
Chris Lito, my man from Portugal. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to having you back on the show. We want to pick your brain even more. I think the bravery that you're displaying, because you haven't seen one of these things. You haven't experienced this firsthand, but you're looking at this video, and as a trained pilot, you're going, yeah, I don't know what this is. Like, you're just being honest with it. And I think that's all we want. We just want some honesty. So the people on this side of the fence could go, okay, like, I'm not totally crazy. I'm not seeing things. So I appreciate, honestly, all of your breakdowns, all of your rebuttals to Mick are invaluable to this community and everybody here. So please tell everyone where they can find Chris Lito on YouTube. I know your YouTube channel was started by a dare with your kids, and then boom, now all of a sudden he's like the go-to pilot when anytime some new stuff happens. So please tell everyone where they can find your YouTube channel and what you're doing.
Yeah, it's just Chris Lito is my name spelled awkwardly, right? The H it's Finnish, I guess. The H is for. That's so humbling, Luis. I went to your website. It's awesome. I used your little login, and I wrote Ted Cruz. I wrote it like this heartfelt thing, like, hey man, like, basically what I said on this podcast. But it's like honesty is like this big novelty now, which I think is not a good thing. I think. Honesty was always beaten into us in the military, and I do appreciate that. You do really learn to appreciate just being honest. Everyone has intents, everyone has negative thoughts or actions, even the U.S. government, right? But at the end of the day, we're all here. We're all in this together. Whether you're an American in America, or for this, a human on the planet, right? So it's very important. And thanks for what you're doing, Luis. And I'd be happy to come on and anytime.
Man, you're a gem. You're a gem of a man, and we can't wait to see you again, my friend.
Awesome, man. No, I'm in it for sure. And hearing all those comments, it's so motivating.
We'll keep them coming, guys. Go to his channel, subscribe, like, share, and make sure you show him the love, because he appreciates it. And we need more people like this in the community, just level-headed thinkers that just provide a little bit of rationality and fun to the discussion.
Well, you mentioned the credibility, but it shouldn't be the person that you're judging. It should be the words. And a lot of times we do that. Even it's hard in the polarized world. Yeah. Even if you disagree with the person in general, listen to the words or try to. And I think that's why we got to move forward, man. It's we need to kind of heal the country, and this could be at least one avenue. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate it, sir, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Chris. Ciao. All right, guys. That hour and a half flew. Absolutely flew. No pun intended. DJ San Marco with a $15 donation. I pay 400 Norwegian kroner to have Luis's hair. Hey, man, I appreciate that. That's a very nice comment. All right, so let's get into this panel, because holy cow.
Yeah.
Michael, you want to introduce him?
Man. Absolutely. I'm so excited. This gentleman is absolutely amazing. Andy McGrillen is the host and creator of the most popular podcast on the planet called That UFO Podcast, a proud father and a diehard Rangers fan and a friend of the show, Andy McGrillen.
Hi, guys. You all okay?
Oh, we're doing wonderful, man. Now that I get to see that face that I haven't seen in so long. How are you doing?
I'm good. If anyone's wondering, I've got Ryan Sprague's t-shirt on, and they're looking at me thinking Ryan Sprague's let himself go and got a bit fat.
Cherub's grown up.
The cherub has gotten a lot bigger.
Yeah, the cherub has got very cheruby. Yeah.
Speaking of your homeboy, look at this, man. I got my book from Graham. Guys, go check out this book. Forward written by Sean Cahill. UFOs before Roswell, European Foo Fighters from 1940 and 1945. I was shocked at how quickly I got it and how just wonderful it feels in my hands. But thanks for being here, Andy. I cannot wait to get this conversation going. So let's bring in our next guest.
Absolutely. So this gentleman is a constitutional and public interest lawyer, public speaker, political activist, and educator. With over 45 years, he has participated in numerous legal cases, including the Pentagon Papers, the Watergate break-in case, the Silkwood case, and the Greensboro Massacre case. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Sheehan.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Louis.
Hey, Danny, thank you so much for being here and taking the time. I know that you're like between states right now. You're helping people. I think it was in Oklahoma, right, with a pipeline issue?
Yeah, actually Minnesota. Up in northern Minnesota, the Line 3 for Enbridge. And then I'm on with Luis Elizondo this morning. He's on his way to Italy to do some stuff. And then I've got a major 9/11 presentation I need to make in Washington, D.C. coming up this next week. And here we are today. Well, I'm in the midst of trying to figure out what the top 10 Senate districts are of the 40 Senate districts in California, where we're going to be sending in organizers to support the passage of the Green New Deal in California. So it's a busy time for all of us.
Yes, indeed it is, sir. And we appreciate your time. It's invaluable. And so let's bring in our next guest and get this combo going.
This dude is absolutely amazing. You may know him from the Progressive Soapbox. Jamarl Thomas is a political analyst and host of Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik in Washington, D.C., 105.5 FM, and the YouTube channel by the same name. Ladies and gentlemen, the filibuster in chief, Jamarl Thomas.
What's going on, guys? Thank you for the invite.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, I said Danny Sheehan's going to be here. We have to bring in Jamarl Thomas because I know Jamarl is a huge fan of Danny's work. He's a political pundit, so he really knows a lot of the ins and outs of sort of the Danny's cases and beyond the UAP issue. So I know you had a deep respect for this man, so I wanted to get the both of you guys specifically together and have a cool conversation. But we've got one more guest.
Two more guests. This is an extraordinary panel. This is something for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is a mechanical engineer and has worked as an electronic and RF technician on the USS Princeton on the week of the 14th of November, 2004. He was also an eyewitness of the USS Nimitz Tic Tac events. He's also a leader in UAPX. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Gary Voorhees.
Unmute myself. I ain't got kids in the background this time. So,
well, welcome, Gary. Appreciate you being here.
Great to be here.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people on the planet, John Greenwald is the creator of theblackvault.com. John has filed over 10,000 FOIA requests with over 2 million pages online for review on the UAP phenomena and related subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, John Greenwald.
Hey, guys. Great to be here. Thank you so much for the invite.
Amazing to have you. Luis, how do we even kick off this panel?
I know. This is this is why I put this panel for 2 hours, because first of all, I know Jamarl needs as much landing room as possible when he starts talking, and it's the same thing with Danny. Danny loves going on some long discussions, but hey, man, that's why we love it, because we enjoy these conversations. So I wanted to start here. Danny, you're the senior in the room. You're the guy. You're the civil rights legend. I was just curious before we get kicked off on the UAP part of this. Obviously you love what you do, because if you don't, you probably would have quit, at least gone on retirement some time ago, and be soaking those rays up with those beautiful curls. But what has been your favorite case ever in your career to work on, to really that you got a kick, like you were genuinely like, this case is awesome, I just can't wait to dig into this and really really just kick some ass on this case? So any thoughts on all of the things that you've worked on? What would be your number one, your favorite?
Well, the number one favorite is the one that's going to be coming up in the future here about the UFO issue.
Okay, yes.
I've been kind of lurking in the background here for decades, assuming that it's going to happen, that there's going to be some kind of a major litigation that's going to take place where the state or the federal government has gotten itself into a situation where they've been taking some sort of action which is fundamentally unconstitutional, and we have a legitimate plaintiff or plaintiffs who have a right to complain about this. and we get in front of a federal court, and we actually get a jury in the box so that we can get them to make the decisions on behalf of the American people about what we really believe, as a matter of fact, is going on here. So prior to this time, almost all the cases have involved some fairly major issues, but the Iran-Contra case was one of the biggest because we caught this entire criminal operation going on off the shelf of covert operations, which entailed smuggling massive amounts of cocaine into the United States, shipping weapons out to massive death squads that were killing innocent women and children all through Central America. And it went right up into the White House, into the National Security Council. And it wasn't just Oliver North that was doing this. It was the Attorney General, Ed Meese. It was the Vice President, George Bush. It was his National Security Advisor, Donald P. Gregg. It went all the way up to the president himself, Ronald Reagan, that knew perfectly well what was going on. And it was a total violation of a direct mandate by Congress. It was the biggest constitutional confrontation. Justice Brennan referred to it in a speech over at the Georgetown University Law School, saying this was the most important constitutional crisis since the American Civil War. The executive branch was actually insisting that it had a right to undertake military action, covert action, assassinations, and directly contrary to the mandates of the Congress of the United States, as long as they could get their funding from someplace other than Congress. That all Congress had the right to do was to control the purse strings, and they could deny funding for these kind of covert operations. But if the CIA and the executive branch could get funding from, say, the Prince of Brunei, then they could go forward and carry out any kind of foreign policy they wanted to do. Now, that was just absolutely stunning and shocking from a constitutional point of view. And plus, it had all the other drama in it of political assassinations and high-level Washington, D.C. covert operations, with Oliver North and in the Fawn Hall, shredding documents like mad while the court was trying to get them subpoenaed to come in to testify. It had all those kind of things going on in it. But this issue of the UFOs, since it involves the potential of an entirely extraterrestrial civilization, that is this overarching reality that basically dwarfs all these other kind of more minuscule arguments that are going on back and forth between factions inside our human community. We need to really get straight about what's really going on, what the larger cosmic context is in which we're functioning. And of course, now we have this this whole problem of massive climate change. I mean, as we sit here right now, they got massive storms blowing in on the Gulf Coast, flooding out the entire cities, flooding out New York City and New Jersey and Pennsylvania. We got fires burning down all of Northern California going on here. And still we've got the petroleum corporations, still demanding that they be given, the right to go fracking and going after more oil and natural gas and destroying people's water. I mean, and our human family is kind of immobilized in the face of their demands. And we haven't yet been able to mobilize and get ourselves organized to defy this 1/10 of 1% of the population of our planet, 1/100th of 1%. Who are basically killing our planet, and we need to organize and mobilize and educate our people and figure out what to do about this. And so that the lawyers do a lot more than just plain litigation and doing trials. There's other kind of capabilities that we have of being able to help educate people, to work with legislatures, to draft legislation. And that's what we're in the process of doing now, is drafting the California Green New Deal so that we can demonstrate on the state level that we can actually get to zero carbon emissions by 2030 and have it be a stimulus to the entire economy, which generate millions of jobs and get everything done. And it's not the big catastrophe that the petroleum corporations pretend it's going to be. So that's the big one that's in process right now in trying to integrate the information about the UFO phenomenon, the extraterrestrial contacts that people are having, in which a substantial number of the people are being told by the extraterrestrial beings that you've got to stop poisoning and polluting your planet. you are destroying the whole life generating capacity of your planet. And this is a very important planet in our galaxy because it's one of the few planets that generates life, that actually gestates life. And this is a great resource for the entire galaxy, where we're coming to get DNA and flora and fauna to help seed life elsewhere in the universe. And you people are messing it up. So this is an extraordinary issue that relates the UFO stuff to the global climate change, to the threat of nuclear war on our planet. This is a whole range of extraordinarily important issues. But until we drag them into the state legislature and have a specific bill in front of them that we can show will work, and a specific potential litigation in the federal judicial system to show that this thing can work, and a confrontation going on inside the executive branch, where Lou Elizondo has now filed a complaint with the Inspector General for the Defense Department saying, look at what's going on here. The Defense Department has this protocol where they're just lying to the people in the country. They're blocking top-level military officials from even knowing about this issue. They won't even advise the president about this. This is a major constitutional crisis that's going on here. And it has clear ramifications of global climate change, that not only the threat of nuclear war, but the threat that is posed by 115 private nuclear power plants built right on the seacoasts of our whole planet. So that we have a threat of over 100 Fukushimas threatening to poison with radioactivity the ocean waters. So this is a very huge issue that's looming right now, and we have to figure out how to combat this, not only in the judicial branch and court, but in the legislatures and in confrontations inside the executive branch. This is a big case. It would be the biggest case that I have ever done.
So real quick, I'm going to open this up to Jamar in a second, but Zero Cool just asked, is Lou going to send that tweet to Rubio? I did. It's pinned on my Twitter account, so go check it out. We're trying to get Marco Rubio in here for at least 10 minutes or whatever we can. So check out the Twitter at Lou Angeles, and you'll find my tweet there pinned. But Jamar, I want to bring you in because you are a political expert, and you have a really great, all right, I don't want to say expert, but you've got a great historical context in that brain of yours, and that's why I love you. But let's get your thoughts on sort of how Danny opened up the conversation.
I mean, I think Danny's right, especially with the Green New Deal thing and climate change issue. Look, we've had fires, floods, hurricanes, and that stuff is only going to get worse. And, there's the other point about experiences in the way that they continuously bring up. Hey guys, you're killing your planet. You're killing your planet. You're killing your planet. This kind of repetitive thing that happens over and over again. I don't know if that works in one state though. I mean, the California states have a tendency to be, they're dependent upon currency from the federal government, so they can't, they have to balance their budgets. Outside of that, I don't necessarily see it as a bad idea. I mean, this is kind of goes to the idea of California where they try to do Medicare for all, but again, balanced budget thing creates somewhat of a problem for it. But all things being equal, I love the idea, and it's definitely something that should be pursued. I'm definitely not against it. And again, Danny, it is great meeting you, man. I've watched you for years at this point, so I'm honored to just be here.
It's an honor to get to meet you.
So John Greenwald, and by the way, guys, I see the super chats in the comments below. We're going to try and get to all of them, and fit the questions in the flow of the conversation. So if we don't get to it right away, I know that Rather's writing them down. We're going to try and fit them in at least the last 15 to 20 minutes. But John Greenwald, the FOIA king, the man who has really done a lot of work in getting information pried from government files. Any thoughts on sort of how Danny opened the conversation and this idea that this extraterrestrial discussion is one of the most important things he's worked on?
Yeah, my overall reaction to what Danny says is it brings up a thought that I think should be reinforced, and that is that the U.S. government very, very, very often has a public stance on an issue, whether it be UFOs or UAPs or whether it be something else, and they make certain claims, but behind the scenes evidence is totally different and totally contradictory. And I think that Danny, more than all of us, knows, once you start digging into these stories, the evidence absolutely contradicts the public claim. And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, I think the general public may assume that they're hiding it, but I think what's not assumed is that there's hardcore verifiable evidence that proves that they are 100% contradicting that public stance. So they say one thing at a press podium, but the documentation and evidence says something else entirely. And I think that that's something that really resonates with Danny's work. I hope my own, where, if you challenge that company line and you challenge that claim, the evidence is there to support that they're probably lying to you. And that's obviously what I go for. And with the UFO and UAP issue, that has been proven time and time and time again for decades upon decades. Now we see this very interesting shift, in the shift in the sense that now they're like talking about it. But one thing hasn't changed. They're still sticking their foot in their mouth every time they talk about it. And
Right.
and again, not to beat the dead horse, but you see and hear something that they want you to believe. But when you look at the evidence, it contradicts it entirely.
Well, can you give us a good example of that when it comes to this UAP issue, where the paper trail doesn't match the story that's been given?
Yeah, I think a more recent one. Well, let me preface it by saying this: before ATIP surfaced, one of the most easily proven was the interest in UFOs altogether. Now, some of the newcomers, I don't believe anybody on this panel, but in the last 2 years or so, if you're coming aboard, you may not be aware that for decades the U.S. government denied any interest in UFOs. So this was before the realization of the ATIP story, the New York Times story, the DoD was secretly looking into it. All of those claims, it was prior to that. And I would say that more than anything was the biggest indicator that they were lying about it. And I'll quickly summarize the story, but there was an Air Force manual, kind of like the peak of my effort that went for years and years to show through every corner of the government that they were lying about their interest. They were lying about investigating UFOs, and they were lying about not having any kind of set protocol. I had discovered a United States Air Force manual. For those taking notes, it was Air Force Instruction 10-206, one of my favorite stories that I've ever encountered. And in short, this was not anything from Project Blue Book, but rather this was in the 2000s, prior to ATIP, but into the 2000s. And it, black and white, talked about how Air Force pilots should research and investigate UFOs. And I had worked it into a History Channel show that I had produced and directed, and a couple other programs, but it really didn't get mainstream attention. When it did, Lee Spiegel, who was the investigative journalist who was writing a story on it, said, "Hey, John, give me 5 documents about UFOs that you really like." Well, this was one of them. He was intrigued by it, called the Pentagon. And again, I'm quickly summarizing the story, but he couldn't get the Pentagon to return his call. But Air Force Instruction 10-206, Chapter 5, which was all about UFOs, how to report them and where to, was completely rewritten within 48 hours after Lee Spiegel's original phone call. Chapter 5 disappeared and was then rewritten to deal with something completely unrelated with UFOs. Lee got his call back, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it was just an oversight on our part, and the change of Chapter 5 was actually just a coincidence. But we don't look at UFOs." And for me, that was the most ludicrous action that they could take and try and pass off. That the one military agency who said, "We don't have anything to do with UFOs. We did it from 1947 to 1969. We're done. Don't bother us with it." And yet in the 2000s, they had this actively updated manual that never took UFOs out. And what I did after all of that saga was I tracked down every single change that they incorporated into 10-206 before they removed UFOs, and showed a active paper trail that they were updating that publication. It was not an oversight. It was until myself and then later a mainstream media outlet wanted to spotlight it, and they went, "Uh-oh, let's cover it up." It was so blatant that it really showed me the lengths that they will do to try and cover it up. And one last quick point, the material that was created under Air Force Instruction 10-206 on UFOs was sent to NORAD. And when I tried to get information from NORAD on these what are called service reports. They denied having them. They're not subject to the Freedom of Information Act because they're under Canadian control as well. But they denied having anything. And they said in good faith, we searched, but I'm sorry, we found nothing. So even though we're not subject to FOIA, we tried to help you out through this NORAD instruction that they have internally to, in essence, echo the Freedom of Information Act. A year later, I got a stack of documents from the Canadian government that proved NORAD lied through their teeth. So you look at all of that information and you realize that the evidence completely contradicts what they want you to believe.
Right. So speaking of evidence, Gary Voorhees is also a veteran. So again, just going along with our veteran theme of the day, appreciate you being here. Thank you for your service. This idea of, I know there are conversations within your organization. I know because I've talked to McGowan specifically. He's like, he does not want to get information from government. He does not want to rely on this, partly because he doesn't trust them, I don't think. And then another part is just like, we could be looking at U.S. tech and the sky is not classified. Anybody's allowed to look at the sky. And I think that's kind of where you guys are picking up the torch with UAPX, is you're taking your own instruments and pointing them at the sky. So how do you feel about, this idea of should we, obviously, I think, for me, we should be lobbying the government for more data on stuff that we already have that's been made public. And we should also be, taking our own instruments and forging our own data through those instruments. So what's your take on it?
Well, I'm really happy that Danny brings up a lot of these topics because, he brings out the seriousness of the topic and the fact that we've over and over again just gotten blatant lies from the government. Do I think the government has our general best interest in hand based off of who's in office and what they think our best interest is? But they don't. Once you get past the public offices and you get into the ranks and file of the government, it's just one layer of bureaucracy over the next. And, somebody doesn't want to deal with something. You literally just run into just a clerk that just doesn't want to deal with it or doesn't even believe in it. So, well, screw that. We're not going to bother with that. And then you also have just the straight deception. So you don't know what you're ever going to get with the government. And so that's a lot of the reason why we did start our company, and we don't really particularly trust anything. But I also personally think it's very important for us to keep lobbying the government, keep at it, keep pressuring them, keep trying to open up channels, keep trying to, fix what's wrong. Because if we don't, then it'll just continuously just be garbage. Right. So, I think people like John and Danny and, everybody else that, checks and balances them, really, really gets into their craw and makes them change a document because, hey, you lied. Hey, it's right here.
Right. No,
I love that.
Yeah. I tell you, I love when Lou Elizondo was telling John Greenwald, you really annoy a lot of people within the system because of just how tenacious you are. But let's bring in Andy here real quick because he's always got the best questions. So Andy, I'm going to sort of open the floor and let you begin any questions that you have for anyone on the panel or any thoughts so far on what was said.
I just feel sorry for UFO Joe Murgia having to transcribe Danny's opening statement. That's a job in itself.
Sorry, Joe.
A monster in the courts. Do you know what? It's really interesting points made by all. Danny really interestingly talks about ETs and their messages and environmental messages, and that's something I've heard since kind of time immemorial. But I asked Lou Elizondo last week, like, are we assuming these objects are one and the same? Are Tic Tacs the same as beings from other galaxies when a lot of the theories seem to suggest that potentially these Tic Tacs aren't from much further away than under the coast of California potentially or off other coasts around the world? Like, so for me, do these beings know about each other and are we looking for different things? And that's what John's done a lot of great work on FOIA requests. But if you've got entities coming from, and I'm going to say it with a shudder, Zeta Reticuli or the Palladians or whatever they want to call them, but then you've got interdimensionals or you've got beings based here, Or what if some of these aren't even beings? What if they're empty artificial intelligence that's been left here for thousands of years? Do these things all know about each other? Are they the same entities that are interacting with the US Navy and the US Air Force? So, and like you said, Lou, yourself there about instruments pointing at the air, I'm more interested in now, I think, in the instruments pointing a little bit higher, like the ones that are maybe pointing into orbit and a little bit further.
Yeah.
And how far they're actually tracking these objects, not once they arrive, but I mean, once they're here, do they track them for a length of time that we find out where they go back to? And that's where obviously guys like UAPX, I'm hoping, are going to come up with some findings down the line, hopefully sooner than later for Gary and all his crew that are doing the hard work there. But I just think it's a big conversation, and that's why guys like John have a hard time finding the information, because talking about the government, what is the government? Because I think I heard on the first panel on day one that had Jay and a few other guys on it, Sean Rash, that a lot of them are quite critical of the government being involved, but we want congressmen to come on and talk, which I agree would be the right thing. You would want a Rubio or anyone who's involved in a subject to come on at any level. It's like Gary says, once you start peeling back the layers of government and you get to those small rooms deep in the Pentagon or deep wherever they're hidden away, I don't want to see inside any mountains given recent revelations, but that's when things get a little bit more complicated. But it's interesting, but I just think the subject's a lot broader now than we've got ETs coming from somewhere looking after the planet.
What do you say to that, Danny?
Well, I agree. What we have to do is each one of us who finds ourselves in different places in the culture need to do everything that each of us can do to try to both get information that's already been compiled by the government released. We need to gather information ourselves, de novo information. We need to go interview the people that have additional information. Like, for example, Don Schmidt, who has gone for years and interviewed all the different people that were involved in Roswell, to track them down and talk to them before they die, and get them on record. And then you pick off individual senators like Rubio, or Harry Reid. You sort of get a hold of them and try to get them to do everything that they can do. And what we discover is that every, as I've said before, is like every great game is won in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. Right. And so what we have to do is put on the 2-minute drill here. We've got them to other sports now that we've got them cornered now. They're in the corner and we're putting the leather to them. And you got to stay right on them. Unless the courts step in like the referee and call you off. We've got to keep right after them from the executive branch, the judicial branch, the legislature. We've got to keep going after them. And the fact of the matter is that if you get people who have not become totally institutionalized to the point where all they care about is defending the institution that they are employed by, that you can find people who realize that this particular issue is so important to the entire human family. And when you can make a practical connection to saying that, look, whoever it is that are concealing this information about the captured vehicles, the technology that's been recovered, the back engineering that's been accomplished, whatever it is, if they're holding technology away from us that could stop these massive tornadoes and these massive floods and massive fires that are burning down our planet and threatening to destroy our entire climate, if they're holding away this technology from us and they're part of our culture and our human culture, we have to figure out who these people are and figure out how to get at them, from not only through the courts and the law enforcement, but, through the media and through every other means that we can do to try to expose them and extract the information from them, that they're withholding for the benefit of those who own the stocks in the oil corporations. It's as simple as that. It's very mundane what's going on here, but we have to get at them.
Real quick, a $9.99 donation from Carl Bob. He's got a question for you, Danny, and it's: has Mr. Sheehan personally seen enough evidence, testimony to be convinced the UAP issue is extraterrestrial? Can he say anything about the most convincing evidence? Thanks, amazing show. Thank you, Carl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are two specific things that have convinced me the most. One of them was back in 1977 when I was asked by the Congressional Research Service, Science and Technology Division, to be special counsel to their investigation of the UFO and ET phenomenon at the request of President Carter after he was elected. That he was denied access to this information by George H.W. Bush, who was at that time the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And President Carter commissioned a major secret study to be done by the Congressional Research Service, the Science and Technology Division. I was contacted by Marcia Smith, who was the director of that project, and asked initially if I could get at the information that was in the Vatican archives, because I was legal counsel to the Jesuit National Headquarters in their Office of Social Ministry, their public policy office. When we were unable to get that information, I was later asked by Marcia to go and deliver a closed-door 3-hour presentation to the top 50 scientists of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the SETI program, on the theological implications of contact with an extraterrestrial civilization because of my position at the Jesuit headquarters. In that context, I asked Marcia Smith if we could get at the classified portions of Project Blue Book, so I could use that to prepare this presentation that I was asked to make to the top scientists in SETI. And it was in that context that I actually physically got access to the classified portions of Project Blue Book. And I saw photographs, not just photographs in the sky of some bright light jiggling around, or not even some kind of a craft that looks like you could kind of doctor it in the sky, but this was a crashed UFO saucer. There wasn't any doubt about it. That it had the photographs of it. I saw several photographs of it that had plowed through this field that was covered with snow, was stuck in the side of an embankment, and it was actually being photographed by U.S. Air Force personnel, and with cameras and stuff all around it in the photographs. And I was actually able to trace the markings on the side, on the dome part of the saucer, that were nothing. They were not any kind of planetary language at all. They were a set of symbols that were on the side of the dome of this craft. And so I saw that, and so I knew perfectly well that was true. And I brought it back to Jesuit headquarters, and I showed it to Father William J. Davis, who was my Jesuit superior at the headquarters of the Jesuit order. And he reached down and slid open a drawer in his desk and took out a little manila folder and handed it to me, and I unlatched it and I pulled it out, and it was a little 8.5 by 11 black and white glossy photograph of a UFO, perfectly clear that it was a UFO. And I said, where did you get this? And he said, well, my sister Dodie gave it to me. And I said, well, where did Dodie get it? She said her husband Michael gave it to her. He was the air traffic controller up in Seattle, Washington, and his best friend, who was a commercial pilot, took this photograph out of the cockpit window of a UFO that was tracking his plane, and the pilot didn't want to get in any trouble about this by reporting it officially. So he said, "Look, I'm going to bring it to my best friend Mike, who is the air traffic controller here in Seattle." He gave him the copy of the photo, and Michael didn't want to get in trouble by reporting it, so he took it and gave it to Dodie, his wife, and he said, "Here, Dodie, take this and give it to your brother. He's a priest." Right. So Billy had kept this in his desk, and when I showed him what I had found in the Project Blue Book, he showed me that photo. So that was one of the two instances in which I was convinced that this was real. The second one was at Roswell, that I had must have been 1995, 96, something like that. I was in the process of representing Dr. John Mack at Harvard University, who was in this well-known confrontation with the Harvard faculty over the fact that he had published this book called Abductions, Human Contact with Aliens, etc. And in that context, I was invited to go to the International UFO Congress out in Laughlin, Nevada, to do a presentation to give them an update on how we were doing in the litigation. And so a guy came up out of the audience and said to me, "Mr. Sheehan, I need to meet with you about something really important." And so I did. I met with him with another fellow, and I sat down with him. And he said, "Look, I think I have found the photographer who took that famous photograph of General Ramey kneeling down in front of the balloon wreckage, the weather balloon wreckage. He said, and I had noticed in that photograph, I kept saying, look at, what is that Ramey has in his hand? He's got some kind of a telegram or something in his hand. And I had thought about that many times. And when the guy said, look, I think I found the photographer, I said, look at, if you can do that, find out if that's the photographer and see if there's any chance that he still has the original negatives of the photographs that he took that night on July 9th, the late night of the July 8th and the early morning of July 9th in 1947. If he still has them, I know some people, we can get some financing and we can digitize those negatives and get them blown up, and we can see if we can read that telegram that Ramey has in his hand. And then it turns out that he tracked the guy down, and it was the photographer. He did have the negatives. We got the negatives digitized and blown up, and you could read the telegram. And we actually subjected it to computer analysis. So where some of the places where there were creases in the telegram that you couldn't quite tell what the letter was in the word, that we subjected it to a computer that could tell whether it was a consonant or a vowel or whatever it was. And we reconstructed that. And it said, take the disc to right field and bring the bodies of the crash victims. And it said that in the telegram that Ramey had in his hand, not thinking that in 1,000 years that anybody would ever be able to read it. And the dumb guy brought it with him and got the photograph taken of him standing there holding it in his hand. So I said, look, here are the two things. These are the two most convincing pieces of evidence. I can tell you this. If I put that evidence in front of an American jury, the jury would conclude beyond any reasonable doubt that the UFOs were real, and that those bodies that were recovered there in Roswell were from an extraterrestrial civilization. So those are the two pieces of evidence that I thought personally were the most convincing for me.
Okay, so real quick, Andy wanted to ask a follow-up question on something you said, and then we've got a $5 donation that has a question for John, and I also wanted to get John's thoughts on what on what Danny just said. So go for it, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. So Danny, on your first response, if the US government did come out and admit, okay, we've got the technology, there's a massive assumption by everyone that that's going to make things better. Never mind the questions of how long it would take to reproduce, what, medicines it might provide quickly, how quickly we're going to be using this technology, anti-grav, to travel about. It could be years, decades, or never at all. We could have one or two of these things. And I just want you to know, if the government did come out and go, yep, we've got the tech, what if other governments do or do not have the tech? And is a little knowledge a dangerous thing? Because again, we're assuming they completely know what they've got and how to use it in a positive way.
That's a great question.
Well, the reality is, Andy, is that if they recovered this technology 75 years ago in Roswell, and they've been applying all of the scientific expertise that they could possibly muster to try to figure out what this technology was, it was perfectly clear that they were focused primarily on trying to figure out how they could use it as a weapon. They were trying to figure out a propulsion system so they could have something, that could fly like that and could maneuver like that, so that they could have air superiority over their other nation states, to be able to project U.S. military power into the rest of the world to establish full spectrum dominance, which is their objective. But the fact of the matter is that there was this other aspect of the technology. This was an energy source that could actually generate propulsion power. In addition to being a propulsion power for vehicles, it could generate energy, potentially electrical energy. And this is the discussion I've had with a number of people, is that technology that propels the UFOs does this extraordinarily interesting stuff of apparently setting up some kind of an electromagnetic field all around the craft that enables it to defy the normal rules of physics. This is something that, if explored with adequate scientific technology, we should be able to figure out how to transform that into some form of generating electrical energy, which is the basic challenge of the petroleum industry, is that we could use it to not only light our houses and offices and buildings, but we could also use it to fuel our cars and engines and airplanes and things, which together, make up over 75% of all of the contamination of the planet through the emission of carbon. So I think that over a period of 75 years, we have clearly been capable of developing this kind of a technology, and it's clear that they're withholding it. They're consciously withholding it. from being available for our people because of the value of the stocks in the petroleum industry. And the linkage that when you investigate this historically, these people who are involved in keeping secret this type of technology are directly involved with the major financial institutions, the banking institutions, the major corporations. They have these interlocking directorates that we've been able to track down through history. They used to reside at a place called Brown Brothers Harriman, which was a big private investment firm that had like 24 of the major, most wealthy and powerful families in the country were all investors in common at that place. They had a particular law firm, Sullivan and Cromwell, who actually was their legal counsel for that particular place. The CEO for that particular private investment group was George Herbert Walker, who was the grandfather of George Herbert Walker Bush. The legal counsel for that particular Brown Brothers Harriman was Allen Dulles, who ended up being made the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. You know, that you can track these things. If you do professional investigation and do your analysis of this, you can find that this group that is withholding the technology that has been back engineered and discovered with the UFO craft that have been recovered, these people are directly linked to the people that own the major oil corporations, and they want to keep generating as much profit as they can on that source of energy before they shift over to a new source. That's why I believe that's the case.
Real quick, whoever's phone's going off, if you could silence it, that would be great. No worries either way. I know people are busy. But real quick, John, let's bring you in because I wanted to hear sort of your rebuttal to the two pieces of evidence that Danny found with the most convincing, and then we've also got a quick question here for you. Well, you're muted, John, so we definitely know it's not your dings.
Yeah, sorry. That was me.
No worries.
I was trying to make sure. I laughed at rebuttal, that you automatically assumed that I would rebut.
I figured you would. Well, I don't know. Just a guess.
So you're gonna. So there's a lot to unpack there. I'm going to start with the latter piece of evidence first, and I'm going to have to ask for a respectful reminder on the first part. The letter, walking into a courtroom with a artificial intelligence, I would say filling in the gaps, to just kind of quickly summarize it. Danny, I've known you a long time, so I mean no disrespect, and to say that I would respectfully disagree with an attorney when I'm not an attorney makes me a little uncomfortable. But I think I would respectfully disagree in the sense that if you showed a jury that you had to get a computer to fill in the blanks, they would say you'd have to do better. And I think that we would need to really dissect the claims of, what it was about Roswell. But sadly, I think there are so many holes in the Roswell story at this point. We've lost all the witnesses, so now we're going on messy second, third, and even fourth-hand information of he said, she said. That's challenging in a courtroom, and I often liken this debate away from Roswell, but UFOs and UAPs as a whole, as stepping into a courtroom and proving your case. And I've had to do that in FOIA appeals now hundreds and hundreds of times. I've done 10,000 plus FOIAs in 25 years. Appeals, I have no idea, to be honest with you, how many I've done. It's definitely not thousands, though, just simply because it took me years to realize that the appeal process actually does work, and I always recommend people to do it. So I've appealed a lot more. But when you get to the appeal process, then you get into essentially making your case. When you file a FOIA, it could be a little bit more of a fishing expedition. When you do an appeal process, you got to sit down and lay out the evidence of why you're challenging a final determination. And so the very wee little experience I've had with that aspect of it, that's just where I would respectfully disagree about that latter piece of the evidence. Happy to address the first part, but I'll be honest with you, I'm just drawing a blank on what the first...
No, that's okay. Don't sweat it. But because you're talking about the appeals process, so let's ask this question here. Sure. And it says, John talks about appeals to FOIA being litigated. If things are being classified for political convenience, can we, the people, pursue that legally?
Yeah. So the quick answer is yes, you can, but you need to prove it. So FOIA and the process to litigation is 3 steps. You have the FOIA request first, you have the appeal process second, and litigation third. So if your FOIA request comes up empty or you don't like the decision or whatever, you need to make a case in an appeal. If in an appeal you lose again, so the appellate authority, every agency is different. Sometimes how do I put this? The other team is their also their own referee. So sometimes you deal with the same team. And so that makes it really difficult that you're trying to convince the same person that just told you no why the answer should be yes. So sometimes that doesn't always work. But those are some exceptions to the rule. Those are smaller agencies. The bigger ones have appellate authorities. And so now you're not dealing with the FOIA officers anymore. You're literally dealing with attorneys that work within these agencies that deal with the appeal process. Once you are denied that step, then yes, you can litigate. Here's the problem, though. Number one, it ain't cheap, which I'm sure Danny would back up. I know that Danny has done stuff over the years pro bono. He's an incredibly intelligent guy and has done a lot of different cases on various levels. But for someone like me, who I'm not an attorney, you just essentially need to fund that part of it. Sometimes it's not expensive, but it racks up when you're doing hundreds of cases that you feel you want to fight in the courts. But you also have to prove it. So now you have to challenge the FOIA officer, the appellate authority, and then state your case. And if you get into that litigation, you got your work cut out for you. Does it work and happen? Yes, but there's a very short list of more organizations than people that will take on the U.S. government and win. So long-winded way of saying, absolutely, you can fight it. The system is there, but you need to have the adequate evidence to walk into a judge or show the evidence in writing that what you are saying trumps the United States government and all of those that played a role in your case. And it becomes very, very challenging when you start digging in, especially with the UFO topic, on how the government deals with that and how they will treat you going after UFO information. And it is a challenge.
But isn't the government obviously not credible and wouldn't we be able to prove in a court of law that the government lied about what happened at Roswell?
Sure. So
Project Sign, Project Grudge, that.
You bring in a great point. Can you catch them in lies? Absolutely. Does that translate to their lying all the time? No. So you still have to go in and state your case. In the same respect, just to politely
I guess
throw
to
this,
say all the dozens of witness testimony, right, that backed up the memo, would that give you a case? Hey, government, we know that they lied. That's on record. Witness testimony says this, memo says this. Is it a contextual? I guess that's a question for you and Danny, to follow up.
Yeah, in short, and this would absolutely be better served to Danny, but in short, we the people have argued the Roswell case and lost. Not that it appeared in a court, but what I mean by that is the U.S. government has been thrown every witness, testimony, document, claim in the book, and they have produced, whether you believe it or not, that's irrelevant, but they have produced multiple explanations to explain away the Roswell incident. And so there's really no way after explanation number 4, which was the Roswell report, case closed, to come back to them and say, okay, and again, using Danny's example of a document, I have artificial intelligence that fills in the blanks. When it comes to witness testimony, in addition to that, would that help? Well, when they did that in 97, they had hundreds of witnesses that they allegedly spoke with anyway that were involved in that. Now, most of them, with that firsthand, arguably all of them, have passed away. So that's very, very tough to then make a case X amount of years after the fact and say, okay, well, this is why I think you're wrong, because we've lost that evidence. Going really quick, and then I don't want to talk too much, but going back to what you were saying about, well, the government lies, we can't trust them. Just a respectful kind of counterpoint to that is then why are we here doing what we're doing with the big phone home? If we're demanding answers from somebody we automatically disbelieve, why do it?
I'm just talking in a court of law, specifically laser focus on Roswell. We know they said it was a weather balloon and it wasn't. Witnesses said other things, that we have evidence that those witnesses could have been telling the truth. So I just mean very laser focused, just isolated, judge and jury, just looking at all the evidence. Now with, I guess, the foresight, the luxury of all that, and now knowing about Project Sign and I think about this at the Cash Lundgren incident, in Texas, where the government was sued because, they thought the UFO that they encountered that caused radiation symptoms, they thought the government was aware. Would they have a better chance of winning that suit today, that with all that we know? But I guess that statute of limitations and all that, and it's kind of impossible, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'll quickly close the thought because I don't want to take over the show. But to me, I think it would be very tough to walk in and make a claim about, again, drilling down, like you're saying, the Roswell incident. I think that the evidence that was there was destroyed. That was admitted by the GAO when they did their report. That is largely looked over. It's like their conclusion was, well, we don't really think there was a cover-up, no evidence to support it. They prefaced their entire report by saying all the evidence was destroyed from Roswell Army Airfield in 1947 and so on. So it's like, how can you make a determination if you don't have all the evidence? But again, I don't want to go off on a tangent, so I'll pass it to whomever Luis and the hosts.
So
it's just challenging when you get into Roswell. Step into a courtroom with the broader scope of proving a cover-up. I think that's hands down winnable. An extraterrestrial connection to the cover-up,
right?
Much harder to do.
Much harder to do. I kind of agree with you, John, and we're going to get Danny's rebuttal to this real quick, but I know Gary had a question, so I want to get Gary's question in here. Then we're going to go to Jamarl, and then we'll see if you could rebuttal everything there, Danny. I know it's a lot. But also want to remind folks, hey, there's 500 of you in here. Share, like, subscribe. Tell people we're having an amazing conversation between some wonderful minds. So let's get to Gary. Gary, what was your question specifically related to what Danny was saying?
All right. Well, there was two things that kind of came up in the whole conversation between everybody that just went is remember that there's two different types of lies that you're going to deal with the government. You're going to be ones that are blatant just to cover up a blunder or some type of mishap or just something they just don't want to get out. Then you also have lies that are unfortunately actually necessary for national security and things like that. And these lies are just counter espionage, things like that. So, our job is to be able to pick through that data, find what's not going to cause the most horrible, horrendous things, and then, get our answers. And the other thing is Danny said that he had access to all the Project Blue Book files, along with the pictures. Did you have the access to the associated documents with those pictures to get a clearer identification of exactly what you were looking for? That it wasn't like an experimental craft that they had built, and the passengers were just, I've heard honestly some really horrible stories about who they could actually be, and we won't go into that because it's a little too dark for my taste. But no, not mine, but the public. But it's if I just wanted to know if you had the associated paperwork with it and the reports that describe the crash in detail.
Oh, yeah, no, it was one of those mistakes I've made in the past. One of the things that once I got the photographs and I saw the different photographs, there were like 3 or 4 of the photographs from different angles, etc. And you could tell that the Air Force personnel that were all around them were kind of stunned, and they were taking these photographs in this kind of excited way about this craft. And as I say, the key was that the symbols that were around the edge of the dome were symbols that were not anything. They weren't any kind of English or Russian or Chinese or any kind of hieroglyphics or anything. They were a completely unique set of symbols that were all around the edge of the dome of this thing, which led me to believe that, look, this is not any language that I've ever seen or anywhere near anything on our planet. That's what caused me to think that. And then one of the problems was that once they told me that I was not allowed to take any notes or anything else in the room with the documents. I did, and it's kind of an infamous story now, but I had this yellow pad with me that I had under my arm, and I opened it up, and on the inside cardboard of the yellow pad, I reduced the picture from this film strip thing that I had, this I can't remember what they call it, this little machine, the microfiche machine that I was using to see the documents. And what I did is I traced the exact letters that were in this around the dome of this thing, and I closed it up. And because I knew that I'd done something that I was going to get in big trouble if I got caught doing it, what I did is I put it under my arm and I walked out of the place really fast to get out of there because I thought that this was kind of dispositive. And I've kicked myself 1,000 times between then 1977 and now. I should have stayed there, and I should have started taking some notes on any of the documents that were around that referred to that, but I didn't. So I saw the photographs, and I saw the letters, and I copied the letters, and then I left. And so the short answer to that is I didn't go digging into all the rest of the documents. Not only that, there was tons of other stuff there. I mean, it was a whole room, like by maybe 20 feet wide by 15 feet deep, and they had these folding tables with these boxes, these little like big shoebox size things with these canisters of microfiche in them. And it was as soon as I hit that particular set of photographs, since I was able to copy the letters around the top of the dome or the edge of the dome of that crap, that I just got up and left, and that was a big mistake.
Is that tracing available anywhere? Have you made that public?
Yeah, have you framed that that cardboard? Where is it?
I brought it back to the Jesuit headquarters, and I put it in the files of the Jesuit headquarters. And when I left the Jesuit headquarters, I took my files with me. And when we left, we were doing the big Iran-Contra case, this big case that we had. Dealing with the off-the-shelf enterprise, and there was an attempt on the part of Jack Singlaub, who was the president of the World Anti-Communist League, and Green and these other guys that were the lawyers for Oliver North and the other guys. They were trying to get a hold of our documents. So what we did is we stacked up our documents in this big 18-wheeler and moved them to California, and actually put them in a storage facility out there. Out by the Inland Empire here in California. And there was this huge, massive storm. This sounds like one of those dumb fucking excuses you'd hear. There's someone on the stand and you turn to the jury and go, yeah, right. But the fact is that there was this big flood, and they flooded part of the documents that we had stored. I didn't know for years which ones they were. But when we took the documents out of there and moved them to Jackson Brown's ranch, where we had them for years, when I finally went looking for that particular file, a whole section of our Jesuit files are the ones that got flooded out. Yeah. And that the people at the storage facility had just thrown them out and never even told us about it, never even gave us an option to look at them. But I've concluded over the years that had to be one of the part of the documents that got flooded out. So we don't have them.
So Jamar, I want to bring you in here real quick because I haven't heard that beautiful face yet. I do have a couple of questions from John, and Andy's got a follow-up question about the writing as well. So we're going to get back to those in a second. But out of everything that's been said so far, I kind of want to hear your take on what Danny's saying right now.
I am very curious on what Danny and John thinks is going on. I don't believe for a moment that these guys don't know whether or not it's us or not. And if that's true, which I don't believe, I clearly believe at this point they would have to, it feels like we're being managed. And it feels like we are in this kind of thing where somebody is running a ball, somebody is playing a certain program with, it's like, for example, the Pentagon. When the Pentagon came out with the UFO stuff, they could have easily said, these videos aren't ours, and pretty much put the kibosh on it. When that information starts rolling out, you had certain contacts, you had the report and everything else. But the report and a lot of the stuff is based on mistruths or half-truths. Because again, if they know as a flat fact that it's not us, then that means that somehow they're pushing this information out in a way for some kind of effect. I'm curious, what do you guys think the effect is? Why is it being run like this? And for that matter, who is even running it if it is being run?
John, I'll throw that one to you.
Sure. To make it quick, and I think some members of the panel may disagree with me on this. I think there's a big possibility that the government, in part, is still very much in the dark. The second part of what I want to add to that, though, is the fact that there is such a counterintelligence value to the UAP topic that regardless of if there is a extraterrestrial connection or not, and I do believe that that's a big possibility for a portion of what we're dealing with, the stuff that is not extraterrestrial connected can absolutely be utilized by the intelligence community and counterintelligence operatives, whatever you want to say, as a way to muddy the public perception of what we are dealing with. And it costs the government nothing, because the general public will take just a little tiny nugget and blow it into something that it's not. So the answer, is it extraterrestrially connected or not, then becomes irrelevant, because the portion that definitely isn't, they can use it and start throwing things out there like, oh yeah, we're totally clueless. And I point to the official inside communication of the United States Air Force, obtained through FOIA, that talked about the all with clearance holders in public affairs offices and so on. It was the internal communications that the Navy put out the statement to me in September of 2019 that they had no idea what those videos were. First time they ever acknowledged that. And then when you juxtapose that with the Air Force internally, and again, these were not public statements, I had to fight for the documents. Internally, the Air Force is going, yeah, the Navy says they're unidentified, but we're talking about UASs and drones. And the media turns it into UFOs and aliens. And it really gives an insight that, number one, military agencies don't really know what the other one thinks, does, or they agree with each other. But number two, look at the value of that, because now we don't know, as the general public, we just don't know what to believe. Is it alien? Is it not? Could it be? Could it be? Do they have the answers? Do they not? And again, that CI value, the counterintelligence value of this topic, whether or not it's alien, is something that they're going to utilize. So that, I believe, Jamal, if that answers your question, that they will use that to their advantage, because in the process, it confuses Russia, it confuses China, it may confuse Iran, it will confuse all of the powers that either we are trying to play nice in the sandbox with or we're not. It confuses all of them to, wait a minute, does their intelligence community really not realize that that's a balloon or that's a drone? Or wait a minute, that's us. They're really clueless. Again, it's that confusion from the CI perspective that I think is what's going on.
To be fair, I think the audience, meaning us, may be in confusion, but I don't think Russia and China is unaware. Like, they have their own programs. Russia and China have been looking at this stuff for years, if not decades. So I don't necessarily think that they are shocked or confused. Like, for example, from the information or the things that we're seeing in the sky and everything else, I would imagine that elements of intelligence, regardless of which country, will have some idea or clue whether or not it's us or whether it's not us. That's kind of where I take the position that they have to know one way or the other whether it's us or not us. They would have to know what's in our inventory. They would ideally, if they're doing their job right, know what's in inventory or potential for other countries. And if you're not seeing that technology being used, it would be very weird to build an aircraft and it's just the aircraft. Like, the technology is not shown anywhere else in society, it's just the aircraft. And so it's like, if we're doing that and if we have that intel, I would imagine they have the same intel. I get your point, though. You're right. The counterintelligence value is pretty massive, but that seems like that's more for us, not necessarily for the other intelligence agencies around the world. It just feels like there's a program being run for unspecified aims. And, maybe those aims are to disclose in this kind of slow way, this kind of slow drip, where nobody wants to take ownership of it. You just kind of have it as this kind of, hey, here's a report that says X, and people can just glom onto the report. But it does feel like something is being run and something is being managed. Because, again, I don't necessarily think they're being honest in regards to the data. But
let me try to be a little less hypothetical. Okay. Yeah. The bottom line is that you've got Lou Elizondo, who was for 8 years the head of security, or for 2 years the head of security for the ATIP program, and for 8 years was the executive director of this. And I've had numerous conversations with him in detail about all of this. And what he is saying is that, based on his investigation of the phenomenon itself, that he is absolutely convinced that while there is, in fact, a lot of extremely sophisticated aircraft and military equipment that have been developed by our United States that are classified, that the vast majority of these sightings that he has been investigating are not our stuff. And he has got every kind of clearance you can imagine, and it was in charge of the entire investigation for the United States Pentagon and Congress with authorization. And he said he's examined this in detail, and many of these sightings are not ours. And the reality is, all you have to have is one. You need to have if you have a bunch of them. He said these are not our stuff. And then he said, look, the two things. He said that if in fact these were Chinese or Russian, by any chance at all, he said it would be the most catastrophic failure of intelligence in the history of our whole human family. So for them to have these and we didn't know it. Then he turned to me and he said, moreover, we know they don't have them because we know what they've got. And it isn't this. He said, and so that when he said, then when he was talking to Dan Huff from the Associated Press, when I was in the interview with him, and Huff said, well, wait a second. If what you're saying is a vast majority of these are not our stuff, even if there are some things that are our stuff, I said, then, and they're not Chinese and they're not Russian, then what are they? And where do they come from? And what he said is that, look, for those of us who have been investigating this professionally and looking at this, we believe that the most likely explanation is that they're extraterrestrial. And that has to do with because of where they're coming from. You know, they're coming from off-world. They're coming from outside of our airspace. They're coming in from outer space, coming in. That's how they're being tracked. They're not, you know, coming from China, or they're not taking off from Russia. You know, we've got their places blanketed. You know, they can throw a rock up into the air and we know when it goes up there. You know, these are coming in from outer space, and they're coming in at 43,000 miles an hour inside our atmosphere. And being completely immunized against any kind of friction, they're coming to a stop, you know, after descending from 80,000 feet down to 50 feet above the sea level, and they come to a dead stop, 600 G's of pressure of centrifugal force on these, and they're going under the water and traveling at over 200 miles an hour under the water. He said that to think that either China or Russia has that technology and we don't know about it, he said, is ridiculous. And he said, moreover, and this is what he said, he said, moreover, our United States government has been tracking this exact technology since 1947, he said. And to think that Russia had that technology or China had that technology in 1947, said 1947, China, he said, this was his quote, he said, China, their main means of transportation were ox carts with stone wheels. He said, and that Russia, in 1947, only 2 years after the Second World War ended, you know, they had lost 20 million people of their civilian population. You know, they were tearing up the railways from Russia into Europe to try to get metal to work with. And to think that they had this technology in 1947 is totally preposterous, he said. These are the people that are involved in it. And again, when Dan Huff said, well, where do you think they are from? He said, the most likely probability is they're from an extraterrestrial civilization. And the fact is that this has been said before, that you know, this has been what the experts said when they testified to the Senate Select Intelligence Committee. You know, that's what they say. We believe that these are off-world vehicles. That's what they're saying. Now, this isn't hypothesizing or abstracting. These are the assumptions that are being made by the people who are the professional investigators. So what it requires is, with respect to your comment, John, what it would require is that these people are all engaged, including Lou Elizondo, in attempting to undertake a sophisticated PSYOPs operation to convince Russia that, oh, these are extraterrestrial, or we think they are, whereas in fact there are stuff, and it's used to disguise that. And all I'm saying is that I'm talking directly to these guys. I'm sitting face to face with the Inspector General in the Defense Department, in the Pentagon, and these guys are absolutely convinced that this stuff is not ours. You know, now, they may be being lied to too. They may be being lied to. It's possible that one portion of the government is lying to another portion of the government. They're lying to the United States Navy, who doesn't know what these things are. It's possible that there's some kind of an elite group that are lying to everybody else. They're lying to Congress. They're lying to the rest of the Defense Department and all the other military services, because they're lying to Russia. They're all doing it so they can deceive Russia. I think that's a little too carried away. to believe
I
that
agree.
that's the explanation of this.
No, I do agree. But who's running it then? Because if that's true,
Yeah.
that means that they already know, and whatever they've been dripping out into the public, they're doing it for some kind of effect. It's the slow drip when they already know the answer at the very end.
I think that's true. I think that's
who's
true.
running the ball?
Well, that I think that follows the more direct kind of evidence that I have about that isn't necessarily just crediting all of the documents having to do with MJ12 and Majestic 12 and all that. What it is I know perfectly well from my own investigations that in 1945, 2 years before Roswell, in 1945 December, Edward Lansdale, who was the G2 of the United States military in the Philippines at the end of World War II, after the surrender of Japan, in December or in August of 1945. He participated in, it's a long story, I'll make it short. He participated in debriefing the driver of General Yakushima, who had been the one who transferred the massive amounts of gold and silver and treasure and stuff from Japan into the Philippine Islands toward the end of World War II, because they anticipated the United States invasion of the Japanese islands. So they had offloaded this treasure and they buried it in the Philippines. Ed Lansdale, who was the G2 for the U.S. Army, uncovered some of it because he tortured, actually, the driver of General Yakushima to find out where some of these troves were. And what they did is that when they brought this information to MacArthur, to General MacArthur, who was the commanding officer in the Pacific, they flew with his G2, a guy named George Willoughby, and Ed Lansdale flew all the way to Washington, D.C., and met with Truman to say, look, we have recovered 12 of these tranches of gold and silver and platinum worth $1.2 trillion. And we've got this stuff now. And what Truman did is he set up a private, outside of the government, group of people that he called the Anderson Trust. And they assigned the two of the senior partners of Brown Brothers Harriman, the same group that I was talking about, Robert Lovett and a guy named Robert Anderson, appointed them to be trustees of a secret trust that controlled this $1.2 trillion, which they then used to finance the elections of different right-wing people around the world because they wanted to oppose socialism. And so this was the exact model that was in place as of December of 1945, done by Truman. So in 1947, with the crash at Roswell, taking the position that I do, and I think most everybody does about this, is that this was an extraterrestrial vehicle that crashed, and they recovered it and brought it to Wright Field. And that what Truman would have done is done the exact same kind of thing. Say, look, this is so important that we're going to set up some sort of a select group of people that are involved in the highest levels of technology, the highest levels of finance, the highest levels of corporate power in our country to coordinate this and figure out what to do about it. That's the exact model that was done for the Anderson Trust in December of 1945. And I believe that they did it again in 1947. So that's the group of people. And so what we have to figure out is who are the progeny? Who are the progeny of those original appointees to that particular type of committee? Who are they? Where are they now? What kind of power do they have? And what is their relationship to Lockheed Martin? Et cetera. But I hear exactly what you're saying, John, because the argument that's getting ready to be made, the most sophisticated argument, kind of a triple head fake, is that, our United States national security state has fabricated the concept of UFOs in order to deceive Russia and China, to make them think that those are UFOs and not our super sophisticated aircraft. And the fact that, unless you believe Corey Goode and guys like Wilcock, that somehow there's this super secret operation where they're flying to different galaxies and going through different time zones and all that stuff, that if you don't believe that stuff, then our United States government doesn't have that type of technology functioning. They don't have it. And so they're not trying to conceal it from Russia and China by pretending that there's a UFO phenomenon. I just don't believe that based on all of my analysis, at least to date.
Just a quick clarification, though. I never said the UFO enigma was created to fool the Russians. I know some people take that stance. I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying, though, that from the counterintelligence perspective and the intelligence community as a whole, they can take a portion of what they feel that they can identify and use that and muddy the water. That's all I was saying. But I wasn't saying that the entire enigma and phenomena was created to fool the Russians.
All right. And so, but the point is that all there needs to be is one or two of these. That's like saying, well, we only have one craft that came from an extraterrestrial civilization, and we've only got one of the craft.
That's enough.
Once we got that, the issue is put.
Right.
And so what I'm focused on, man, is what are the implications of the existence of such an extraterrestrial civilization, and what are its implications from the point of view of who we are in the galaxy. What are the theological implications of this? What are the philosophical implications of this, et cetera? And I believe that there's enough evidence to believe that there is such a civilization, and the fact is that they are responsible for at least some of these vehicles that display this extraordinary type of capacity that these things have gotten. And that, as Lou Elizondo is saying to me, is that these have been being monitored by our United States government since 1947, this exact same kind of technology. And that neither Russia nor China would have it, nor would we have had it back in 1947.
That's
the key point.
That's amazing. So we've got a couple of questions here in our chat, and they kind of go back to the drawings that you made. The first is somebody wanted to know who granted you clearance and why are you allowed to talk about that?
Okay. All right. Well, number one, they didn't grant me clearance. I didn't ask for a clearance. I just said that the Library of Congress Congressional Research Service has the capacity to seek information that is classified, and they can seek the authority to get it declassified so they can have access to it. And this was undertaken by the Congressional Research Service Science and Technology Division at my request as special counsel to them, and that Marcia Smith, who was the head of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service, when I put the request to her to have that get access to the classified portions of Project Blue Book, she just came back to me a couple of weeks later, totally surprised that they had agreed to do this. That when I asked her to see if we could get access to it so I could help prepare this presentation to the SETI program at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, she didn't think they were going to agree to do it. And so she was surprised that they had agreed to this. And so she simply told me, yes, I had a right to come and see this. I had to bring 2 forms of photo identification. And I went over to the Madison building, which was the brand new wing of the Library of Congress. And they had delivered these files. And they were in this room downstairs in the basement of the Madison building. And there was nobody even there. It wasn't even open yet. It was brand new. It had just been built. And so when I went in, there were 2 suits that were standing in front of the door when I arrived, who checked out my passport and my driver's license. And then I was allowed into the building, and I went down the hall into an elevator they pointed out and went down into the basement. And there were these other 2 suits in front of this room. And I don't know, exactly what agencies they were from. I don't know, but I never got a clearance because Bob Fink, who was the chief investigator for Bella Abzug, who was the congresswoman from New York who chaired the Senate or the House Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on Human Rights, always said to me, he said, do not ever accept a classification, security clearance, because you can find out virtually anything you want to know without doing that. You got the kind of contacts, you got the kind of access to people. You don't want to have that, because what they'll do is attribute everything that you've ever discovered from any other source. They'll attribute it to your security clearance, and they'll stop you from talking about it publicly. So I've refused to accept a security clearance, and so that I didn't get a clearance to see that. I was
can I chime just a quick question?
please, John. Yeah,
and
real quick, and then we'll go to Andy.
I
No worries.
have to ask. So if you didn't, because I know judges and attorneys sometimes get the in-camera clearances. So if you shut that down, okay. How can CRS divulge, or whatever agencies were in the hallway, divulge classified information, and that's okay?
They didn't. I did.
Well, no, they brought classified records to you, right? You said boxes.
No, they brought them to the Library of Congress. They were over in the Library of Congress at the Madison building, downstairs in the basement.
And my interview part is taking over. I'm just curious then, how could they allow a civilian to go in, attorney, legal background or not, without the proper clearance, to just open up and see a picture of what you said was an alien spacecraft from the classified files of Blue Book? Like how?
I don't know. I don't know whether they temporarily declassified the files or what they did. All I know is they brought them there, and there must have been 25 boxes of these light green shoebox size things with these microfiche in them, and they were all in this room on these folding tables in the room downstairs in the Madison building. And it was like, must have been I don't know, February, March, or it was, I don't believe there was even snow. I think it must have been after March or so of 1977 when they did it. And that's where I saw the stuff.
All right. I hate to interject here.
Real quick. Go for it, Gary. Then we'll go to Andy. Sorry, and I know you got a question.
Sorry, Andy.
No, it's all good.
So I just got two real quick questions. All right. So since you actually physically saw the symbols, have you tried to replicate them? And then, without reading the documents included with the pictures, how can you be sure of the context of the photos? You know, even a TS project could make soldiers say, "What the f?" So I just was wondering those two things.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'll say that. I was always very careful because I copied them, traced them literally in the exact sequence that those symbols were there at the base of the dome. But I'll show you. I don't know if you can see this. Let me see here. Where am I here?
Yeah. Just prop it up. There you go.
Yeah. See, I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what they look like. But I don't know what the sequence is. I don't remember the exact sequence they were in. But they were like this.
I want to see how close my guess was because I drew some stuff. Like,
oh, what did you draw? Okay.
What does that mean, Andy?
I'll tell you later.
I think I know.
Oh, what do you think it is, Jade?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to give anything away, but
Can you see it?
Lift it up just a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see this?
Yeah, a little. You know what? Let's hold on a second there. Let's blow you up real quick, Danny. Okay.
That's what they were, a series of straight lines like that, pointing either from the lower left to the upper right or from the upper left to the lower right. And they had a series of dots in little U-shaped things like this. Okay, right here, right. In dots like this, different sequences of dots, and they were all around the bottom of the dome of the craft like this. They were along the bottom of the dome of the craft.
All right, I lied. I got one more question. All right, so that's very similar to cuneiform. Have you tried to match it based off of different dialects of cuneiform?
Yes, I have. It was not cuneiform. It's not cuneiform. It was not. It was these things here, and that all kinds of physical structures have some similarities to other physical structures, but these were unique. They did not match. When I was at the headquarters, we checked it out. They did not match any other kind of communication.
Andy, did that answer your question?
So one of my questions was on Gary's about the writing, because Egyptian, Chinese, and Mesopotamian civilizations going back thousands of years all used hieroglyphics or some style of writing that wasn't as traditional as we would know it. And again, it's that ET thing that you're mentioning, Danny, that I still feel like John sort of mentioned earlier. There's an assumption that you would fill in the gaps that it's ET. So it's been said, and Luis Elizondo himself has talked about this, that if we potentially had another civilization living alongside us that was outside of our visible light spectrum, they could live beside us and be here and we couldn't see them. So then, for example, if they somehow were able to use, I'm going to throw this out there, the moon as a place of residence, or they were behind the moon and it was easier for them to manifest into our reality as such, then we could see these things coming in from space through our orbit like we are seeing, and they're not ET, they could still be based from here. So again, I would look at what do you think the chances of that are, and where are you getting the extraterrestrial from? Because again, like that could be ET, but
The triangle with the sphere on top, so the Rendlesham UFO case that was seen around, and also Roswell saw similar glyphs, and we'll actually be talking to Lori Ruffelt later today, who saw some things around the time of the Rendlesham incident. I think she has some ideas about the symbols too, so just a heads up for those in the chat.
Yeah. My response to that would be is that, yeah, I mean, if there is some sort of hyperdimensional group that's here from our planet, and they've gone off planet to be behind on the dark side of the moon or something, and are coming from the moon back in here, that generates an impression that they're extraterrestrial, that they're coming from some extraterrestrial source. That if in fact one were able to hypothetically track them from the other side of the moon down here into our atmosphere and down onto our planet's surface, the question is, what evidence do you have that they originated here on our planet? Go up there to the moon. I've talked to the fellow who was the chief of the CIA's electromagnetic intelligence center, which most people don't even know exists. And he said, look at these craft, we've been tracking them coming from outer space. They're coming from outer space into our atmosphere. They're not, we see a lot of them coming back up out from under the ocean, or coming out from inside volcanoes, and coming from inside mountains and stuff. That's all true. A lot of the sightings are like that. But the super sophisticated tracking systems that we have are tracking these things coming in from outer space, and that's what generates the impression they're extraterrestrial. I'm completely open to wherever it is that they're coming from, or if there's an extra dimensional phenomenon going on here, and that they're from our own planet, living in some parallel vibratory universe. That's far out, But as I'm saying, that there's specific evidence indicating that they're coming from off-world, and they're coming into our atmosphere from an extraterrestrial source. That's the reason that I refer to them as extraterrestrial.
No, that's fair. Please, can I just make one thing on that?
Yeah, please.
Just because
Andy.
I suppose what we don't have, and you may have been privy to, Danny, is that sensor data that would show, one, how far we start picking them up from. Do we randomly pick them up, or do we know where they're coming from? And then again, can we track them going back to where they're going from, and how far we can track them? Because we sent Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong into space. They weren't ET when they came back, but we followed them coming back. And just now we've got probes out on comets and rovers on Mars that are going to come back to us. So again, these things, maybe we're just picking them up coming back. But that's what I'm saying. Like you say, for me, it's 50-50 that they're already here and going out, or their starting origin point is deep space, not behind the moon, because behind the moon could be, like I say, just the medium of space could be the medium they find it easiest to materialize in a way that they can kind of come and visit here in a physical form. That could be a little out there, I know. But
that's all perfectly logical. And part of the problem is that Lou Elizondo, as the director of the project, officially assigned responsibility for investigating these phenomena, was getting blocked. When he was, you'd ask the logical question, wait a second, if we can track these things coming in from near space, at over 80,000 feet, and coming into our atmosphere at 43,000 miles an hour, where did they come from? How far out into space can you track these things? And can you track them going back? And when he would start asking any of those kind of questions, he was being blocked. And that's part of what he was getting so frustrated about. It became clear to him that somebody had to know the answers to those questions, because we've got the technology that is capable of doing that kind of thing. That if we've got technology that's able to basically pick up, planets that are orbiting, a star system, 10 million light years away, we can track a vehicle coming in. When he was trying to follow the logical sequence of that, they were blocking him and refusing to give him access to the information. Now, so it's possible that you could say anything is conceivably possible, that once you get behind a locked door, and they're hiding the stuff behind there. There could be almost anything that could happen there. But what you do is you try to track the algorithms of the information that you've got that lead you from where you start to where you get to that closed door. And if you project that algorithm out behind the closed door and it generates an extraterrestrial source, that's where we are right now. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be something more baffling behind the black door. It could be interdimensional. It could be extratemporal. It could be some from our own planet, from the future, of us coming back. I can tell you, I've had these conversations with lots of people. And you talk to, for example, Eric Weinstein. He says, look at what are the odds of them being bipeds with 2 arms and 2 legs and a head and eyes and nose? I mean, looking so much like our human species. How could that possibly be true? You know, given all, you look at the bottom of the sea and you see all these bizarre, strange shaped fish and animal life under the ocean. You know, wouldn't you think that if they came from some extraterrestrial civilization, they wouldn't be, 95% like us? You know, so he is leaning toward this idea of there being extratemporal. It's a time travel type of phenomenon going on. So these are all possible. But what I'm trying to deal with now from the investigatory point of view is looking at what the most likely prospect is. But I'm completely open, John, to your suggestion that there's some super triple head fake going on the part of the intelligence community. We know that they do that kind of stuff. I'm perfectly familiar with that. So I'm open to whatever it is that we find out. But I think we're all working together to find out what the answers to those questions are.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to open it up to – hold on, wait. Sorry, Jamal. I'm going to open it up because we've only – man, this panel has flown. We've only got 25 minutes left in this panel. I cannot believe it. But what I wanted to do is because John was just directly referenced there, so I'm going to give John the floor, and then Jamal, we're going to go right to you. And then I'd love to open it up to some of the questions that we got from the audience. One in particular I'd love to start with Chris Lito's question, just because again we're trying to highlight the veteran voice on this UAP topic. So we'll go there. So John, let's go ahead and rebuttal with that, and then we'll get to Jamal.
Sure. Just a quick thought overall. And I think that this is what's an interesting point to this entire discussion, which I love having and respect Danny, and I appreciate him fielding my questions, even though I may respectfully disagree in the course of asking.
Well, that's why I put you guys together, because I wanted, I didn't want an echo chamber. I wanted people to challenge each other. So we appreciate it. Yeah.
This is good.
And I appreciate that. And what I want to add is one of the interesting aspects of this debate is that, and it's a common theme, is that people are left in the dark. And one thing with the Big Phone Home, and why I respect what you guys are doing with the mission, is that you're asking the elected leaders to come together, be a unified voice, and demand answers about UFOs, UAPs, and what is really known. The struggle that I have with those that are saying, look, we're leaning towards extraterrestrial, and that's the most likely explanation. And I wrote that down because I think I heard it a couple times, that it was the most likely. Yes. I would respectfully say, how can we determine that when people in the same breath are saying, I'm denied access? So you were referencing Luis Elizondo and the fact that he was asking questions to essentially determine what do we know and what don't we know? What can we track? What can't we track? Denied access. Chris Mellon has also gone on the record and said the Air Force is definitely hindering the UAP task force and not sharing information. So for me, and that's the fun part of this debate, is that we're not going to always agree. But in the same respect, it's hard to have people say definitively what they believe this is, but in the same breath say they're being denied access. And to go to the grander effort that is the Big Phone Home, I'm hoping that elected leaders see that struggle and see that debate, and realize, you know what, the left hand is not talking to the right hand. And despite the disagreement about the overall root of what the phenomena is, maybe they can collectively come together, demand answers, and we get them. So,
and I'm gonna back up quickly what John's saying. I'm gonna pass it to Jamal. Is that, this idea that we've been told by the people who, and I hate to put this quote on them, but the most credible people that are discussing this, okay, the specifically from the armed services wing of this discussion, is that be careful when you are going and looking for information, to be careful to watch out for people that are telling you they know exactly what this is.
That's for sure.
To just take the information with a grain of salt. So sometimes it is, even for me, and with as much as respect, and I love just listening to you, honestly, people are screaming this should have been a 10-hour panel instead of a 2-hour panel. But it is kind of difficult sometimes for me when we definitively label it extraterrestrial and we just don't know yet, because as Sean Cahill beautifully put to me one time, is that nobody has the capability to follow these things back to where they came from. So to definitively put a stamp, okay, this is what it is, it's I don't want to call it dangerous, but it might be a little reckless, if that's fair to say. But real quick, let's swing it over to Jamar, because I know you had a point on something that was just said.
Well, yeah, and it kind of feeds into what Daniel and John was saying. Daniel Ellsberg, but Mike Gravel just passed recently, but Mike Gravel basically read the Pentagon Papers in Congress and was able to do so on some level, getting Ellsberg off the hook. Could they do the same thing with this? I mean, would reading it in front of Congress basically allow information that at this point is classified, or information that couldn't necessarily be disclosed under normal circumstances? Would that be fair game for them to do legally?
Well, I would be extremely careful of that and recommend against it, because this preliminary process that is underway right now that has compelled them to do at least what they did on June 25th of revealing the at least 6 pages of information out of the 9 they made public that said something. But there are the other pages, the classified annex that the people have, is the most analogous to the Pentagon Papers. Whether there's 400 pages there, or whether there's 78 pages there, whatever it is, this is a preliminary communication that has come from the Defense Department to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. We have a process that's underway here. And Lou Elizondo and I are, and Chris Mellon and others are getting to meet face to face with the Inspector General's office of the Defense Department. It's perfectly clear that those men are really upset over the fact that they're being lied to and they're being shut out of getting this information. They are responsible for trying to figure out what the protocol is that's operational inside the Defense Department pertaining to this particular issue. And they are not going to agree to be lied to. And so what we're trying to do is to set up a dynamic inside the executive branch whereby the Inspector General's office is at least preliminarily trying to get access to the information. And if in fact they share this information with the Senate Intelligence Committee, and somebody stands up on the floor and starts reading it out to the public, it's going to terminate that process. Now, I am one of the last people on the planet that's going to be trusting that particular process to ultimately reveal the information to us. I've spent over 50 years dealing with these people, so I know how duplicitous they are and how sanctimonious they are about the righteousness of their being able to conceal all this information. You know, they always go retreating down to, we're going to have a mushroom cloud in New York City. You know, if you allow this information. You know, I've been across the table from these people in the Pentagon Papers case, or Whitney North Seymour, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York for the Nixon administration, was just crying about how it was going to be a total catastrophe if we allowed any of the information in those 47 volumes to get exposed. We published the entire thing, and it didn't do a thing, didn't hurt anything, except for the fact that it ended the Vietnam War in a significant way. You know, so this kind of crying wolf that they're engaged in is a disservice to any legitimate exercise of national security. They're having this blanket covering of this particular subject. So there's a process that is now underway, going back and forth between the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Defense Department, going on inside the Defense Department between the Inspector General's office and all the different branches of the service. You know, and the people now, the media are involved in this, the Fourth Estate, and they're demanding that what about all those sightings that took place outside of 2004 to 2021? What about all those things that they never even looked at yet? And the Inspector General's office is demanding that information now from all the military branches. What type of interaction have any of you had with the UAP phenomenon? Report that to us. And so that we're trying to get that information shared with the Inspector General's office, and we're trying to meet with the Inspector General's office virtually every month to brief them on what we knew about this and have them share whatever it is they're willing to share with us. I, again, have refused to accept the security clearance. I will not accept the security clearance because we're going to find this out, whether they tell us or we find out some other way. There's too much information flying around now, and we're at a unique moment where we have an opportunity to get at much more information than we've ever had in the past.
Okay, so real quick, I want to give Rather, our co-host here, an opportunity to ask a question. Rather, did you have any questions before we get into super chats? And if I can also ask the panel, we've only got 15 minutes left, so whatever these questions are, if we can make them as concise and quickly, as quick as answer as possible. I feel like I'm asking the impossible out of this panel, but I'm gonna go ahead and make the request. But what do you got, Rather?
Well, sure. Here's something that Megan T super chatted, and I really would like to know as well. And he asked, why is it clear that this technology has been developed and is being hidden by the oil affiliates? And I guess, the question is, what evidence, you've elaborated on what evidence has convinced you that there is an ET presence, but what evidence is there that convinces you that we've figured it out and that we're developing it and hiding it?
Oh, well, there are two parts to the question. Number one is what would lead me to believe that we've been analyzing and trying to understand the technology and kind of re-engineering it. The second one is, what does it cause me to believe that it's somehow linked together with the oil corporations? Let me take the second question first. Who do you think it is that could possibly have the power to be destroying the entire ecology of our planet and nobody's able to stop them? I mean, and all you have to ask is, cui bono? Who's benefiting from that? Obviously the shareholders of the major petroleum corporations, are engaged. These are the ones that mounted a major military expedition invading the Middle Eastern oil fields at the end of the Cold War, have killed hundreds of thousands of people, all in the name of securing access and control over the Middle Eastern oil fields. For what? For the benefit of 7 major oil corporations that have exclusive lease agreements. Who do you think is in charge of all that? So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who it is that's behind that element. Okay.
And what about the first? Yeah.
The first part of it is how can they possibly, unless you disbelieve every single piece of evidence about them having recovered some of these craft, of which there are dozens of examples, and there are detailed examples of specific instances of this, and you think that they've had access to this technology for 75 years, and they haven't been engaged in trying to reprogram this whole thing and re-engineer it. You got the open statements of Ben Rich and the people from S4 and from Lockheed Martin. They've all talked to each other. You got these other people talking to each other about this all the time. That the reality is that they've got access to this technology, and to believe that they've got access to the technology and they're not trying to re-engineer it, would be, I think it's not rational.
I think trying and actually succeeding might be different topics.
Yeah, so over 75 years. 75 years of being able to have access to this technology and from a number of different craft. You have to give at least some credit to the people that are involved in this on the other side. These are intelligent people. They have access to the unlimited budgets. They have access to all kinds of facilities that they can finance to do this with. All I'm saying is that I believe that they have been studiously involved in trying to back engineer this. And so the question is, how successful have they been? That I'm not suggesting that they've been so successful that they can create superluminal travel and travel to other galaxies. What I'm saying is they ought to have at least been able to figure out the energy source and possibly be able to at least light a light bulb, with the technology. Look, that's all we're talking about. They haven't been doing.
So Rather, what other questions we got?
Well, yeah, Chris Lido had a great question. He says, great info. I'm learning a ton. Great show. Question for Gary. Was coming out and sharing your information on camera a difficult decision? And would you do it again? Thank you, brother.
Yeah, it was a difficult decision because, I do have a family to worry about, and I do have, I was gainfully employed at the time, and we hadn't started the company yet. And, I didn't even know if I could talk about it. So there was a lot of things I had to do beforehand, but ultimately I don't regret coming out public about it.
Awesome. Thank you for the questions, Chris. Appreciate it. Did we miss any other ones?
Yeah,
Riley?
we had a bunch. One coming back to the beginning. Jacob Room was asking, does Mr. Sheehan have a punitive plaintiff in mind for the federal lawsuit you mentioned in the beginning? And what would an ideal fact pattern look like for him for that case? And what claims would he like to see brought?
Ooh, Danny, can you answer that in 60 seconds or less?
Sure. Well, there are a number of people that have had their careers destroyed, and their families disrupted, and their entire livelihood destroyed over this internal program they've had going on. It's those kind of people that are the most appealing plaintiffs, and those are the people that can show that they've actually had some fundamental right that they've been deprived of by government action. And the challenge is getting the courts to obey their own internal rules. If you can get the plaintiff and you can get the case filed, the problem is that the federal judges are all appointed by the same executive branch that's trying to conceal this, and that they may not allow you to get access to the normal rules of civil discovery. I've discovered that. So you can't put all your bets in that basket. We got to go out to all these, but from the point of view of the judicial branch, those are the ideal plaintiffs. And the cause of action would be something similar to the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, the RICO statute. That there are 14 predicate acts that they've engaged in, and you can find a whole bunch of those that they've engaged in. The problem is you can't bring a RICO action against the government, but it could be brought against one of the corporations, like Lockheed Martin or one of the others that are involved in concealing this information. So you'd have to have a private defendant, not a government. You'd have to have a plaintiff that has, in fact, been directly injured by this.
I can't wait for that.
Thank you for that
quick
answer.
question by Witness Citizen UAP. He asked real quickly, what does Danny think of MUFON? Do you think the Citizen collection is valuable?
Well, it's MUFON. Setting aside the problems that they've had inside MUFON with people ascending to the top of that who've been directly involved in the intelligence community, like the CIA guy that was the head of the MUFON, and he's on this J.J. Abrams special they've got here, a guy that was the head of MUFON for 2 years, who's a government intelligence officer. Setting aside, most of those investigations are mostly amateur. Those are amateur investigations. All the people that are going, it's not that they're not capable of doing some fairly good work, but the reality.
Whoa, Danny, what do you mean? They're not professionals?
No. Yeah.
I'm just making a joke because
No.
I
I see what I'm saying. No, but what I'm saying is that people in good faith can be trying to garner all the information they can possibly do, but they don't have access to adequate funding. They don't have access to adequate investigatory skills. They don't have access to internal sources that they can get at. That there needs to be a full-scale professional operation mounted. That's why we're trying to establish this new paradigm institute, to be able to do that kind of thing, to garner the kind of financing, to hire professional investigators, get access to people who have internal sources that can get at this, figure out how to mount a proper litigation, know how to mount the proper FOIA cases, and pursue the appeals that John has been referring to. There needs to be a coordinated operation going on here where all of us gather together, to work to get this thing done that we want to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you got, rather?
Quick, there's 3 more that I think are all kind of related here. Simon Conway, a new Patreon from the UK, asked, if the U.S. military thought the UAP were adversarial, they would shoot them down, and they have not, and that speaks volumes. I agree with that. Lee Mitchell, kind of along the same vein, is saying he's surprised that no one has investigated the trillions of dollars that the Pentagon can't account for, which, might tie into all of that. And then finally, John Francois Charlebois, sorry about the name, says, considering the philosophical and historical implications, if evidence exists that we are not alone and the governments have been hiding it for decades, how absurd is it that the governments cannot be held responsible for this crime against humanity?
I think this is a great question for John, or questions that are sort of popped in together. John, do you have any thoughts on those questions?
So, it kind of broke up in my ear, but you're saying, how could they not be held responsible for the crime of withholding the truth? Did I understand?
Yeah, just how absurd is it that they're spending trillions of dollars and that they're hiding the stuff and that they're can't be held accountable so far?
In a minute or less, John.
I mean, to summarize it, you look at history and the evil things that are provable on what they've done. Is there accountability? Not really. Do they get a presidential apology decades later against a group of people or a particular person, whatever it might be? Yeah, sometimes that comes about, but there's no accountability, and it's very hard to essentially keep them accountable and bring their feet to the fire, so to speak. I mean, that's what's frustrating about all of this, because history shows that's not possible. So all we can do is continue to ask questions, continue to push for answers, and see where we end up in the end.
Right on. And Jane, I'm going to go ahead and leave you the last question if you have one, my lady.
Oh, that's very nice. Actually, John, I have a question for you. So if you could pick one agency, one group, and you could look at everything that they had, which group? Because, like, we know at NASA and CIA, right, like, we're in the latest government UAP report. Like, what organization do you wish you could look at everything? Full access.
I'm down to the CIA or the NSA in my head, and I would say, in my opinion, the CIA, they've done shadier stuff. As history shows, NSA's done a lot of controversial stuff in as of late, but the CIA has definitely done some more controversial things. And why I would say them is essentially they probably hold quite a few secrets about America, about other countries, and I would argue about other agencies. And so if I had unfettered access, off the top of my head, I think I'd pick them.
Thanks.
Danny, same question for you, because I am curious what Danny would say to that. If you had unlimited access.
I'm looking for the name right now. There's a center out in St. Louis which is called the Space Intelligence Center, a space geospatial intelligence center that almost no one's even heard about. And when I interviewed the guy who was the head of the CIA's electromagnetic intelligence center, he said that's the place that's got all the real key information about Roswell. It's the Space Geospatial Intelligence Center.
All right. Okay, UFO Twitter.
I wrote that
down. John, what's the?
They were in the UAP report, by the way.
Yes, they are. They did pop up there.
They weren't founded until 96, though, so I'd be curious what Roswell stuff they have. But the NGIA, or more commonly referred to, the NGA, was on page 1 of their UAP report.
Now, those are the guys. And the Inspector General is after them right now. But the fellow who was the head of the CIA electromagnetic intelligence said he had 2 of his staff people sent to that center to be briefed on stuff. And one of them came back and said, look at the stuff from the stuff from Roswell. Turns out, to his surprise, is true. That it was a genuine UFO that was crashed there, and said it's true. And there's where the information is. It's stored at that place in St. Louis.
Okay, I'm gonna end it there. I mean, where? Damn it! This is the same thing Ross Coulthard did to us last time. He leaves it on this wonderful nugget that disappears, but we got him back, so we're gonna talk to him about that nugget next. Okay, you guys, this was so much fun. The panel was a little bigger than I had expected, but hey, I thought everybody did wonderful. Thank you guys so much for participating in this panel. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to say goodbye and where they can find, follow you and find your work, because everyone here, I think, is doing an amazing job at what they're doing. So, Jamaro, my friend, I'll start with you because I know you're overseas and you're doing this interview from a hotel bed and holding the phone. So, brother, thank you so much for being here, man. I can't wait for you to come back because we have so much to talk about. We haven't spoken in a while, and maybe I could get Danny to come back and we can have again just another long form conversation and have some fun with it. But please tell everyone where they can find Jamaro Thomas in the Progressive Soapbox.
Jamaro Thomas on the channel itself on YouTube. Also Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik, and that's pretty much it. Twitter and whatnot. But all things equal, just the radio show and my YouTube channel.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you taking out the time. Go enjoy the rest of the vacation.
No, man. Thanks for the invite.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
You too. Let's see here. We got John Greenwald. He's naturally on the screen. My sweet man. So please, sir, floor is yours.
Short and sweet. Thank you all, panel members and UCR team for hosting me on this. In short, I'll make it sweet. Theblackvault.com is your roadmap to all my social media platforms. Those watching on YouTube, it is the Black Vault Originals. That's all the original content that I create. I have a second channel as well, which is more the archive, but you can reach me there.
Awesome, John. Thank you so much for being part of this panel and providing such a wonderful counter voice. I truly, it wasn't even a counter voice. It was just, how would you describe it?
Terra firma.
Terra firma. That's the perfect. Terra firma. That's
described as worse.
Yeah. There you Thank you, John Greenwald. Look forward to talking to you again. And thank you again, man, for all the support in the Big Phone Home and everything you did in writing our template. And if you guys haven't seen yet, we've got our template on our website. I just have to shout this out because, again, this is the reason why we're here. We're here to activate each other. We're here to inspire each other. And so we've got our website here, the Big Phone Home. And as you can see, when you contact your local and state representatives, there's a button here that says email or write a letter. And the very first template that you'll see is John Greenwald. So all you got to do is literally copy and paste John Greenwald's template, paste it into an email or print it out and mail it. And this is the template that I got my my senator to respond to. So definitely use these templates. But again, feel free to make them your own, personalize them so they sound authentic. But man, what a huge help and just never stop. We really love you out here.
I appreciate that. That was so cool to hear, by the way. I heard that while I was driving yesterday when you told the story that it was Padilla, right?
It was Alex Padilla. Yeah. I got a message from his staffer saying that they're reviewing the letter and that they're going to get back to me. So
that was awesome to hear. So
awesome, man.
But anyway, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Good luck to you all. Thanks again.
I appreciate it. Thanks, we'll see you
John.
soon. Here we go. Danny Sheehan, I know you're busy. You're doing lawyer stuff all over the world, all over the states, and helping people and working pro bono. So, sir, please tell everyone if there's anything where they can follow or any way they can help you. Maybe you need some interns. Let them know.
Sure. No, where you want to get a hold of us is the Romero Institute, ROMERO, the Romero Institute.org. That is where we're doing the Green New Deal. We're drafting the California state statute, and it's the 5th largest economy in the entire world. And it is the state that has the best chance of initiating a model to how to draw down carbon and to get us to zero carbon emissions by 2030. It's the RomeroInstitute.org, and you can go on to Let's Green California. And you'll find there just like you can see all the classes that I've taught, and you can just check out that site, and that's where I am.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you again, Danny, for your time and being such a cordial gentleman and being here for this conversation. I cannot wait to have you back, and maybe next time I'm going to throw you into the panel with Lou Elizondo. Let's get both of you in a room because that'll be fascinating.
Right. He's in Italy. He's flying to Italy today.
Well, he's right here. He's right here. Yeah. Say hello to each other.
Right.
En route to Italy, correct.
En route to Italy. En route to Italy. But thank you, Danny, for being here, sir, and we'll talk to you soon.
Terrific. Great, you guys. Thanks.
Wonderful. Okay. Let's see here. Jane, my lady. We're gonna bring you back here in the next.
I'll be back with Lori in a little bit.
Hour or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hour and a half or so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you see Michael leave, that's when you can come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know we'll have Lori on in a little bit for sure. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
There you go.
Hi, Lou. Thanks for the wonderful interview the other day. And
oh my gosh, the pleasure was mine. Thank you so very much.
It was awesome.
Awesome. All right, Jane. We'll see you soon.
Guys.
Thank you. All righty. Gary Voorhees, my man, veteran. Thank you for your service. And I don't think I got to express that to you at the top of the panel, but I just wanted to say a quick thank you and thank you for being here and the support you've shown in the last 3-4 days here.
Hey, no problem. I think it's very important for everybody to go out and take individual responsibility for whatever they can in this subject. Through this subject, we should be able to bring our entire humanity to the next level. And I hope that everybody gets out and gets involved. And by the way, what's up, brother? All right.
Thank you, Gary.
Take it easy. Thanks for having me.
All right. Oh, wait, I took out Lou. I didn't take out Gary. Wrong button. There we go. All right. Okay, so Andy McGrillen, That UFO podcast, my man. Thank you so much for being here. Please, the floor is yours, where everyone could find the best podcasts out there. Period. Full stop.
They're on it already. Listen, it's not about my podcast; it's that UFO podcast. But thanks to Lou, Michael, Squidden, Jane, and everyone in this behind the scenes. I know you've got a big crew there now at UCR for putting this on. And everyone on the panel, that was a lot of fun. And just again, if the people have half the passion that some of the folks have had in the last 3 days, then this is a very small window of opportunity to bang our drum just a little bit louder. And people should go on that website you've promoted, Luis, and just do what they can to kind of make a little bit of noise, because it's a long, hard road ahead. And the discussion's fun, and there's a lot of place and time for it. And I think that the man you're about to have on, Luis Elizondo's got a lot to be thanked for getting people to this point as well, that any of us are sitting doing this today. So thanks everyone, and hopefully you've not had to have the subtitles. And just for the record, it wasn't my phone that was making the ding. So
No, that was Sheehan. There's no doubt in my mind. That was Sheehan. That was totally Sheehan. That's just like, I don't know how to use technology kind of move, and he's got all of his alerts on.
I think that's a lawyer tactic to put people off when his phone just dings and intermittent intervals.
I would not be shocked at that. All right, my friend. Well, thank you for stopping by. Get back to the kiddos, and appreciate all the work and love that you send our way. Truly.
Great to see you.
And hi to everyone in the chat as well. Hi everyone in the chat.
Hi everyone in the chats. Go to that UFO podcast. Subscribe. Check out the Patreon and also the podcasts on iTunes and Spotify. Thank you, Andy, for being here.
Cheers, guys. Have fun.
Cheers. Thank you. All right, gentlemen. So let's do it. We're 5 minutes late on this next panel. If you can, Michael, introduce our next guests, and I'm gonna try and find. We're missing one panelist, and that is Robert Salas. So I'm going to go try to find him while you introduce everyone. And rather, the first question for this panel, right?
Sure do.
All right, my man. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's get it rocking. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who were on the Big Phone Home yesterday, you've already met this man. Rich Hoffman has a BA in Organizational Communications from Wright University. He has information technology consultant, strategist. He's also worked as a defense contractor for 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the man behind the SCU. Thank you so much for joining us again today, Rich Hoffman. You're too kind, my friend.
Oh, it's glad to be here. You guys are just awesome. I mean, this is a great event. We need to do more of this, actually.
Oh, trust me, we will.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. The next guest that we have coming on is a multi-award-winning investigative journalist with 3 decades of experience in newspaper and television, including reporting for the Sydney Morning Herald newspaper, ABC TV, Four Corners, 9 Network Sunday program. He's won an extraordinary amount of awards for being an exquisite journalist. Ladies and gentlemen, Ross Coulthart. Ross, how are you?
Oh,
you guys got to bring him on. I'm sending emails here.
Howdy. How are you all?
Fantastic, Ross. It's great to have you. Really appreciate your time. And what is it, like 9 in the morning over there? So we're
it's 6:30 in the morning. Let me just full disclosure. I messed up Ross Coulthart's timing because I could have sworn that the last time he was on was 9 a.m. for him, and it wasn't. It was 9 a.m. when we had him on, but today it's actually 6:30. So I thank you. I'm sorry for the snafu on scheduling, but I'm so happy you're here. I can see it on your face. Oh my God, it's so early. Thank you.
You're very lucky. I'm an early riser. It's not a problem at all.
I appreciate it, Ross. And I think this is going to be worthy because the next man we're bringing on, you guys are just hearty friends. So please, Michael, introduce the man, the myth, the legend.
Absolutely. The former director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, the secretive Pentagon unit that studied UFOs. We know him, we love him. Lou Elizondo. Welcome, Lou.
Oh, thanks, guys. It's great to be here again. And Ross and Rich, it's always a pleasure to see you guys. I feel a bit outgunned because every single person on this right now has these incredibly, beautiful Hollywood style type faces, and then there's me.
You can't beat that.
My top a little bit lower now.
I'm gonna go ahead and say there's nothing Hollywood about this face right here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I'm wondering if you're real or not. If you're some sort of high functioning AI, because every time I turn it, you're just awake. You're constantly awake, and you're doing this like a machine. Day in and day out, just go. Do you ever? Are you even real? Do you ever sleep?
Yeah, rather. Are you real? Do you sleep?
Yeah, that answer might be classified, Lou. I don't know if I can actually.
We might have to. You might have to ask our friend Hal Puthoff.
We'll
So
talk
you're-
after this.
You're not willing to break NDA, rather. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Basically, I made him sign in. The UCR has an NDA. He's not allowed to break it.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for coming here. I wanted to start Lou actually reminded me of this. We'd like to start this discussion off. Ross, we talked a couple weeks ago, and you left us with just kind of an amazing little tidbit. I think the exact quote that you gave us was, "I don't think that the ET hypothesis works, by the way. I don't think that it's ET, but that's a story for another day." Is this that other day?
Today's another day. I think we should be looking more at something closer to home. I think the evidence, and I'd love Lou's response on this and Rich's, but the evidence suggests increasingly that what we're talking about is something that might have been here for a very long time. I'm fascinated, if you look back through human history, there's been in our mythology, popular culture, in the Dreamtime stories of the Aborigines here in Australia. If you look at the rock art all around the world, there's been a presence on planet Earth that's never been explained. And we've turned a blind eye to it, but it's been there all the time. And I'm fascinated, for example, that the incidents that I've been recording from now numerous witnesses off the northwest coast of Australia suggest that there are objects that are going apparently intelligently controlled into the ocean off the northwest coast of Australia. And there are other places all around the world where this is happening. And I just question, is this something that's perhaps, what's the word, intra-terrestrial?
Interesting. Lou, what do you think? I mean, he wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, that's certainly one of the possibilities, isn't it? I mean, we're constantly learning more and more about our planet. We're discovering new species almost every day, and it appears that every time we try to define what life is and put in a nice, neat little box, Mother Nature, she seems to always defy our definition. I think Ross is right. There is a lot of anecdotal information suggesting that we've been dealing with this phenomenon for a very long time. And if that is certainly turns out to be the case, then, we've got a lot of, I hate to say the word soul searching, but we do have a lot of soul searching to do because it's been right in front of us the entire time. And maybe there's been points in time where our species had maybe had a better understanding of maybe what these were. But I don't disagree with Ross at all. I think as I've said before, all options have to be on the table and stay on the table until they're no longer on the table.
Yeah, I guess that kind of brings up a point. If these are things that have been with us for millennia and a part of our history, what does that mean in the current context? Does that mean that these aren't really a threat and there's nothing new, and that or is it something new? Is there new developments that are happening now that are a reason for the increased sightings?
Who's that addressed to?
Sure, Lou. Let's hear your thoughts, if you would.
Okay. Well, I've used this analogy before, and I'm going to say it again because I think it's probably, from my perspective, anyways, it makes sense. Let's just for a moment suspend where the source of these things are from, and let's just say that let's say you go to the local zoo, and you go to the local zoo to visit the gorilla, the great ape exhibit. And week after week, you go to the gorilla exhibit, and the silverbacks are sitting down eating their bananas and pruning each other, and they look really cute. And one day, you go to the zoo, and it appears that a key has fallen from the zookeeper's ring on their belt, and one of the gorillas is looking at it and kind of putting it in his mouth and feeling it. Well, the next week you go back to the same zoo and back to the same exhibit, and that same gorilla now is sitting a little bit closer to the enclosure gate, and he's got the key and he's beginning to play with the key. Now, the monkey hasn't yet figured out how to get out of the cage, but it's a matter of time before that gorilla does. And the day you go to the zoo and that gorilla is no longer in the enclosure, you better hold on to little Johnny's hand, because now you've got an 800-pound gorilla on the loose, and the gorilla, that cute little gorilla, can all of a sudden turn violent. And so maybe we are dealing with something very similar. Perhaps we are the monkey. Maybe we are the species that has been relegated to its cage for millennia, and we're now at the point, technologically speaking, where we're beginning to discover ourselves and discover technology that allows us to get out of the cage. So after years and years of observing us, now this relatively violent species called the human race is about to have free reign over the entire zoo. Now that's a problem, right? Because we're not necessarily a peaceful species. What happens when that monkey now learns how to get out of its cage and shows up on your front lawn with a 12-gauge shotgun, right? That's a problem. So anyways, it's just one analogy that may help resonate how I feel. It's possible that we are the silverback, and we're being monitored and observed to see our technological advancements, and how we progress, and are we ready to be good neighbors or not?
What do you think that means for humanity's development as a species? I mean, obviously, there are many of us who believe that it will be the innovations in technology that will save us from ourselves when it comes to global warming, when it comes to what we've done to the planet. Obviously, we're not really turning around. We're continuing to innovate and develop. How do we develop internally so that we can handle the technology that may save us, but also could be technology that could destroy us or threaten other species, whether it's intraterrestrial as or ultra-terrestrial, as Roth says, or extraterrestrial or interdimensional?
Well, Mike, therein lies the problem, right? Technology is only as good as its developers, and almost every technology can be used dual purpose, for good or for bad, right? You can power the city with the atom. You can also destroy a city with that same atom. And that's true for almost every technology out there. You can look at the internet, right? The internet's great if you want to go shopping on it, let's say eBay or Etsy, but it can be very, very destructive for criminal activity, right? It can destroy people's lives, and people can get into addictions like gambling over the internet. So, as good as technology is for humanity, we must always remember that technology is basically a reflection of humanity itself, and depending on how we use that technology is usually a reflection of mankind and where we are at that time of development. So I'd leave you with that.
So basically, we're 16-year-olds and we've got the keys to the Ferrari, and we're a danger, and we need to grow up.
I'd say we're probably 9-year-olds. 16-year-olds being a little bit, I think, generous. At least a 16-year-old has to take a driver's license and learn how to drive at least an automobile, probably not a Ferrari, but at least, probably had some sort of driver's education. Whereas the 9-year-old has absolutely no idea what to do behind the wheel.
Real quick, I just wanted to say I found Robert Salas. He's here. Robert, how are you, sir?
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you great. I think you might have the show playing on your computer, so we're getting a little bit of an echo. Oh, we hear you great. I think you might have the. That's exactly what's happening.
If you've got another browser window.
Okay, I guess I should try to take care of that. Take that other show off.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you do that, Robert, I just wanted to introduce everybody to you. You are a U.S. Air Force veteran from, you were in the force from 1960 to 71, received an honorable discharge. You earned your bachelor's degree from the U.S. Air Force Academy and graduate degrees from the Air Force Institute of Technology and the University of Washington. Thank you so much for joining us today, Robert. We really appreciate your time.
Okay, is that any better?
Yeah, look.
Yeah,
I think so. Can you hear us, Bob?
Yeah, I'm going to turn my volume up.
There you go. Hello?
All right.
Okay, much better.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, we basically just introduced and told everybody who you were, Bob. So I wanted, before we bring Bob in, because I definitely want to have a discussion about the nuclear aspect of this phenomena. And I think Bob is the perfect guy to talk to about it with. But Rich Hoffman, I wanted to get your thought on what Ross was saying right off the bat, this idea that these things are closer than we might think, and maybe we should start looking a little closer as opposed to light years away. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, I would say that I think that we're like also looking at trying to say that there's one origin when there might be many, and I just want to throw that out. I mean, now when you say that you're talking about something that comes out of the ocean, and you look at I've been investigating cases for 57 years. They come in every shape and every size, so there must be one hell of a production site down underneath the ocean to be able to create different models like the Ferrari and the Volkswagen models we see. We're seeing all different shapes, sizes of objects over a long period of time. Now, the one thing that's pretty interesting about them is that it doesn't seem to matter what kind of shape that they have, but they can do the same kind of maneuvering. In other words, that they can make 90-degree turns and they can be a box shape, or that they can be a dumbbell shape, or that they can be any kind of shape. And so you get that kind of thing going on. Plus, you have all the things I talked with you yesterday about the fact that humans tend to want to put things in patterns and groups and everything else. And so it's really a soup that we call it a soup. That's the UFO, but there's a whole bunch of things in this soup, and we don't necessarily understand all the things in the soup either. There's some things we could explain, because some of the things we see in that soup, the carrot might be something like, a natural phenomenon that we know about. The other kind of soup ingredient might be the things that the Russians are doing, or the things that the Chinese are doing. And we just, can't discern what the heck that is yet. And so people are seeing all different kinds of things. And for us to sit back and just say that it's one explanation, it's a little bit tough. Now, I will say this much. If you look at the total history or all the records, there seems to be an indication that water is something that's important to them, as well as nuclear. So there's two things there that we seemingly see on a repeated basis that they use. Now, for what purpose? I have no idea. I mean, but I struggle with the concept of the production plant that's down underneath the ocean that's creating so many different kinds of craft that pop up and have been doing that throughout our history.
So real quick, I just want to tell everybody who's donating to the Super Chats, thank you so very much. We're taking down these questions, and we're going to try and fire them away in the last half hour like we did with the last interview. So keep them coming. We're going to do our best to get those answered for you. But what I want to do is bring in Robert Salas, because there's a couple of things you're doing right now. First of all, if you can, in a quick summary, if you can, I know that there's a lot of nuance and perspective to your story, but if you could remind people who are in the audience who've never heard of Robert Salas and sort of the experience that he had. And then I'd also like to talk about sort of the initiative that you've taken up and what you're trying to do to get, your voice heard in Washington again.
Oh, thank you, Lou. Thank you for doing this. I've told my story so many times. I'll just go over it very briefly.
Yes, please.
So in 1967, I was a missile launch officer at Malmstrom Air Force Base. I was in March 24th of 1967. I was in command of Oscar Flight, which was about 100 miles east of Great Falls, Montana. When I got first a call from my topside guards, I had 6 guards upstairs. I was 60 feet underground. And he said there's strange lights in the sky flying very erratically. They were not airplanes, making no sounds, making 90-degree turns, stopping on a dime, reversing course. I kind of dismissed it. I didn't really believe in UFOs at the time, even though we were getting reports in the local newspapers about them. So I basically hung up on him. The next call was about a couple of minutes later. This time he was very, very excited, very frightened. He had all the guards out with his weapons drawn and he told me finally I got him calmed down enough. He said there was a orange-red light hovering above the site, pulsating. They wanted me to tell them what to do. At that point, I realized that we were under some sort of an attack. That's the way I took it at the time. And so I told him, just make sure nothing comes in the perimeter fence. And then he hung up. I went to tell my commander about this phone call. And just as about to tell him about it because he'd been taking a rest break. All the missiles started going down. We lost all 10 missiles March 24th, 1967, after he reported to the command post. He turned to me and said the same thing happened at another flight. Now, I thought it was that evening. However, it turned out to be 8 days earlier, I later found out, and that was the Echo flight incident. So within the span of 8 days, UFOs reported over the missile sites. At the time, all 10 of their missile sites went down. All 10 of my missile sites went down. 20 missiles lost within the span of 8 days to UFOs. That's it in a nutshell.
That's a hell of a nutshell. I appreciate that. So if you can, just tell the folks what your what's the new, what is Robert Salas doing today to get this story in front of lawmakers?
Okay, what I've done is set up a press conference. It'll be held at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. on October 19th. So in another month or so, we will have at least 3 of us there at the press club, and one coming in on Zoom. All witnesses to UFO events at nuclear weapons bases, and so we will present our case to the press, to the national press. It will be live streamed. This will definitely happen, no question. We've got the funds now, thanks to crowdsource funding, which I'm completely grateful for. But we've got the funds to do this. After the press conference, we will walk over to the Rayburn building, especially, and talk to congressmen, and then over to the Senate if we can arrange for any interviews with either congressmen or senators, and we'll go over our case in more detail. So that's our initiative that we will do.
And where can people find that crowdsourcing effort?
I can go to my GoFundMe page. If they have Facebook, they can go to my Facebook page and link to that sourcing. I can send you the links. Also, they can go to PayPal. I've got a source there at PayPal where they can send donations. We've almost got, I'm asking for $13,000 in order to cover all the costs, and we're almost there. But,
awesome. Rather, did you have a question?
Well, yeah. I mean, your story is amazing, and it really kind of makes me think that maybe these, whatever they are, have some sort of interest in us, humanity. That kind of leads to Mr. Calhoun had a great question. Yes, in Ross's opinion, does the phenomenon have any long-term plans for humanity? Is it conducting deliberately any teaching, as Jack Fillet suggests? Be really curious to know your thoughts.
Well, I think I'll roll back in answering that. I'll roll back to the implicit question that was behind the last questions, which was, is there a threat? And I guess my response to that would be, if there was a threat from something that's so technologically advanced. I mean, we're talking here, as Lou has referred to many times, we're talking here about an advanced technology that is just off the grid, frankly, in terms of comparisons to what we have as technology. So if this thing, whatever it is, if this intelligence wanted to wipe us out, it could have done long ago. So in terms of lessons for humanity, look, I like the theme that comes through in what Rob's talked about, and I've read Robert Hastings' excellent book, UFOs and Nukes, and Bob Salas's accounts of what he's seen are just touching the iceberg of, just to my amazement as a journalist, I was amazed that from what Bob Hastings told me, there's been literally hundreds of these incidents across the United States, including also in facilities here in Australia, where intelligently controlled objects have engaged with facilities that are linked to nuclear weapons. We've got Pine Gap here in Australia, Northwest Cape, and it's very hard. Look, all we can do is make judgments, but it's very hard to escape the impression that what these objects are doing is taking a concerned look at a technology that, well, sadly, we've misused in the past and for offensive purposes to kill many, many hundreds of thousands of people. And I think the fear of any intelligent entity might be that we do that again.
I have a question for the panel, rather, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So I'm very curious, and it's a speculative question, and maybe we could just thought experiment here for a second, because I think it's valuable to do thought experiments. This way we can understand what sort of hypotheses we want to put on the table and what we can test for. My question is, when it comes to UFOs being attracted to nuclear sites, that seems to implicate either A, what Ross was saying earlier, is that they are ultra-terrestrial or some sort of something that's been here because it would make a difference whether or not we misused atomic energy, or they're benevolent and interested in helping us keep ourselves from blowing ourselves up. Because, when you think about nuclear technology, every star in our galaxy, in the universe, is fusion technology. We see supernovas all the time. We know there is extraordinary explosions throughout our galaxy, but it doesn't seem like an extraterrestrial would want to stop that. So why would they be interested in this tiny blue dot in our tiny, nuclear capabilities, unless A, they were interested in helping us, or B, they were here and they were worried about themselves? Ross, Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to share a comment on that, because I think that, if you take a look at the history, to me, it's always been one of those things where, 1947, and even prior to that, we were doing all of these bomb tests in the ocean, right? We just got through saying that there might be a connection to the ocean or something of that nature, right? But you suddenly have these atolls that are, have nuclear devices that are being exploded, and then seemingly, out of nowhere, you've got all these objects that are out suddenly visiting Hanford and all these other kind of nuclear production sites and everything else. If you had, let's say, hypothetically, the ET was living underneath the ocean, well, wait a minute, we're blowing up things in the ocean. Let's come up and check out and see what we can do to stop that, right? You could look at that way. You could also say that, they're trying to do something where if they've been here all along, they completely already know us. They know all of the languages on the planet. They can speak. They know where the cap point is because guess what? They're able to listen to communications and military, everything, and they've already figured out everything about us, right? They've tested this in every way, shape, or form. They've been at all of our installations. They continue to do that. They know about us completely. So my point to you would be that, with the context of, the nuclear thing, are they indeed trying to test us? Is this a surveillance kind of thing? Are they wanting to test us to see or send a message? You could say that. At the same time, if you take a look at it, they're popping in over in the Bentwaters area. They're certainly going around the world doing that. But then the Russians had the opposite experience where it suddenly activated their missiles. So wait a minute. Okay, which is it? And then we all want to say that the UFOs tend to be friendly. Then you look at the Colaris incident, and then you question, well, is it all friendly? And so there's a lot of different ways of looking at it. And one last point that I'm going to bring up is that I'm working in the DoD for the Army, and right now I'm engaged in installing drone killers, if you would, for all of our DoD facilities. And why are we doing that? Well, guess what? We've got drones that are hanging over military facilities that could be potentially the Chinese, the Russians, or somebody. And we can't figure out what they are. But we've got, now we're putting in tools to be able to combat it, to knock them out of the sky, find out if there's an operator, where the operator is. We've also got these drones that are popping and going in around Palo Verde, which is a nuclear plant. And so, we need to be concerned about this. And it is indeed a threat, because why would they be playing with us like this? And what are they wanting? What is their intent? And we don't know what their intent is.
Well,
we know go ahead.
Robert, I saw your hand go up. What was your thought on that?
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple of comments. One was ET or UFOs were seen over the Hanford site in 1944, and there were Navy pursuit aircraft set after them. This has been documented at least twice. that I know of. So they knew about our plans to build nuclear weapons even before the first atom bomb test. And to follow up on the issue of their interest in our nuclear weapons worldwide, of course, we have had many instances of documented witness solid testimony of UFOs flying over bases in Europe that were part of the NATO alliance. The one in Italy, trying to think of the name. Anyway, Strasbourg in the Netherlands in 1979, a very well documented incident. Many witnesses came forward, actually spoke on the radio the day after it happened. UFOs just flying to the weapons storage area, shining a beam of light. Aviano, Italy was what I was thinking of as another one. And then the Rendlesham case where nuclear weapons were stored at Bentwaters Base, and UFO came over, shone a light on the weapons storage area. So there's no question that the UFOs want us to know that they are concerned about our nuclear weapons and our nuclear power plants. There have been many, many reports of UFOs over nuclear power facilities for a long, long time. So it is obvious that they are trying to send us a message, I think, that to get rid of these damn things, they are weapons of mass annihilation. They're not weapons of war. We would not use these in wartime, even though military generals going back to at least the Korean War have asked to use them of our presidents. So General MacArthur, General Westmoreland, both asked the government to use nuclear weapons. These are not weapons of war.
Well, I'll say this: he definitely made a friend of the show, Max Moskovich, very happy by mentioning the Sosterberg case, because he's been screaming at the top of his lungs about that. And I know it's a case that he lives in the Netherlands. It's probably one of the best cases out there when it comes to the nuclear connection. But Lou, I want to swing it over to you. In this preliminary report, I was at least expecting something about the nuclear connection to this phenomenon. Maybe we didn't get it because it is a preliminary report. Do you expect our security apparatuses to give us any sort of information, any more information on this connection, or is this something we're still a little far away from?
Well, let me give you my perspective. Our nuclear technology is considered the crown jewels for our nation, and frankly, most nations out there that have nuclear technology and nuclear weapons, it's considered some of the most sensitive technologies we have. In fact, there's an entire separate security classification for that type of related information from the Department of Energy. Let me just rattle off a couple names here, and then I'm going to tell you why they're relevant. Some of them you already heard about, but you heard about Oscar Site. Savannah River Facility, Oak Ridge, Hanford Site, Los Alamos, Bentwaters, Nimitz, Roosevelt. These are all nuclear capable technologies that we have U.S. government intelligence reporting that has now been released to the public through Freedom of Information Act that anybody can look at. And these incidents go back to the 1940s all the way to present day. These are the ones that anybody can see. Now, there are many, many, many more. And by the way, these are just the American ones, right?
Right.
There's a lot of others involving Russia and some other countries. So Mr. Salas is absolutely correct, as well as the other guests right now that you have on your panel, that there is definitely some sort of keen interest in our nuclear technology, whether it's nuclear weapons, nuclear propulsion, nuclear power, targeting and triggering and whatnot. I can't tell you how many pilots I've spoken to that used to fly nuclear capable, strike capable payloads, such as B-52 bombers that had a very specific mission. It wasn't all the B-52 bombers that would see UAPs, but there was a hell of a lot of them that were assigned to some of these nuclear strike capabilities, delivering nuclear payloads. And you know what? A lot of them saw UAPs. So there's a long history here. And I think the reason why, now you're asking the second part of that question, why didn't we see it in the report, the 180-day report, for several reasons. First of all, the staff was completely underfunded and outgunned, period. Anybody who was on the inside will tell you the same thing. You had a couple people working part-time on an impossible project.
You also warned us about this for months before it was. I mean, there was no secret. But so I just wanted to just confirm that with you. You know, like
let's get into the report what it did say, okay? Because I think that's important. So Luis, you have a report that says there were in people look and say, oh, this is all the UAP reporting that we've had since Nimitz. No, it wasn't. The Nimitz was only one incident included, but really most of that reporting of the 144 incidents, only one was actually able to be figured out. So that leaves 143. And out of those 143 incidents that were actually reported, most of them, 99%, came from the Navy, and only in the last year and a half. So 144 incidents reported predominantly by the Navy in only a year and a half is huge. And then you put that on the backdrop of the fact that in the report itself, it says most of the reports were not even reported. So if you do some simple mathematics here and say only 10% of the reports were actually reported of the incidents, that leaves 1,400 incidents, separate incidents that occurred involving just the Navy alone in only the last year and a half. Now, let's take a look at what the Navy has. Let's talk about the Roosevelt for a minute. Let's talk about the Nimitz and some of these super carriers. What are they? Well, it's a huge nuclear footprint. It's not just the aircraft carrier. It's a battle group, right? You have nuclear-powered vessels that are escorting that aircraft carrier. You have nuclear-powered submarines that are also part of that fleet. You have nuclear weapons in some of those submarines that are part of that fleet, right? That is, you have more nuclear presence in probably 10 square miles than you have on the entire eastern seaboard of the United States. So that's a huge nuclear footprint. There is absolutely a connection that we are convinced that exists. The reason why you saw in that 180-day report, I think some not a whole lot of information, is because frankly we're still trying to figure it out, and I think the government's being very cautious not to jump to any preconceived conclusions. But it's a scary notion when a country can't protect its own nuclear technology. You just heard Mr. Bob Salas saying that his entire flight was brought offline. And by the way, I know that to be true because I actually read the intelligence information reports about that incident. And by the way, other incidents. And oh, by the way, incidents involving other countries. And so it is real. And we can spend our time here debating whether or not, that the government's really interested in it, but they are, because the reporting's out there for anybody to read, and there's a lot more that hasn't been made public yet.
Well, I'd be remiss to not let the journalists in the room ask some questions. So, Ross, please, the floor is yours. Is there anything that is coming to the top of your head when you hear these things?
Well, look, I guess for me, it's whether we can expect any further disclosure from the UAP task force acknowledging that nuclear weapons do appear to be an area of interest from that perspective. I mean, I guess the big question I think I'm really struggling with at the moment is whether the preliminary report from the UAP task force reflects the entirety of where the US government wants to go, or whether can we interpret the fact that the UAP preliminary report only went from 2004 to the present day as an attempt to constrain the narrative to actually not talk about things that it doesn't want to talk about that have occurred in previous decades? That's very much my interest, is, why did they focus on 2004 when, I think, Lou, you spoke yesterday and the day before in this same event. You talked about the need to look at the history and the fact that the legislation that's coming up for the Congress is indeed going to be able to review previous cases, previous incidents going back to the 1940s. Is that happening, do you think, and do you think it will?
Well, I think it has to happen. And if you talk to representatives, whether it's Congressman Tim Burchett or Senator Marco Rubio or former Senator Harry Reid, all of them have expressed a desire to have this information provided, so much so that it's actually in writing in a bill right now for congressional approval, telling basically the legislative branch of our government, telling the executive branch, you will comply. Otherwise, you get no money. And so if you want to continue having a job, you better come correct. You better start reporting on this stuff that you haven't reported on before. And, you better be more transparent. Now, I will tell you, it's my opinion, there are enclaves in the U.S. government that absolutely don't want to have this conversation. They're becoming increasingly more the minority within the U.S. government as far as a voice. But they're still pretty powerful. They're the same. I suspect the same people who are trying to quiet me and some of my colleagues. I don't think they're comfortable talking about this, because I think if we really go full open disclosure with this conversation, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have to do some serious answering to the American public. And that, for me, is not conspiratorial. It's fact. You can look at any other type of event in the background. Look at the debacle right now that's happening in Afghanistan, right? Look at 9/11, look at COVID. Anytime you have someone in the government that's not being completely forthcoming on a situation, atonement is coming. The people want accountability. People deserve accountability, right? We pay them. We expect accountability. And yet here we are with people obfuscating. And, I do think, Ross, that we are coming to a point where our elected officials are getting wise to some of the games that are being played. And frankly, I think they're losing some of their patience with it.
Cool. Robert, did you have something to say on that, or Richard?
Absolutely. I've got something to say.
We'll go to you next, Richard.
This cover-up that the government is doing has been going on since at least 1947, probably back to 42 during the Battle of LA. But so it's going to be very difficult to get this information out of the people that really know what's going on. I would like to be optimistic that that's going to happen anytime soon. But one of the reasons I've been doing this press conference is to push for open hearings. Once you get open hearings, you get witnesses like myself testifying. That's going to open that door much wider, the secrecy door. So I think that is the key, and that's what we all should be working for: open hearings. And that's why we'll be talking to Congress people, whoever I can talk to. I know you had somebody from a congressman from Tennessee.
Yep,
yeah, I would like to get a hold of him and set up a meeting with the three of us that are going to be there, that are actual witnesses to these events. We've heard enough from talking heads about what their thoughts are about these things, but they ought to talk to actual witnesses, and maybe we can get some open hearings. So that's what I'm going to push for. I'm going to tirelessly try to contact these congressmen, senators, to see if we can get meetings.
Well, I'm happy you said that. Yeah, real quick. Yeah, please, Michael. What do you got?
Say,
then we'll go to Richard.
Make a comment and ask a question, because that's what the Big Phone Home 2 is all about. We want public congressional hearings, and people have expressed to us how naive they believe we are in trying to push for congressional hearings. And I'd love to know from Lou. I mean, this is something that we believe, I'm not expecting, I don't think any of us are expecting the government to share classified, sensitive information with the American people. We just want the truth. And we believe that public hearings will bring us closer to solidifying this topic into the mind of the collective consciousness of the public. Are we on the right track with that? I know you mentioned, Lou, that maybe public hearings are a bad idea because perhaps we could be, putting people in awkward positions, but I'm just trying to figure out how else we're going to get there.
Sure. No, personally, I'm in favor of it. I will tell you that
you are.
Colleagues of mine that think I am, absolutely.
Okay.
There are colleagues that think this will become a circus, a public spectacle,
right?
And it's going to be used to basically diminish the seriousness of the topic, because if you ever, there's a scene that I saw in a movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and they're having this debate with some Air Force staff and talking about, the UFO reality. And all of a sudden, I guess one of the Air Force persons kind of throws this little, verbal grenade into the conversation and says, well, this is just as serious as talking about Bigfoot, right? And of course, all of a sudden you had a couple people in the audience in the movie start, in one of the scenes, they kind of say, well, I saw Bigfoot, and it completely started diminishing the seriousness of the conversation of UAP and UFOs. And so that is certainly a possibility. But I personally think that sunlight is the best antiseptic. I think if we really want to be transparent with the American people, I think we have to have public hearings eventually. I think it's owed to the American people. I think it's owed to Congress, and I think we need to have this conversation in the open. Personally, that's my personal feeling. But it would have to be done in a way that is truly transparent. It's not designed to just make a mockery and say nothing to see here, folks. Bring everybody out there. Bring the eyewitnesses that Robert Salas is mentioning, and bring out the scientists, and bring out some of the individuals that have been involved in other legacy efforts and programs as well. There's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of data, and that data, I think, once it becomes more well known, is really going to shine a light onto the reality of this phenomenon.
So, Rich, I'm sorry we skipped you, but what did you have to say about that?
Well, I just want to, number one, I'm impressed with the entire group of people we've got on this panel, and I'm glad, and I'm really thrilled with being on with them. Every one of them I have deep respect for. What I was going to point out to you, going back to my Blue Book days, if you were working with Blue Book, they would have, every base would have a UFO officer, and they would go out and do UFO investigations and things like that. One of the things we found from looking at the history of Project Blue Book and all the different projects were that the investigators weren't necessarily that good, nor were they fully trained. And there was a whole lot of issues with what they actually collected and how they did it. And then throwing in the fact that I was with MUFON for God knows how many years, and I was the director of investigations, or deputy director of investigations, and I had to look at reports that were done by investigators. We had a lot of problems with actually having good investigations done. So my point would be, if you say that you investigated 144 cases, who did that? How did they do it? How effective were they? Were they trained? How does the public know that we're not dealing with another Blue Book, if you would, that's going to whitewash it, that's going to not really give us a lot. They did give us, at least in Blue Book, a little bit of a monthly kind of basis in terms of the number of sightings. And they did a few things, and they kept the public informed that way. But I guess I'm just not sure that I know how the cases. I know that I've looked at cases with multiple investigators, and they all had different ideas about what they were, or one could identify it, and the other one couldn't. So I guess I'm trying to figure that out, and then we as a scientific organization would love to be able to get data and put in front of the scientific community and universities. We got university professors and everything else. So why can't we include or encourage the use of universities and academia? And that, by the way, was also brought up even during Project Blue Book. And they many of them used Battelle and various others to do that. So that's my thoughts.
Rich, can I jump in for just a quick second? I want to piggyback on that for just a quick second. Rich brings up a great point. When I was a young special agent with not a whole lot of seniority, I was assigned what they call the duty agent. It was an additional duty. Basically, all the stuff and the crap that the senior guys were too senior to do became my job, and it became a quote unquote additional duty or other duties as assigned. That's precisely what I've seen as well when the reporting of UAP, rather than being a primary responsibility of someone, a point of contact within an investigative apparatus, it just winds up being a quote unquote additional duty. Yeah, if a report comes in, give it to Snuffy, and Private Snuffy will go there and check it out, right? Meanwhile, Private Snuffy really doesn't have the necessary training and experience and expertise to conduct any type of preliminary inquiry or full field investigation, as we like to call them. So, Rich is absolutely right that we need to have a a standardization, if you will, of expertise, where we can have people going out and frankly asking the right questions and collecting the right data and evidence.
Well, this idea of collecting data and evidence intrigues me, because I think, honestly, for me, we're here, we want congressional hearings, but I think for me, just a little bit more honesty, a little bit more transparency, not a lot, just on stuff that's already public. We've got the gimbal, we've got the go fast, we've got the Nimitz footage. Give us another angle. Give us the longer version of the video. These things are already public. What's holding them back on this? And how do we, my question is, Lou, because I know this is important to you. How do we, and I know Ross, I saw your hand go up, so we'll go to Ross first, and then Lou, and then I'm sorry, Robert. Sorry, Robert, I see you. How do we kill these false flag narratives? How do we get this idea that psyops and false flags and all of this stuff out of the mainstream with what we're asking for from these lawmakers? Ross, I'll go to you, and then we'll go to Robert, and then we'll go to Lou.
There's a couple of points I want to make. The first is, I'm talking to people, as I'm sure Lou is, I'm talking to people who purport to be part of scientific investigations into things that I think the Congress ought to know about. These are patriots, people who care passionately about your country and the state of the planet, and they think what they know should be public information. And I've said to them, will you go public with me? And they've gone, no. They're too scared. They've got a security oath that they have to heed. And they're at a stage at the moment where they're waiting to see whether there's going to be, one, the hearings in Congress, but two, whether there's going to be the impetus in those hearings in Congress where they can feel safe about giving the evidence they know. And this is the thing that really gets me, is that we talk a lot about whether we can persuade our political representatives to agree to transparent hearings and to higher degrees of openness. But one of the things that and to my shame, I've only just recently realized this, is the extent to which there are good people out there in the black world, frankly, who are sitting on information that they've had in their minds for many, many years. They want to talk about it, but they are bound by the most incredible security oaths. And frankly, also, they're frightened. They've got families, they've got livelihoods. They don't want to compromise that. So one of the things I think that is equally as fundamental as persuading our Congress is getting impetus in the mainstream media. I'm incredulous as a mainstream media journalist myself, as somebody who, I've got some reasonable whack in journalism in my part of the world. And I'm incredulous that the mainstream media is asleep at the wheel on this issue. When you've got the admissions that have been made as a result of the great work that has been done by people like Lou, like everybody here, I'm amazed that, frankly, the mainstream media hasn't engaged and jumped on this issue more aggressively, because it needs to. And that's what you need to get the impetus for proper congressional hearings that will have the clout and the power to push for what really is going on.
And Robert, your thoughts? I think you're waving your arms. I'm sorry, sir. We're trying here. What do you got?
Well, first of all, I'd like to do a poll here. How many of you have read my book, Faded Giant?
Ooh, I have not.
Okay, well, at least Lou and Ross have.
And Rich has as well.
No, I'm holding up the book.
Rich is holding it right there.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Yeah, right. Well, if you look in the appendix of that book, you'll see a lot of documents, which were retrieved under Freedom of Information Act. That is evidence. That's the kind of evidence I would present to the Congress. Not only that, but I've got witness statements. I think I've counted about 10 people that will support my story. Not only my story, but the Echo Flight story. And that's when I talk about bringing openness or having open hearings, I'm talking about bringing witnesses that can back up their stories with documents, with testimonies, etc. If you start bringing those witnesses in, this is part answer to Ross's point. If you start bringing those witnesses in, then other witnesses will come forward, because it'll draw you a map as to where things have been going. So that's part of the answer to Ross, that and I agree with him completely about witnesses being frightened of coming forward. During the Roswell incident, witnesses were intimidated so much that they were threatened with their lives, not only their lives, but the lives of their children, their grandchildren, etc. This is serious stuff to this, what I call the international UFO cabal. And that's why it's going to be a very hard and long road to try to get that cabal to release the real data that they have. I wouldn't be speaking to you today if it hadn't been for I just happened to pick up a book in a bookstore, and as a result of that, went through the FOIA process and gotten documents supporting the Echo flight shutdown, and then I went public with it being a UFO event. The Air Force, the government has not come after me, even though I'm in technical violation of my own NDA, because that incident was about Echo flight, the documents that I got. I have received no documents about the Oscar flight, which I was involved in, and so I'm in technical violation. But I kept talking about this for over 25 years now. The Air Force has not come after me because they know I've got the witnesses, I've got the documents, etc., to support what I am saying. I guess, all right, I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Lou, what are your thoughts to that?
Two quick things. I get calls every day from people on the inside. They want to talk to me. They want to share their story. When I ask them, are they ready to go public? They say no. They said, no, not yet, Lou. I saw what happened to you. Let me test the waters a little longer. These are people who have placement and access, high-level security clearances, and they've been privy to some pretty incredible things. And I get these calls every day from very, very senior people. Now, why? What does it take for us to have complete transparency? Well, let me give you just a quick difference between a journalist and an investigative journalist like Ross. Okay, a journalist reports information. An investigative journalist digs and digs and digs and digs and then reports. Right. That type of pressure, that type of an investigative journalist like Ross or some of these other great folks out there, George Knapp, et cetera, that have spent a lot of time digging and getting real information, is the government's absolute worst nightmare. Those are the type of people that they constantly worry about because they're the loose cannon. They're the real unknown in the equation, and you can't do anything about them. You can't stop them. And if you try to intimidate them like you can with other individuals who have security clearances, chances are they're going to out you very publicly. So I think part of the key to this is really supporting the mainstream media journalists out there. And let me just for a real quick second. So we've got, everybody knows Ross, an incredible journalist, Jamal, Rod from Stars and Stripes, George Knapp, Leslie Keene, Ralph Blumenthal, Brian Bender. These are folks who took a huge chance professionally to have this conversation with not just the American people, but the world. They put their credibility on the line. They put their profession on the line, very much like a lot of us doing here, having this conversation right now, to speak the truth. And that goes a long way. That really getting that information out so people in Congress and whatnot can make a good decision and say, you know what, I want to champion this. There's enough smoke here that we think there's fire, is extremely helpful. That's precisely what needs to happen. And Robert Salas is absolutely correct. There is a plethora of data out there, official U.S. government documentation, by the way, written in some cases by four-star generals, that validate the reality of this phenomenon. And people, when you tell them, they go, what? No way. Really? I never heard about that. Well, you're right. It's been out there all along, and no one knows. I think that's starting to change. I think these brave journalists are getting wise to the fact that there is a lot of data that's already available, and most of the puzzle pieces are already out there. Sure, there's a lot more, but there's a sizable amount already out there for the pickings. And I think we're about to enter hopefully a new renaissance of disclosure, where our journalists now can take information that's already been put out there very quietly under the radar, if you will, floating the balloon, and start to report on it. I think that people will be very surprised just how much information is already out there in the public sphere.
Rather, looks like you got something to say. What do you got, buddy?
When you talk about pieces to the puzzle, a lot of the people are really tie into what you say. When you talk about that you've seen videos, the 23-minute video and stuff. And I guess my question is, it seems to me that there should be a way to take away the means and methods that are the reason, presumably, why these things are classified, and get some sort of declassified version of those videos and those evidence out there. And this kind of comes from John Music. He did a super chat yesterday. I'm curious to what your thoughts on that are, Lou. Why can't we take away the means and methods and get some sort of more evidence out there?
Simply put, rather, we can and we should. The problem is, once that gets released, then you put the government in a very difficult situation where it has to start answering questions. Just look what happened with the USS Omaha incident, right? One video comes out of, people still don't know what it is, and they absolutely got lit up for months with mainstream media asking what the heck is going on here, right? The government does not like to be put in a defensive position like that. Unfortunately, what it doesn't realize is the more secret it is, the more attention it's drawing. And now it's to the point where the cat's out of the bag. We have a UAP task force being that's created and using your taxpayer dollars. We have a strategy being developed right now by Office of Secretary of Defense. We've got reportings now that are going to be going every 90 days to Congress. I think we're gaining momentum, and I don't think there's any going back. And I think the more that the government continues to try to withhold information that can be and should be released to the American people, the more it's putting itself in a position of jeopardy. It stands to lose its credibility. It stands to lose its authority. The only reason why governments are legitimate is because its citizens recognize its authority as being valid. Once an organization or institution or government loses that credibility, it puts itself in a very precarious situation. And I think that's partly what the government is trying to avoid, saying, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we've been lying to you for the last 70 years. That's not a great conversation to have with the American people. It's just not a good place to be if you're a bureaucrat in the government, right?
Yeah, no, that's a very insightful answer, and I appreciate that. Kind of a follow-up on this. Sally Vandy Vord was asking, can you ask Lou if he knows of any footage out there that's on the internet considered fake, but maybe really real? Speaking of pieces of the puzzle being out there.
Yes, and this is one of the efforts we're working right now behind the scenes. I don't want to lift up my hemline too much right now. We're trying to do this the right way, but come up with algorithms that can very quickly identify deep fake videos. Imagine the ability to come through hundreds of thousands of videos and very quickly determine what's real and what's not. There's a lot of utility in that, right? Takes, of course, time, money, and energy and talent to be able to do that. But those are one of the areas that we are embarking on that could hopefully shed some light on this.
I have a quick question in regard to the government lying about this for 70 years. Isn't it possible? I mean, we look at Biden and he's taking credit for ending the Afghan war, right? Isn't there incredible political power for the executive branch, or political points for the executive branch to own this and say, you know what? And it's not hard to blame the last guy. I guess my confusion in why that would be difficult is that it seems like there is political value in owning this and blaming.
Well, no, guys, let's if I can here, I think you're right. Superficially, that makes sense, but let's go down. Let's just go down the rabbit hole, shall we? For just a brief moment, okay? Here's two scenarios. You know what? Someone 25 years ago in the Air Force reported a UFO incident. They were told not to talk about it. They were given a psychological evaluation. In fact, their security clearance was suspended. As a result, they were discharged from the Air Force, got a divorce, and now homeless, living on the streets, all for doing the right thing, right? Lost everything, all for doing the right thing, what they were supposed to do, and yet they had to lose it all to do it. What about those people? Where's the liability there, right? Who's going to pay that price for those individuals who've had their lives ruined. What about, let's say you have company A, that's an aerospace company competing with company B, that's an aerospace company. And it turns out that company A may have had some material or information provided to it on the down low by the government. And now you've had this unfair competitive advantage. And now company A becomes a multi-billion-dollar military industrial complex provider, while company B went completely bankrupt and 1,500 people lost their jobs and are now, trying to find another job.
So you're saying there's real liability here?
There is absolutely real liability, legal liability. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Huge. Billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of liability. Yes. And it's you can't just come out and say, aha, guys, sorry, we fooled you for the last 70 years. It doesn't work that way. There are second and third order consequences that have to be considered. There's real national security issues at stake here. You know what? If technology was provided to company A, then what did they learn and what were they able to develop? And maybe there was another company that would have been more suited to exploit it, perhaps, if they were given that opportunity, right? And of course, there's the people who are involved. What do? Give everybody clemency? Do you just go ahead and wave a magic wand, say everybody now is no longer subject to a lawsuit? Well, that doesn't work in a civil case. You can't make everybody immune to anybody can make a lawsuit about anybody, to anybody about anything. So, there's, and then of course you have potentially the involvement with other governments. What if it turns out that the U.S. government was maybe working with another country, right? And that country told its people, hey, nothing to see here, folks, right? Now, all of a sudden that country gets, dragged through the mud, and now it's got public hearings. And it's not that simple, guys. We need to understand that this is very complex. This is why I've said before, this is a process. This is not an event. This is going to take time to figure out. I think if you look back at the last 3 years, we've come very, very far. I'm very optimistic we're going to continue to go forward on this. But I think anybody who thinks this is just going to be overnight, you're being completely unrealistic. I don't, that's not the way government works.
Robert, I can see you bursting at the seams. Yeah, I feel like you got something to say.
I came on here and I didn't realize this was the Lou Elizondo show.
It's not the Lou Elizondo show.
As far as I know, I'm the only witness on this show. So do you have any questions for me?
What's your response to that? What's your response to the government liability concern?
Government liability.
Well, no, I mean, we're just talking about, I mean, the
government is liable to the public. The government should be responding to the public outcry for information. And that's why getting open hearings is the key to this whole thing. I don't understand why we're even talking about people's liabilities. We're talking about much more important things here.
What is at stake, Robert? What is at stake for you? What is at stake for the country?
Well, I think Danny Sheehan brought up a couple of things that were really important. If the government were to disclose, and I mean largely disclose, we might get access to a lot more technological information that the government has already uncovered from the phenomenon, which could include energy sources, new energy sources that would help us get off the petroleum thing, industry stuff that's creating greenhouse gases. But more importantly, I think, is the excessive secrecy in government. Another thing that Danny Sheehan brought up, there's way too much secrecy in so many ways in government. And if we could get the secrecy open up on the UAP, that would go a long way to getting the government to open up other secrets that they have.
Okay. Well, just real quick, Ross, did you have something to add to that? Go for it, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in here. I was very privileged once as a younger journalist to go to South Africa when, after the collapse of apartheid, the apartheid regime, they had what are called truth and reconciliation commissions, where essentially an immunity was offered to people who'd done terrible things on both sides. of a horrible conflict. And what came out were quite curative and healthy moments where you had hitmen who'd worked for the South African intelligence services basically apologizing to the families of their victims in courtrooms and acknowledging the crimes that they'd committed, knowing that they were not going to be criminally affected as a result of their admissions. And frankly, I wonder whether that's what we need here. Is there going to be a need for some kind of Truth and Reconciliation Commission? Because I remember one of the first questions I was presumptuous enough to ask Lou when I first met him was, does he think that there have been crimes committed? And both he and Chris Mellon pointed out to me that governments lie to the people all the time. You know, it's not actually a crime for a government to lie to the people. But I do think, and it's a very valid point, you know, there are civil liabilities here, and there are probably contempts of the Congress that have been committed here, and misleading of executive officials such as the president, perhaps. And I just wonder whether it might not be a good idea for the idea to be mooted of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission where people from within the program can come and talk about what they know, knowing that they won't be subject to the not only the security oath, but also if they're revealing things that they've done that are criminal or improper, they know that they're going to be given immunity for it. Because frankly, I think that's the only way this story is ever going to come out.
No, that seems to make sense. So, Robert, real quick, what I'm going to do is, because we've got 15 minutes left in this interview, we've got a lot of questions from our audience. A lot of them are for Lou, so I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to set you any further than we may have.
We do got one more for Rob, if
yeah,
you just
please
for a second.
Go for it.
Ted is asking, did your feelings change about whether you would launch the missiles if given the order after you had your UAP encounter?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I guess the question is, after you had the encounter that you had at the nuclear facility, would you have still done the order to launch the nukes post that, or did that kind of change your perspective? And
of course, I would have launched. That was my job. I was a professional officer in the Air Force in charge of taking orders to launch missiles if ordered, and I would have done so, no question. And the men and women that are operating these missiles today would do the same, even though we know it would obliterate civilization as we know it. And that's just because you've got a professional military force that would do as ordered.
Yeah, that's a hell of a responsibility, and thanks for your service, Rob.
Yeah, no, we appreciate the service, and one of the reasons why we asked you to come on here is because you are a veteran, and this day is all about talking to veterans, getting the veteran perspective. We've got a link to your book and also to your crowdfunding source that you're going to be doing. So we've included all of those links below. If you guys want to support Robert in his effort to put this in front of Congress, and just like we're trying to do, and get it in the National Press Club, and bring some attention from the media to it, please do us a favor, check out his GoFundMe campaign, and yeah, I'll leave the floor to you, Robert, to sort of tell folks where they can again find this stuff, and any closing thoughts from you.
Well, okay, I've got a website called spiralgalaxy.org. You can go there and look at some of the evidence I have supporting my story. I mentioned that in the annex of my book, Fated Giant, I've got quite a few documents there.
Mm-hmm.
I've also, on my YouTube channel, I have published a video. It's about a 39-minute video that goes into great detail on my incident, the Echo Flight incident, and the cover-up, which we haven't talked about much, had to do with the Condon investigation and how they covered up the missile incursion incidents, Echo and Oscar. I go in great detail. It's how that was accomplished. Like I said, I've got quite a bit of backup to my story and the Echo story. There's still live witnesses such as Colonel Walt Fiegel, who is still alive and well. I spoke to him a couple of months ago. Although he's not going to be coming to our press conference, he has allowed me to broadcast his audio statements about the Echo flight incidents. He has spoken to me and Hastings about it. So there's a lot out there that we can use to support our stories. Again, I will be accompanied by 3 others, 2 in person and 1 by Zoom. And I will announce who those are at a later date, but they've got some very interesting stories to tell, and they will tell the press that are present. If any of you can help me get that press into the room, I would appreciate it. And if any of you can help me get interviews with sitting congressmen and senators, especially those on the intel committees, I would appreciate that too. You can contact me through many sources, my website. At any rate.
Yeah, well, hey, Robert, we're going to have to bring you back for a panel with just Robert Salas and the entire mission that we have ahead of us. I think it's worth it. We clearly need to make room to just ask you questions. But I'm glad you joined the panel. I'm glad we got your perspective. Again, if you guys want to help Robert in his efforts, all of the links are included in the chat, sir. We can't thank you enough for being here. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you all.
And I just wanted to say quickly that I haven't read your book yet, Robert, but I just bought it and I'm looking forward to reading it. And I hope you will come back and join us again so we can just do a deep dive into your story. Will you do that for us?
Well, ask me and we'll see.
Excellent.
I just asked you.
Maybe let's ask him on another day.
All right, we'll ask you on a different day, Robert.
All right.
Yeah, ask me after I've settled down a little bit.
There you go. All right, sir. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Wow.
Look, this is the issue, right? We've got these veterans that are pissed. They're pissed, man.
Yeah.
They don't want to, they have zero patience. Their patience is done. And this is the reoccurring theme for both of the phone homes we've done. If we bring on veterans and they're like, no. I don't have time for these nuanced little tiptoey things. I was in a nuclear facility. I had my hand on the button and I don't want to talk about this. Let's talk about what's really important. I'm like, I get it, but I mean, what could we do? We're sort of the lapdogs here, and we're just looking for scraps that are falling off the table and then dissecting those scraps as best we can. But I understand the frustration. I totally get it. But yeah, it's also a panel. We're here to talk to each other and bring some different ideas. What do you got, Rich?
No, I was just going to say that, talking to witnesses firsthand, like, that I've done for, decades, and doing face-to-face interviews with witnesses right after they've had the event. These are life-shattering and changing, altering experiences for many of these people. I mean, this is with them for the rest of their lives.
Right.
And so, this, and I just want to point out, that it was said earlier, like, that there are significant impacts to a lot of the witnesses to where they don't want to come forward. In the 60s, we had a whole bunch of police officers that were splattered all over the National Enquirer about their sightings, and it completely ruined their lives.
Right.
I mean, they ended up with divorces. They ended up, losing their jobs. And why? Because guess what? The Enquirer made it around the world, and every journalist was writing about it. And suddenly they became, like number one, And so there are implications to having a sighting and talking about it that a lot of people won't go to that next step and talk about it. I talked with one couple that kept it quiet for 48 years that they saw something. Right. They didn't even tell their kids. And it wasn't until that I went on a TV show that they said, well, I think we might be able to talk to him, and that's the problem.
Yeah. What's going on? Somebody, what's anyway.
I have got somebody that's pounding up.
That's you, Rich. Okay. All right. No worries.
Me, but it's not me doing it. Right?
Because I knew Lou also had some home construction going on a few weeks back. So I was thinking maybe it was Lou. Okay.
No,
so
I'm on mute, fellas. I'm on mute.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Okay. So, So,
We got
okay,
questions
guys.
for Lou, yeah.
We've got 7 minutes left. We might extend it by 5 or so, depending on what's going on here. But we're going to try and fire through these questions as quick as we can because we had a lot of people donating the super chat because they want to ask you questions. So let's go for it. Rather, what do you got?
Well, yeah, the first one here, Jason Smith asked us twice. Let's pull Lou on so we can get your reaction.
Yep.
The same conclusion on this topic is that the government knows the truth, and the truth is terrifying, which would go a long way to explain 70 years of silence. Do you agree with that? Do you think the truth might be terrifying?
I do, but I think that the truth is that we know a lot less than we hope to. I think the big secret is that we really don't know a lot. And that's that puts the government in a really bad spot to be in because we put faith and confidence in our governments to always have answers for us. And then this is one of the cases where I don't think they have a lot of the answers that we're expecting. And that's to admit that and admit that to the world is I think challenging.
Well, yeah, speaking of getting to the truth, Excalibur donated $100 for this question. Thank you. He asked, Rich Hoffman helps head one of the largest professional civilian UAP research organizations in the world. Why doesn't Lou, here and now, tell Rich and the SCU areas to look and what sensors to use in order to find UAP? We could have
good question. That's kind of goes with my question too, because you sort of talked about a device that you could deploy that could get
So
it.
how-
Maybe we can get this
I
device.
guess my
I'm all ears, Lou. I'm all ears.
How do you know we're not talking to Rich? I don't want to speak for Rich. I'll let Rich answer his part. But I think the utility of the SCU is invaluable. We have several efforts underway right now that we are specifically looking at bringing elements of the SCU in. I'm not going to speak for the SCU. We have some interlocutors that are very much part of SCU and part of our effort. But with that, all due respect, I'm going to let Rich answer the rest of that.
Please, Rich. I'm so happy that we have Rich here because sometimes he does it. I'll let you ask how or Rich, and now we got Rich here. Rich, what's the answer?
I wish I knew, but I mean no. Let me clarify that there's a lot of exciting things that are going on. We're actually being approached by a lot of different companies that want to actually connect with us. So we're looking at that, and I want to go back to a point that Lou made earlier, and that was the question about company A and company B. And if we go and we work with a partner or a company with company A. And how does that work with company B who might be doing something with this whole UFO thing that we really want to be able to engage in? And would they share their IP with us? It's a conflict that we have to deal with in the context of intellectual property. And how do you address that? And so that's a fundamental shift that we're going to have to try to address. I'm kind of curious. For me, it's like, when we talk about this nuclear equation, I'm looking, and we're actually looking at the idea of being able to deploy some sort of cameras around nuclear sites. Literally, if you want to be able to get some sort of like an idea or an understanding about these objects, why wouldn't you position all of your sensors and everything else around some of these nuclear locations to see if you can collect data? And so we're trying to be able to think about that in a very broad way to say, let's approach it. And even if the government chooses not to engage us, or maybe we can't engage, or they don't want to share, or they don't want to have a CRADA or something like that, we'll figure it out. And I think people like Lou and some of the other people that I know that even know Lou knows, and we're all trying to figure out what's the way that we can work together to be able to help really scientifically approach the study of the UAP and to investigate it properly. And that goes to my earlier point, that how are those investigations being done, and to what extent, how much of the, for me, it's a situation where when I've done investigations myself, it's like looking extremely broadly. I mentioned it yesterday, it's not just the person standing in front of you telling you that they saw something. But what about, did you check with the police department? Did you check with the air traffic control? Did you check all these other elements that are potential information sources about that object that was seen? And do we do it broadly enough that we're actually, getting the full picture? So I just want to bring that up.
Oh no, that's a good question. It's a good point. And I mean, again, this nuclear connection is obviously clear, but I've also got another question here for Lou, and this was actually from the other day from Christian Carius. We never got to ask it. What do you know about NATO Special Forces UFO recovery squads using Bob Fish's signal to bait and trap UFOs to EMP them right out of the sky? And I know I see Ross's head just going, yeah, But Lou, what's your thoughts on that initially?
So I'm not going to speak on behalf of NATO.
Okay.
NATO is an international organization, obviously, or otherwise known as OTAN. And I'm not at liberty to discuss anything that NATO may or may not be involved with. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to take a polite pass on that.
Okay. Well, can I ask a second question that he had?
Sure.
What do you know about the false INW or deceptive indications and warning projects?
I can't go. Nope.
No worries. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I figured I'd put him in there. Ross, maybe you've got something to elaborate because I saw your head when we mentioned Bob Fish. I know it's a chapter in your book, in plain sight, by the way. Links down below. Go check it out. Buy his book. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bob, just to explain to people who haven't seen Bob's comments, Bob basically was a former top secret SCI cleared official who worked at a very, very high level, not only in various aerospace companies. He actually installed the communications for the White House. But one of the things that he saw when he was at an aerospace facility in California, probably Lockheed Martin, was a series of things that shocked him, telemetry data that showed that DSP, Defense Support Program satellites, were monitoring objects in orbit that were clearly maneuvering intelligently, that weren't known space objects. But one of the other things he told me was that he was briefed by a guy who was operating a surveillance aircraft off Florida with the purpose of monitoring and intercepting communications in Cuba. He told me that there were frequent sightings of objects coming in and out of the ocean at a particular location off Florida in the ocean. And one of the things that was happening was they were using a particular frequency to actually detect and monitor, and indeed to actually anticipate these objects. And I've since, in the period since I've published that information, I've had other people come forward to me who've told me that this is indeed a reality, that for the last 30 years plus, the United States has been able to anticipate UAPs in some way by monitoring particular electromagnetic frequencies. And they can actually sometimes predict when objects are going to appear, and indeed, in some cases, track them.
Lou, is it safe to say you agree with everything he just said? Great. Awesome. All right. Thank you guys, everybody, for being here. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that to you. Okay. What's the next question, rather?
A good one from Drew Williamson says that Obama has said that they've seen reports on strange moving objects, but he says he can't discuss it further. So who is it that's telling everyone, including presidents, that they cannot discuss or release info on the subject of UAP?
Was that a direction directed at Lou or anyone on the panel?
At Lou and Ross. So
okay, great. We'll start with Lou.
Well, I'll tell you, Rich knows the reason why too. The bottom line is that national security information is governed by law, and that law is enacted is passed by Congress, the legislative branch, not the executive branch. Even though the president is the final original classification authority, OCA, his job is to enforce the laws, not to make the laws. And it's Congress's job to make the laws. And so when Congress makes a law and someone decides this is classified, it's classified. And that's what it is. And, a president is not excluded from that. Presidents can get in trouble too, just like you and me, for having a discussion that's inappropriate, that violates, national security laws and procedures. Rich, I mean, what do you think? Am I?
No, you're spot on. I mean, I'm signed up for life. I mean, I'm working with the Army. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, and that's our world that we live in, and you do protect that. And so hats off to the president for not wanting to take it and break a law.
Ross, quick thoughts, and then if you could pull up Aaron Desario's question after this, rather, that'd be great.
Look, as a non-American citizen, one of the things I feel very strongly about is I don't want any other authoritarian country in the world, like Russia or China, to have possession or control of this kind of technology. What this technology that we're seeing behind UAPs represents is something incredible. It's extraordinary. I mean, if we can master this technology, and if we can develop, for example, anti-gravitic technology or free energy propulsion systems that allow us to go to the stars, I want America to do that. I mean, we're a very loyal and friendly ally of America here in Australia. And the last thing I want is for these kind of technologies to be in the hands of and the control of authoritarian nations like Russia or China. So I respect immensely the need for national security imperatives. And there are things that I'm not talking about that I've been made privy to as a result of my work that I'm not talking about because, frankly, I don't want to give any bully regime an advantage.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Rather, what is and please, I know Aaron was pretty passionate about. He says, "Yeah, go for it."
Yeah, he's calling bullshit on that. We're still trying to figure it out, and he's asking, how can the DoD say that it's not a threat without knowing it 6 ways from Sunday and having knowledge of exactly what it is?
Who is that directed to? Who is that directed to?
We'll ask you, Lou. Yeah.
Oh, well, I think that's fairly presumptuous. Saying that DoD knows exactly what it is. Half the time, the fog of war, we don't even know where our own aircraft are. So I think it's a bit presumptuous to assume that or presume that the U.S. government has full situational awareness of this topic. It seems to me counterproductive if that's the case. That why would you create a UAP task force? Why hasn't Congress been briefed? Because that was my portfolio when I was an ATIP, and I can tell you we didn't have nearly all the answers. And so I think that's false logic. I think it's I don't think it's an accurate statement, at least certainly not from my experience. Doesn't mean that someone in the government doesn't know more information. That's what we're trying to find out. But sadly, it's that hasn't become apparent yet. And that's what's really scary here is that we don't have all that information. And I think for me, it's one of the driving forces why we're doing what we're doing. There is a lot of chaos. Look, I don't want to get political here, but look at Afghanistan, right? If we knew what the hell was going on all the time, I don't think we'd have Americans stuck right now on the ground in Afghanistan. Right. So let's be realistic. So anyways, that would be my respectful response back.
And by the way, John Greenwald from the Black Vault agrees with you. What were you going to say, Rich?
No, I was just going to point out that that's been my perspective the whole time I've been working in the DoD. I mean, there's not an interest in this subject. There are greater threats out there that they have to focus on. And let me tell you, I mean, I can tell you, I've already done all the connecting and talk with other people about the subject. Oh, that's something else that they're not interested in it. And we saw that same thing even in Blue Book. I mean, a lot of people weren't even interested in it at that point. I mean, and so it's nothing new. And so to say that the DoD knows everything, it has not had an interest in this subject.
I don't think the comment meant that the DoD knows everything. I think the comment was, how can they be saying it's not a threat and saying they don't know everything?
Well, I don't think it can say it's not a threat. I think it's a potential threat, and the word threat is it doesn't mean necessarily hostile intent. There's a difference there. People have to understand that if I go ride my bicycle without a helmet, there's a potential threat. If I fall, I'm going to get a head injury. It's not necessarily a deliberate, purposeful threat. It's not that the bicycle itself is a threat to me. We need to look at things objectively, and I don't think the government can say it's not a threat, and because of that, it has to assume that there is a potential threat, especially when you're talking about when you look at what a threat is. It's capabilities versus intent. That's simple. That equation. And if we see some of the capabilities, but we have no idea the intent, then I'm not sure we can make a definitive conclusion one way or the other that it is or it is not a threat.
That's much more
I
clear.
agree.
Thank you, Lou.
Well, no, that's a wonderful answer. Thank you for clearing that up. And I mean, you've said that before. You just got to listen to this man sometimes. Just listen to what he's saying. And a lot of these questions you guys have, he's already answered in one way or another. So it's important that when we come to Lou with questions, just try and hit him with some original ones. And this is going to be the last question we have. And I think this is a pretty good question. It's from Manny Miranda, who was on in our first hour, veteran. It's a reason why we highlighted the question. It's for Lou. And he says, while you worked at ATIP, was there ever an effort to create and or disseminate a UAP reporting SOP to the IC?
Internally, not to the IC. Yes. We did create an SOP. We did create a generalized reporting procedure within the organization. In fact, one was built even before we used it. And Rich can tell you, even all the way going back to Blue Book, there were standing operating procedures. But to promulgate to the IC would mean then we had to give up who we were to a much broader audience. And although we worked within elements within the IC, we did not talk to the entire IC because the entire IC didn't necessarily have a need to know what we were doing. There was OPSEC considerations and operational security considerations and whatnot. So we weren't at liberty to have that conversation broadly. The list of people who were part of that program, the read-on list was very, very small. And so we had to be very careful how we did our business.
Well, just FYI, the ladies that are waiting in the back, Major Lori Redfelt is one of them. And she said in the private chat, I wish I had the SOP when I saw the UFO. So
I wish you had it too, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's one of my enduring regrets, to be honest with you.
So gentlemen, this was an enlightening panel. It was a little tense for a hot second there. I apologize for that. But I really appreciate all of your time. Ross, I appreciate you waking up at the butt crack of dawn to make this happen. I promise you next time you're on, if you decide to come on ever again, I will make a much better time. I swear. But
not a problem, mate. Not a problem.
You're a sweet man. But you gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure. So before you go, I'm going to leave the floor to each one of you to just sort of tell people where they can support your work, what you're working on, and when you're coming back next time. Just kidding. You don't have to answer that last question.
Well, I guess it's on me right now. Anyway, you can find us SCU at basically explorescu.org. We're also all over the internet. We've got our own YouTube channel. We've got our own various Twitter account and so on and so forth. But you can get a hold of us. You can get a hold of me through the contact page at that same website. And bottom line is what we're working on. We've got a number of projects that we're working on, looking at everything from the propulsion systems, what's the experience and the reporting of propulsion going into water, into air. We're looking at those nuclear intents to see if we can identify intent. We talked about the intelligence capability there, capability and intent. Well, we're looking at the intent of the objects around nuclear facilities, production sites, and everything else. We've got that going on. We're looking at a shape characteristic study, looking over a period of time. We've got, just a host of other projects. So when I'll be on again, I'm sure, we'll talk.
Well, we are huge fans of the SCU. We plan on highlighting your work for a long time because we're very interested. We want to have the scientific discussion, and we also want to find a way to bridge the experiencer part of this with the scientific aspect of it, and there's got to be a way to do it, and I love that I get to explore that with someone like you. So I appreciate the time and all of the work that you've done behind the scenes, especially on Science Day yesterday. Rich, we are forever in your debt, and if there's ever anything that we can do for you, please never hesitate.
It's been an honor to be on with everybody, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for letting me do this.
Oh, thank you. The pleasure was all on this side. Thank you, sir.
Bye
now. Lou Elizondo, you've got to go to Italy. Oh,
Yep. Yes, sir, I do. Let me first say that big thanks to Ross and Rich and you gentlemen, and of course our friend who left here a little early. Thank you for everything. I wanted to say that the work that SCU is doing is immeasurable. They're one of the only private organizations that managed to get some of their analysis to Congress. That's a big deal. And because people in DC are calling me saying, "Hey, did you read this report?" I'm like, yeah, that's Rich's guys. So they're making a tremendous difference. And let's face it, a lot of the SCU are full of government people. So government isn't all bad. Let's remind your audience that a good portion of the SCU are current members of the Department of Defense, and they're pushing the needle forward. They're advocating for this disclosure. They're our friends, and so I can't overstate how wonderful they're doing. And of course, to folks like Ross in the media, mainstream media, who have basically taken a huge risk professionally and even personally to have a conversation like this with their readers and your audience. It's a big deal. Without them, we wouldn't be having this conversation today. It is the main reason why our executive branch and legislative branch are finally taking this topic seriously. It's not because of Luis Elizondo. It's because of Ross Coulthart and his colleagues going out and stepping in front and willing to dig, right? We talked about investigative journalism. So, and last but not least, thank you to you and your audience for having me here. Rich was right. It's an absolute honor and privilege for me to be here with you. To answer your last question, I'm available anytime, as you know. Luis, you just give me a quick shout. I guarantee you, Mrs. Elizondo will stop anything that I'm doing at the moment and have me. This is a priority. And
Lady Elizondo, Lady Elizondo.
I can tell you from personal experience, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. The house could be on fire, and she's going to say, "No, you go talk with those guys." So,
well, hey, I appreciate it, and we do our very best here to sort of show the human side of Lou Elizondo as much as we can. It's why we put you with the ladies on day one. It's why I wanted to talk to you and your dad with me and my dad. We are trying our hearts out to kill this false flag narrative, to kill this psyops narrative, and just point that these are human. These people have families, they have pensions, they have things that they're trying to protect just as much as you're trying to protect. So again, I appreciate the time. Have fun in Italy. I hope it'll be partly business, partly fun. I can't wait to hear sort of the updates that you got for us, and we'll talk to you whenever you come back, sir.
Great, and let the folks know after me that one day I'd love to have a discussion with them. My hat's off to all the individuals who serve, and when I say serve, not just in necessarily military, whether you are a military or police or fire or teacher or a doctor or a nurse, or my hat's off to all of you. Thank you for your service to your fellow citizens. It's deeply appreciated.
Well, the pleasure. Yeah, again, the pleasure is all on this side, and we will set up those interviews down the road because I think those are important, sir. So I appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lou.
All right, Mr. Ross Coulthart. Thank you so much for waking up so early on the other side of the world. We appreciate your insight. I'm sorry we didn't get as much talk time with you as I was hoping. These things, it's live. These things happen as they do. They unfold. I'm sure you know. But please, the floor is yours to say whatever you want, sir.
Sure. Look, I just want to underline the fact that I'm frankly honored to share a podium with people like Lou, Rich, and Bob, because they're the people who really know what's going on.
Right.
I'm a little humbled, to be perfectly honest, by the experience. But one thing I really want to pay tribute to is SCU. I mean, Rich is such a quiet hero in my book. I've found all the way through my research the incredible reports that SCU has done. They've been so useful. I shoved one of them under the nose of an Australian federal cabinet minister just the other day. That's a member of the executive of our government, basically saying, why aren't we looking at this issue here in Australia? Why aren't we monitoring UAPs? And it was interesting because to be able to give him a proper scientific report that summarizes the issue in such a good way is very, very important. And equally also with somebody like Lou, to have the courage to actually speak out. I don't think people understand just how much he's sacrificed, how much he's lost as a result of his decision to go public about what he knows. It's crucially important. And we need to support and back these people also like Bob.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to find me, I'm on rosscoulthart.com, or you can look up my book In Plain Sight at www.inplainsight-book.com. I'm happy to hear from anyone, and very, very willing to investigate any tidbits people want to throw my way.
I will give people a wonderful tidbit. don't buy the book, get the audiobook, because Ross reads it to you, and boy, it is angelic. So sir, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. I hope you're a future friend of the show, and anytime I could get you and Lou Elizondo in the room together, maybe next time, just you, Rich, and Elizondo, I think that would be wonderful, and we'll go at it long form. But I appreciate all of your time.
Happy to do so, and lovely to speak to all of you, and lovely also to engage with your audience. Thank you.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you, Ross.
All right, guys. All right.
What a panel.
After every interview, I'm like, okay, but we can't waste any more time because we've already gone 18 minutes into the ladies panel, and I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to give them another 9 minutes toward the end. Ladies, I'm so sorry. I hope you understand. Let's bring in Jane. Jane, are we good?
Hey, yeah, we're good.
Okay.
No, I think these were longer panels than were originally anticipated anyways, right?
Yeah,
so,
they were.
yeah,
They
so
were. All right. Well,
we'll
we've
have
got
a good chunk of time. Yeah.
Exactly. So we've got a killer panel for you guys. I'm going to say goodbye to Michael and Rather. Gentlemen, go get some lunch, okay? I'll be right behind you. And we're going to bring in the rest of this panel. Michael, do you know? There we go. I'll get rid of them. All right. So, Jane, who do we got first, my love?
Yeah. So I'll just do the introductions. We got Jess Rogie. I think she's backstage. I didn't see her in the chat.
Right.
She's there. Hi. Yeah, so that's my friend and fellow researcher, Fringe FM, the Rogie Report. And then we've got Britt in Wonderland, who I've never met before the big phone home.
That's true.
And it was so fun to hear you talk the other day. So I know everybody probably knows you now, who's here. And then we also have Major Lori Redfelt, the star of the panel. It's Military Day.
That's right. And I'm a veteran and I'm pissed.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Bring in the heat, Major Lori Redfeld.
Yeah.
I love it.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So, ladies, I'm going to let you to it. Okay. If you need any help, I'm right here for you. But enjoy the conversation. Everybody, it's lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. Major, big thank you to you and shout out for taking the time. We appreciate it. And that is all for me. Ladies, take over. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Lori, for being here. I love that energy. Let's see if we can keep it going. That's so great, especially coming off of the last 3 days. I don't know who's been following along, but it's been pretty intense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a great day today as well. Just wow. Today has just been so lit. I'm not gonna lie. I've been just watching intensely the whole entire time. It's been great.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think so again, Lori, you're the star, and I think all the fighter pilots and military members, we've heard today is the reason why this day is so incredible, because it's just the most, yeah. So Lori, if would you mind kind of just getting us going here and just sharing about your background, the U.S. Air Force, or just however you want to set this up. Yeah.
Sure. I actually was supposed to go to the School of Visual Arts in New York City, and this was 1977, and they didn't have a dormitory, so I had to figure out what I was going to do with my life. Mom really couldn't afford to take care of me the way she had 4 other kids. Anyway, I was thinking back in high school of this one woman having brochures from the Air Force, and there was no way I was going to try the Army or the Marines. I was too scared. I didn't like war, and I thought the Air Force looked kind of like flight attendants and pilots, like airline. So that was the beginning of I started my Air Force career in 1978, January, and at that point I didn't realize that only less than 5% of the Air Force was women. And then I had chosen law enforcement thinking it would be action-packed and exciting and all this stuff. And I didn't realize that what it was they had just opened it up to women, and technically they really didn't like women. They didn't want women in the career field. So that really was disheartening, being only 18 at the time and going into something that I really didn't know the ramifications of what it meant to be a woman in a career field where I was like one of 200 men. And so, yeah, so when I got to my first assignment at RAF Bentwaters in May of 1978, it's when I started to really feel that something was really off about the base. It was just something, it's like I felt a weight on me. It felt like I was carrying another 50 pounds, or somebody was just pushing down on me. So I tried to brush it off and wanted to continue on and find something good, because here I am over in England. So I was excited. I was thinking, yay, I get to go to London. I get to do all this really, cool stuff. We're being only, like I said, 18. But it was really, really tough. And I was in the learning mode. I didn't even have my first stripe yet. I was just an airman basic when I got there. And I started hearing things about, women, should be barefoot and pregnant. I mean, they were very vocal about it. Yeah. And so I was dealing with that, of not feeling like I was part of the team. I felt like an outsider looking in. And then I'd been there for a couple of years, and then it was in February of 1980, several months before the big Rendlesham situation. It was 3:00 in the morning, and I was out at the back gate, and I had checked the gate, and I was with a partner, with another airman, Keith Duffield, and he and I, we were just doing our job and just wanting time to move a little bit quickly, because we were fighting to keep awake. And so I moved my truck. I was driving, and I backed it up to East Gate, and that was like a little telephone booth, kind of a gate shack. I mean, none of what I experienced was glamorous. And so I pulled the vehicle over, and I was filling out my check sheet when we both noticed this light coming in. It looked like an aircraft was coming in, like a cargo plane. So I kind of was, this is good. This will give us something to do, because it's a airplane coming in from overseas. So I would have to do customs work. I mean, there were other things that I would do. And so I'm thinking, do I have my forms? Do we have whatever? But we're still watching this airplane come in, and I kept looking over at the runway. I kept going like that, and the lights didn't turn on the runway. So I started to suspect something was off, something was wrong. And then it was at the very end of the runway, it just stopped. And then it made these geometric movements. It went up, down, left, right. And then it kind of had like this burst, and then it burst into three pieces, and then it flew low, and then it shot up into the sky. And it was at astronomical speed, and it didn't make any noise and whatnot. But the problem is that it flew over military airspace. So what that meant is I had to report it. I was on duty. I was working in law enforcement. So I immediately, I actually handed my radio over to Keith and said, Keith, you gotta contact the desk sergeant and tell him what happened. And he handed the radio back over to me, said, no, you call it in. So we were fighting over who was going to call it in. He said, you're the lead patrol, you call it in. I'm like, okay. So I started saying, police control, this is police 4, be advised. And as soon as we saw this light and da-da-da. And as soon as the desk sergeant cut me off and said, Rayfeld, get on the landline. and tell me. So I got on the landline, and the desk sergeant at the time, Alan Cohen, he was not my best friend. He was just kind of like, yeah, Ray felt seeing UFOs. And I was like, oh God, I couldn't. It was just so, it was really, really tough. And so, but he did give me some advice. He said, look, I want you to go over to the air tower and see what they've discovered. And I thought, that sounds great. Maybe they've got something on radar or so, I wasn't really sure of the technology in 1980 of what they had in the air tower. But I did know that our technology of where I was working was pretty antiquated. So I went there, and then I learned that we woke the guy up, the airman that was there. We woke him up, and he said, oh, I think it was afterburners on a British aircraft. And then at that point, I realized, with afterburners, there's what they have, a sonic boom. So it makes a big noise. And this didn't make any noise. And I was just so frustrated because, trying to do my job and not trying my best to minimize the amount of teasing that I was going to get. That really, really made it hard. And as I was heading away from the air tower, we were actually outside the air tower. We had to walk up these metal steps to go to a door that was it was like on a platform to get into the air tower. And walking away from the air tower, I was looking out toward the North Sea, and I was thinking, I was just thinking about the afterburners. But it hit me, and actually it took me many years before I realized is that it was becoming daybreak. And now over in England in February, it takes a long time. It stays dark in February till almost 7 in the morning. So it dawned on me that it was at 0300 hours, which is 3 in the morning, and now all of a sudden it's daybreak. I mean, so the minimum amount of time that Keith and I lost was about 2 hours.
Wow.
I would probably say more like 3 hours that we had lost time, and kind of like time. When things are good, time moves quickly. Well, this moved exponentially. So that was pretty much my story. And but there were other events happening there. There was some paranormal events going on there too, that I experienced. Do you have any questions? Because I don't want to bore you guys.
Like it just is mind blowing,
Yeah.
So I remember whenever, I was researching like your story, and I know that you brought up, I believe there was like a ceremony of some sort, a promotional ceremony of some sort, where you spoke to a 3-star general.
Oh yeah. That was now that was fast forward to it was probably 1998, 99. Now I'm I'm a Army captain, and I'm in the reserves, and I'm at the ceremony, and we're all wearing our formal or Class A uniform, and so I'm wearing the jacket, and I've got all my ribbons on and all this stuff, and I'm online getting some potato chips and whatnot, and all of a sudden I noticed this 3-star general there. General Edmonds, and it was just I just kind of felt, well, no guts, no glory, So I said, how you doing, sir? And then he said, oh, I see you used to be in the Air Force too, because he noticed some of my ribbons were Air Force ribbons. I said, oh yes, sir. I said, in fact, I was stationed at RAF Bentwaters. Have you heard of that? Have you heard about Bentwaters? And they had a UFO sighting there and blah, blah. As soon as I started talking about it, he grew cold. I mean, he shut down completely. And then he said, yeah, I did. And I said, well, can you tell me about it? Can you kind of enlighten me of what you've learned? And he said, no, I can't. In fact, if I did, I'd have to shoot you. I'd have to kill you. And I said, okay, well, go ahead, shoot me. I just thought I'd add to the, because I've heard that so many times, I just wanted to see if I could kind of squish him to get the answer. And so he's, excuse me, I've got to get back to my party and all this stuff. So I'm standing there and I'm thinking to myself, what an idiot. I just can't believe that, I just made him uncomfortable. And I'm just thinking that, like maybe I shouldn't have done that. But he was retired, so I figured it can't be that, it can't be that bad. So I'm still thinking about it, feeling slightly embarrassed when this engineer guy, this man in civilian uniform, civilian clothes, he came up to me and he said, I heard you talking to him and heard you talking about, Bentwaters. He said, they did find something there. And I'm like, excuse me? And he said, yeah, they're using, it was like a gray kind of a material. It's very light and it can take high degrees of heat and without melting and it's very lightweight and it's not indigenous to Earth. And, and he said, we've been using it in our components in a lot of our aircraft. So now I felt like I was on the X-Files, like, whoa, that's really, because I had just recently learned, let me just give you a little insight that I left Bentwaters December 15th, 1980. So I missed the whole Rendlesham event, the whole event. And I guess I was just kind of doing my thing and years went by and it wasn't until about 1995, 96, I was working for the US Department of Education and we just got computers and we just got the internet, which had Netscape at the time. And I decided to type in RAF Bentwaters and all of a sudden came out this book that was written, Left at East Gate. And it was about these guys that I knew back then. So it was like an awakening. It was like, wow, it's like I'm going back with this group of people that were part of this other event, Rendlesham Forest incident, where I call mine the Eastgate incident. But it was right next to Rendlesham Forest. And I thought, it was just blowing me away. I was just like, I was hungry now. I wanted to learn as much as I could. And it was cathartic for me because I really felt there was so many ways that I was so abused back then to the point that I felt like my entire time at RAF Bentwaters, I was in a war zone. It was it was the worst assignment I ever had in the military. And I spent 27 years in the military. So it was, Do you
think there was like a bad, I don't know how else to say this, was there like a bad vibe at that base? Because I had never heard about like other paranormal activity being at this place. And then when I was delving back into RAF Bentwaters, there was also there were 1956 UFOs that were apparently caught on radar and visually. And yes, and I XOPHA, we also have this question too to you, Lori, about what UAP tech you think could be the biggest game changer. But I don't want to lose track kind of this just like general feeling of the base question first, if you don't mind.
Well,
what's going on?
I wish I was an engineer. Let's just put it that way. I think the technology that they have out there the fact that it can fade, it can disappear. I mean, it can show itself, not just the maneuverability of it. And I know they were talking about the technology in the past, and all I can say is that I don't think we're anywhere near going to be able to explore this to have something come to us, and, like sitting, like a car sitting in a parking lot, say, oh, let's go up to it and let's check it out, open up the hood, mainly because I think as humans, we're still really violent. We want to kill people and break things. That was my motto, and not mine personally, but when I was in the Army, that was our. I went to officer basic course, and that's what my class would say: we kill people and break things. Except me, I don't like breaking things or killing people. So I like helping people, but it was but that's just the main thing. It's you look at Roswell and all these places, and you think, well, they had photos of them, whether they're real photos or not, but what are they showing? They're showing scientists dissecting these bodies. I mean, it just seems like we are curious, but we're curious to a fault that, it's so easy for us to kill what we don't know, because what we don't know is often we're afraid of. And I mean, we don't even treat humans, we don't treat each other the way we really need to. And I think the powers to be that's out there, whether we want to call them aliens or spiritual, that's overseeing us. I don't think they're ready to step forward and saying, oh yeah, here we are, this is what we're doing. It's, because next thing you know, we're going to throw them in jail and then dissect them. So, but back to what you were talking about. What were we talking about?
Just the creepy vibes just of the place.
Yeah.
It's almost like, it almost sounds like a haunted house or something.
Well, one of the first things that happened to me was I was probably at the base for only about 7 months. And I went over, I was doing our main job. I think it was more or less to keep us awake, was to do building checks. So I'll always, so we had our checklist in our hand, and I'd have to go and grab onto a lock to make sure the gate was locked. And this one area they had, they called it LOX, liquid oxygen, and it was for the aircraft. So I had to check the lock on that gate to make sure it was secure. And when I drove the vehicle up this narrow road, this road ran parallel to a fence that on the other side of the fence, it was off base. It was in this area they called Ivy Lodge. And I'm sitting there after I checked the building, and all of a sudden I got this horrible, horrible, horrible feeling that there was something like this white face with the black hair all over, just around his face. And I mean, it was like a flash in my head, and I couldn't, I got really scared. I wasn't going to look. But he was like, I call him the crazed man. And I knew that behind the fence, even though I couldn't see behind the fence because there was all this ivy and trees and whatnot, I knew there was a pond there. I knew it. I knew that this person who was showing his face had drowned in this water, and he was just wanting to, I guess, scare me. And I learned later on, Google Maps, guess what? There's a pond on the other side of there it is. And I was like, I'll be damned, Yeah. And then, I mean, sometimes when I'm going through this, because you start thinking, is this in my head? Is this in my head? And you're like, no. The other thing is that not far from Bentwaters was this place called Rendlesham Hall. That was this huge mansion that down the road, about in the early part of the 1900s, or the early part of the 20th century, I should say, they had turned it into a place where people, a facility for the inebriants or people that have, had problems with drugs and alcohol. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was telling, because I was thinking that this guy, this paranormal guy, was probably one of them. And there was an event not far from the base, off the base, that some people talk about this crazed man who is near Orford, Orford Castle. So he's related to one or the other, but unfortunately, I was the one that felt his presence there, and I hightailed it, and I couldn't tell anybody about it. I just had to. I couldn't, because I would have been thrown out of the military.
Right.
And then after, so every time I went over there, I was always on like high alert, because I really wanted to get there and get out. Then several months later, I had an experience over at Woodbridge. Now, RAF Woodbridge, we had two bases. One was RAF Bentwaters, and RAF Woodbridge was about 2 miles away. We took care of both bases. They called them sister bases. And so RAF Woodbridge was a lot smaller, but we had a non-nuclear munition storage area there. And sometimes they would drop me off in this thing and in this weapons, in this storage area. And so, which in a way I didn't mind, because it got to a point where I was sick and tired of the people I was working with, because they were a bunch of a-holes, and it's like, I don't want to deal with them. I'm like, fine, lock me in here. I don't care. So as soon as I put all my stuff down, in my gate check, I again got out my little check sheet, and I was heading to the buildings when all of a sudden I had this flash in my head, and it was an 8-foot praying mantis walking on 2 feet, and it was very, very muscular. I mean, it wasn't a scrawny looking thing. It was, and he was pacing back and forth as if there was something going on. And he said, "Don't go." And I turned around and went back to my gate check. And I said, fine. It's dark out there. It's cold. It's rainy. I'm going back to my gate check and listening to my cassette tapes. I was listening to Annie. So I was saying, "Oh, the sun will come up tomorrow."
Get your mind off.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I was just a young kid. I mean, and that was something I buried to the point where I didn't want anyone to know that. I mean, it was just too weird. It wasn't like, why didn't I see something different, something more pleasant? At least, no offense to the praying mantis guy, but
pretty bear or something. Jess can attest to this, and I don't know if you've looked into this too, Brett, but like people report seeing praying mantis insectoid-like beings. Like that's a thing that happens.
And most of them, okay, really?
Sometimes they're like
yes.
negative.
I mean, there's a very short list, right? Of types of beings that are reported, and praying mantis is on that very short list.
So wait, this is not like a reptilian. This is an actual
it's a mantis.
Yeah, I never heard of
the tall praying mantis thing.
Yeah.
I've heard about a lot of them, but a mantis, I'm like, what? You're blowing my mind right now. Like, what?
I know. Yeah.
On that note, Lori, of kind of bearing things, suppressing things, and just Philip Shane in the chat had a good question. Well, thanks for sharing your story, he says. But what does lost time feel like? Is it like waking from a dream? Have you tried hypnosis to recover memories? So I will say another panelist, part of Big Phone Home, NK Kranda, who works with experiencers, was very careful to put a disclaimer up about hypnosis because it can bring up a lot of trauma and not be a safe experience. But so I feel like I have to pass that on now every time I say that. But have you ever thought about? Have you ever thought about that, Lori, or
I have, and in many ways, I guess my curiosity would kind of trump what would be my fear. I just think that, I'd be curious to know. I just, if anyone who's a scientist or somebody out there who's interested in, getting that kind of information, I'd be up to doing it. But I don't want to spend the money on it though, personally myself. It's kind of like, because if I found out what I did or what happened, it would still just be information that I would want people who are researching it or in the know to be able to, they can cross-reference, like you were just mentioning, you guys were mentioning, because I didn't know about this mantid thing until about a year ago. I mean, I just, you have this stuff in your head and you still don't want to talk about it because it's like, how ridiculous. I guess if you could put yourself in your shoes and to have something like a flash in your mind, and then it's really creepy. I really don't want to go there. I don't want to be scared. I mean, the base was full of a lot of haunted stories, and it still is a very, very scary place. It's the energy level is a lot of negative energy there. It's followed a bunch of, not just me, but several other airmen who had different experiences there. But then you got most of them that will say, Lori, you're whining, you're complaining. Most of us had a great time. And I say, I'm really happy they had a great time. But me, it was, like I said, it was a war zone.
It's terrifying too. I mean, just especially being out there so early. I can only imagine myself in your shoes. 3 o'clock in the morning, something flying down. I'm thinking this is a aircraft of some sort, but no, it turns out it's a thing. I don't know what it is that splits off into 3, does all kinds of crazy geometrical shapes, then starts off and dashes up into the sky and is just gone. I don't know how. Like, I would even, if I witnessed something like that, I don't know how I would even be able to just like go on with my regular life, my day life, just seeing something like that. So that's a question I want to ask you. Like, did it affect you in any way, like for your regular life when you witnessed that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I was counting my days down to leave Bentwaters at the very end. And to me, I was so upset with myself that I got to that point, because there are a lot of people that they would start, oh, I have 20 days left on the rock, that kind of thing. And, but I got to my next base, and whatever I experienced there, it never went away. I mean, it never went away as for wondering what the heck, what happened there, what was going on, but I wanted to go forward with my life. I'm still in my early 20s, and go into my 30s. And it wasn't, like I said, until in 1995, when I first found out that it came back. I mean, I really felt that it was cathartic, yet it felt also, felt a few things. One, I still felt a little bit marginalized because my story, I've shared my story with so many folks over the past 2 decades, and it's everyone still wants to focus on Rendlesham, the 3 nights that they were out there. And I'm like, you guys don't know, they talked in the last episode about having pieces of the puzzle. I mean, we all have these really different pieces that really, I think we need to lay them all out to really get even a clearer story, get a sharper lens. And but and there were other things going on. I mean, I really felt so pushed down. Like I would joke around with people and say, it dawned on me, when the UFO sighting happened, that if Jesus Christ came up to me to tell me the meaning of life, I would have to send him to the public affairs office. I would say,
Right.
I love you. However, no one's going to believe me,
Right.
and I mean, it's a heavy responsibility, to be able to, to do it. And I think it took both of us, Duffield and I, courage for that particular event, because officially I did report it. It wasn't, left there many years later. The other stuff I just didn't want to get into because we had a squadron commander at the time, Major Ziegler, who would, if you pursued questioning anything or trying to look up anything, he'd kick you out. He'd kick you out. He'd find ways to railroad you out. And
So
I
you
wasn't.
you were a woman, you saw a UFO, like both of those things were working like so much against you in sharing your experiences. And I do want to throw out, and so of course you're not going to say, talk about other, things outside of a UFO, to point out, to refer to or reference the praying mantis. Aaron Desaria, thanks for the $5 super chat, points out that the Reed family experiences involved a mantis being. I haven't heard of the Reed case, but yeah, just sharing that for folks.
Wow.
Yeah, and then also Chris Leto, thanks for the $20 super chat. I want to get right back into, Lori's story and questions that Jess and Britt have, but we might want to take a little second with Chris's question, which is fun, is if anybody, Jess or Britt, if you've seen a UFO, and I'll start real quick. I saw a UFO one time. This was after only one time ever in my life. This was after I already was documenting sightings here in Texas, full researcher, I believe witnesses. I didn't film it. I even had my phone. It was fireworks, 4th of July. I think I filmed the fireworks that night. Didn't film it, didn't document it, didn't draw it, just was like, what is that? Just kept trying to debunk it. And it was the classic triangle that I've been documenting. Yeah. So that, I never, did a story about it or anything. So if I don't even report a UFO, if Lori was, hesitant to report what she saw, imagine. So Jess, have you ever seen anything?
I've seen lots of lights in the sky and like silvery discs here and there. I've never been able to capture anything, and I always felt like nothing was that extraordinary to even say anything about, But I've seen stuff, but nothing. I've seen two fly together, or I'm sorry, one was flying. It was a silvery disc, and it turned into two, and then they both disappeared.
Wow.
Like Lori's sighting, kind of.
Yeah, so that
That's
was
weird.
over the Pacific. I see a lot over the Pacific. And then I see a lot sometimes, going east as well. But it's kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, those are my sightings. I've never seen like a craft come really close or anything where you can see details. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, for sure. What about you, Britt? You said you'd be probably freaked out if you saw something.
So the main thing that I'm very much in Jess's shoes right here. Like, I haven't seen anything that I thought was like extremely spectacular, but if memory serves me correctly, I actually do recall seeing this one thing. It had like 3 different kinds of lights on it that I've never seen any sort of like aircraft have. And the best way I could describe these colors were violet, yellow, and turquoise. And it was like, it's not blue, it's turquoise. So that's weird, right? Violet, I'm thinking of like a very pale violet, kind of, not like that vibrant violet that just stands out. And I just remember seeing this thing, and it was like, it was hovering, but I remember I was like, that's so weird. Okay, I want to go play my video game now. Like, that's about the extent of like that's the most memorable, like, weird thing that I've ever seen. But at that time, I was so ignorant to like what I could have potentially have been witnessing that, I might have actually missed out on something extraordinary. You never know. But that was like 10 years ago. So I was just turning 20 at that point. And so, yeah, I'm kind of bummed out that I might have missed out on that.
Well, that's a big myth. It's like, why aren't there more videos or more photos or things like that? And it's like most of the time people aren't ready to see them. Don't capture a photo. Don't report it. Just kind of go on with their life.
Right.
And
we
thanks
have to talk about the horrible technology that people have. These phones have crappy oh good, I censored myself, but these phones are and even if you have like a good camera, it's very hard to stabilize an image that's that zoomed in. It's very difficult.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, don't zoom in. That's actually
don't zoom in. Yeah,
that's the problem, right? Like if you don't zoom in, there's like nothing there.
Yeah, but you got to get that frame. You got to get the frame, everything in the everything in the camera. And then when you zoom in, typically you're probably not going to have a high quality enough camera where you get the detail. So it'll just get real blurry and not do any justice. Aaron Desaria, thanks for following up with another super chat to help us clarify major series. The Reed abductions were major series of abductions of an entire family in Brownsville, Indiana. So these were the praying mantis, car severely radioactive and magnetic. So that's creepy. But yeah, let's get back into just while we have Lori here for the next half hour or so. Jess, Britt, were there any questions you had about her experience?
I have a couple.
Who let him in?
For 1 second? I don't mean to disturb. I hate to disturb ladies' hour, but Britt, my lady, your left earbud is hitting your earrings and it's causing some popping on the mic.
Guys,
so just pop out your left earbud. Just pop it out. No, not the earring. No, keep the earrings on, girl. Okay. Rock the earrings. Yeah, I'm just saying, pop out the left earbud. Just let it hang. Let it dang.
Okay, this one's my left.
Nope. Other one. Other one's your left, girl.
No, this is my left.
Is it?
Oh, it's
this is
there,
right.
probably.
Yeah, there you go.
You want me to talk like this? Is this better?
That's amazing. But no, you don't have to do that. You can just let it hang.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're good. Sorry, ladies. Continue.
So sorry.
That's like Luis, a professional. Like he knows how to fix that stuff. Awesome.
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
So sorry.
To be fair, I did try to message you ladies.
I was reading them. I was reading the messages. I was thinking, well, I guess somebody's complaining. Oh.
What were you going to ask?
I apologize, Chad.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Lori if this, because you talk about the incident at Bellwaters, was that your first experience with a UFO or anything kind of that nature? And then my second half of the question would be, have you had any experiences since then, since the original sighting?
Well, yeah, actually, yes to both. When I was a kid, now, it wasn't really a UFO kind of a thing, but I went to a Catholic school, and I was walking through the main doors. We were walking in a line and just being really good little Catholic school kids. And I as I'm walking past this double doors to the right, I see this huge, beautiful statue of Mary, the mother of Jesus. And I mean, it was beautiful. It had a lot of flowers around the base and whatnot. And, but it looked very different than the other statues in the building that were all very beige. They were very, very plain. And then when I went past the second set of doors, it wasn't there. And I thought, that's really odd. How did somebody move it so quickly? And so, where'd they move it to? And so I went home and I told my mom, and my mom contacted my grandma, who was living in Ireland at the time, and said, Lori just had a sighting of Mary, the mother of Jesus. And so they were going down that road while I was going down the road I saw a statue, and I thought, okay, well, maybe I did. And then about 4 years ago, I went back to the school, and I wanted to talk to the principal to tell the principal about the sighting that I had. And I was sharing it with this woman who was a receptionist there, and she said, when I mentioned it, she said, they've been people have said that they've felt the presence of Mary in what we call the all-purpose room back then. And so I thought that also, again, corroborated whatever it was that I saw then. And then we had this, I grew up on Long Island, where they had a lot of stories, a lot of Indian stories, kind of like the Skinwalker kind of a thing, where, where land could be possibly cursed because of the bloodshed that happened when we pushed the Native Americans off the land. And I swear, I really felt that there was something on our land that was just evil, just pure evil. And it got to one point when my mom and dad were getting a divorce, that this evil presence started laughing, and I could literally hear it in my ears. And I said, no, I'm leaving. I'm heading out. I got to go to a babysitting job. But so I've had those things when I was younger like that. And I've always been sensitive. My sister Donna will say, yeah, if Lori says she had a premonition or gets a bad vibe for something, it often comes true, which I wish that wasn't the case.
So do you think there's something... So I think this is a pattern. I think, Jess, you can probably attest to this, right? Of people who have repeated experiences. And
that's where I was going. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think there's something unique about you? Did other family members, also have experiences? Do you think maybe something about Ralph Bentwaters is attracting this kind of phenomenon?
Yeah, I do feel there are people out there that seem to be receptive to it, or we're like antennas out there at all of a sudden, especially if you have a strong sense of intuition. You listen to your gut, you listen to that brain in your stomach, and usually it seems to be right on the money. The other thing that happened at the end of my awakening, when I realized in '95 that the UFO had come back, I started getting recurring dreams, and I started calling them my travel dreams. And in my dreams, now this is really, really kind of, to me, it adds to so many pieces. See, over in England, where we were located, there was this place called Bawdsey Bay, where they would do a lot of secret experiments. And one of them happened to be Cobra Mist. And actually, RCA was one of the companies that worked with it. They were trying to make airplanes invisible. And then it made a high-pitched sound, but they found out it did not come from the equipment. It came from externally. And instead of trying to figure out what it could be, they shut it down. And what I think happened is, I think they ripped a hole in, like a dimensional hole or something. And there was like this energy, and unfortunately it's negative energy, but it was like a big hole in a dam, and it was this, instead of, it's kind of like, well, let's just take it apart and it'll be gone. But it wasn't. It just left something, this negative energy coming through it. And I'm trying to think. I think I kind of lost my train of thought for a second.
Well, I wonder. Yeah, go. If you go.
So I was just going to say that. So I started having these dreams that I'm over in England and I'm telling people, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. And then it'd be dark, and then I'd be at Eastgate, and something would try and grab me, and then before I know it, now I'm in a vehicle and I'm leaving Bentwaters, but now I'm going down this road, and it's a desert road, and I'm heading into the desert, and I come across this aqua pond of water, and it's just so peaceful. It's salt water, it's aqua, it's very shallow, but it's butted up against these brown mountains. And after I've had this dream several times, and then one day I get a complimentary copy of National Geographic magazine, and I'm thumbing through this magazine, and there is my pond up against these mountains, and it turns out it's this place called Poza Azul in Mexico. Now, the interesting thing about it is it's within an hour, roughly, from the zone of silence in Mexico, which is known for having a lot of high UFO activity. And so to me, there was a huge connection between, and I kind of think during those hours where I was the missing time, I think a lot of this stuff was planted in my head and, planted in my psyche.
Speaking of planted in your head, and I wonder if we could talk about the Rendlesham, incident, because something that really, really bothers me about that incident is we have Charles Halt's pretty well documented testimony.
Mm-hmm.
They used to say that it was a hoax. They couldn't prove that, so there's been all kinds of explanations for it. But Jim Peniston's testimony of going into the woods and seeing an actual craft with symbols on it is just like brushed away. Like it's just a story. I guess we don't have proof for it. What have you looked, I'm assuming you've looked into the Rendlesham incident, Lori, and I'm curious too if Jess and Britt's take too on that case, what they think about it too. But what's your take on the symbols and Jim Peniston's feeling like he had a download? For folks who don't know, like there was like a download of information, is what he described. The feeling of when he saw that craft.
Yeah, I think that his experience is real. I truly do. I think that whatever was out there allowed him to go as close to it as he could, where the others, John Burroughs wasn't able to get close to it. However, John Burroughs had the experience, and he was witnessed by a couple of other, Adrian Buttsinger. And if Adrian's watching this and I pronounced your last name wrong, I'm sorry. Okay. He saw John Burroughs disappear and for like 5 minutes and then come back. I truly believe that we each had these experiences, and there must have been a reason why they were so, even though they were really close together, why John wasn't able to see through into the light, and why, Jim's, his experience, he was able to walk around the aircraft and take notes. And their stories are, both of them are right on the money. And the same with Larry Warren. He's another one that his story, people are saying, well, you weren't there. Well, you were there. And I think the static with all the arguing and all the, people saying, well, you couldn't have done that, or you couldn't have done that. Why that in itself is a way of keeping us further from the truth. So, that's what I think, what happened. But yeah, I believe in Jim's story as much as I believe in John Burroughs' story. And John and I haven't ever been the best of friends, but his story is real, and it affected his heart. I mean, because I do believe that whole area had, I think the energy of that place, it really destroyed people, and it changed people. We had a lot of people that came there, and then some of them went crazy, and so for Sleepy Little Base, I witnessed people doing really stupid things, and letting their career dwindle into nothing, being kicked out of the military. This one guy, he'd been in for 10 years, and all of a sudden he's obsessed with stereo equipment and music, to the point that he took all the clothes and everything he had, he pretty much just shoved them in one little corner, and his whole entire room looked like a radio, a record store, or a where you buy CDs or cassettes. And I mean, it was just, people were obsessed. That people were going to extremes, and and that really creeped me out a lot, seeing that happen and seeing people being. I mean, we were losing people left and right. Some people shooting off their weapon while they're out on Eastgate. I mean, we it was unusual, and you kind of wonder, well, what happened to them? Why would they do that? Where me, on the other hand, I was really in a survival mode. It got to a point where I just needed to shut up and be quiet and get the hell out of there. And so that's what I did. But the one thing I didn't know back then too was there was a place near Rendlesham Forest and Eastgate called Sutton Hoo, and they actually have the star cluster of Pleiades there. And when I was going through my, the zone of silence and going through, my dreams, is that at the zone of silence, there are Pleiadians who are actually walking in the desert, helping people. If you get thirsty, they'll give you a drink of water. I guess they're kind of like Boy Scouts. But the interesting thing, what you all mentioned, and many things that people pay attention to, is number 3. Jess, you mentioned the triangle. And Britt, you mentioned, I think you mentioned the three lights.
Yeah.
And
they're distinctly different from what I've seen.
Yeah.
The lights were.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of like there's a category, classification of colors that fall into what I'm talking about. And I'm having a total brain fart right now, but it's just not your typical like LED light or just light in general. Different colors. It's abnormal.
Yeah. But I really think that some of the numbers that come up are other areas that people should explore. Like, why does the number, in my case, it was I called it the sign of the cross, when it went up, down, left, right. And then it broke into 3 pieces. I mean, again, the number 3 comes up,
So you say numbers come up and stuff. So I this discussion came up earlier with Danny Sheehan was talking about a photo, a rumored photo he saw, and some symbols on it that looked a little odd. And they were pretty different than what I've heard being described with Rendlesham. Rendlesham? Is it Rendlesham?
Rendlesham. Yeah, Rendlesham. Rendlesham.
Okay. Yeah. I think I've been saying it literally.
That's okay.
All these years.
Yeah, I have trouble with the word Pleiades.
Yeah, Pleiadians.
Pleiadians.
Yeah. Oh shoot, I can't even remember what I was gonna say, but I have a gazillion questions, so it doesn't matter. I do. What about Charles Halt? Have you gotten to talk to him ever? Or okay. So is it an instant bond? Like you guys have gone through something weird, or your experience is so different that you just want to learn from each other? He's kind of a very objective kind of person. I mean, see, I'll talk through my heart, and he's like, he'll see the trees in the forest where I'll say, oh, it looks so beautiful, or it's really scary. No, I did talk to him. It was about 1997, and I did mention to him, I said, isn't it strange that you live in Woodbridge, Virginia? I said, do you see a correlation here? Just these little things. Yeah. But he he was a base commander at the time, and sometimes even if you get more rank and you go on through
through your career, often when you go back to when you were the airman, and he would have been like way up there in the food chain, that sometimes the thought of talking to him was kind of a little bit intimidating. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he went out there, and a lot of the cops said he used to like to just go driving around with them in the middle of the night. So it was this thing he enjoyed doing, and the cops really liked him. But personally, I didn't know him back then, but I did share my story with him, and I've read so much about his story, but he was in the same boat where most of us were in regard to from 1980 till, in my case, 1987. I didn't talk about it either because for fear of career, it's not a career enhancing move. And he was the same way. It was like all it would do is bring trouble to you. And that, the military was, you didn't want to rock the boat.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that part of the Big Phone Home is we can all talk about this more openly now and get rid of the stigma. And thank you to all the support. Thank you to NTME9 for your $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I do remember the question I was going to ask.
Did you find it?
Yeah. So there's, rumored reports of symbols, on the Rendlesham and the Roswell crash. But,
Canadians.
And one of those images is that's similar with Roswell and Rendlesham is the triangle with a sphere around it or on top. Do you have any theory? And also I'll just say the 1800s Aurora, Texas crash. There were also hieroglyphic symbols on the rumored on the papers of a being that was discovered. So do you have a take on the symbolism and in any of that, or what it means?
Well, the weird thing about it is when 1997, I was working at the U.S. Department of Education, and they sent around a list of what people wanted to order, office supplies, and I saw they had this really cool. It was just all these really fancy color pencils and art pencils. So I ordered it and I got it. And so while I'm doing my job, while I'm waiting for the next call to come in, I started drawing pictures of my time there at Bentwaters. And one of the pictures I drew was a picture of me, or you can really see me personally, at East Gate. And on the side of the photo, I drew the circle with the triangle in it, and there was one on the outside or inside. I gotta see if I have it in here.
Oh wow!
I have to have it right here. Let's see.
And just while she's looking for that, I used to have a national UFO site before I got obsessed with Texas, and I used to have the triangle, with the sphere on top as the icon, the website.
So one thing that's
it's pretty cool looking.
Okay. Yeah, while Laura's looking for this.
Yeah. Or Jess, or do you have any? Or go for it, Britt, if you have questions.
Yeah, no, one thing that's been really crossing my mind, it's just I'm being reminded of a conversation that I had with James Ian Doltley maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he was bringing up the Celts.
Celts?
Yes. And he, I'm trying to recall exactly what he said, but he was associating that culture a lot to the phenomenon. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I wonder if this area was in a predominantly Celtic area.
Oh,
and I looked it up, and it is, all of England, I believe, was predominantly Celts back in the day. I think my historical knowledge in that department is just not there, but I believe that is the case. And I'm just sitting here and I'm curious. I'm like, I wonder what their written language looked like back in the day. And I wonder if those things are able to correlate. And I was just curious if you guys knew anything that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing, I know the symbols that Danny Sheehan was sharing earlier, the closest thing everybody could relate it to would be like cuneiforms. I mean, like that's like your old number system and like actually like language, right? Just straight up language, but just like with symbols. The closest thing we could really compare it to is just like really ancient glyphs, and petroglyphs and hieroglyphs, but it still doesn't look like any. There's no specific symbols, from Egyptian hieroglyphs that we can match it up to. So we say hieroglyphic-like, whereas I would say the symbols that Danny Sheehan showed this morning were really different than Roswell and Rendlesham. And did you happen to find it?
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah.
Do you want to see it?
That's the theme of the day is people. Danny did this earlier today. He shared.
Yeah, really. Now, here's the thing. I drew this independent of anything or anyone. Granted, it was like, 1997, 96. This is what I drew.
Oh my gosh. There you go. Two spheres and the triangle. It's almost exactly like that, isn't it? The Rendlesham.
Yeah.
But it's upside. It's the other way.
Yeah, but the thing is,
on the craft.
Even if you did it upside down, it would still be correct, although it would be upside down.
That has been the most of that specific triangle and those two spheres has been. Yeah. It affects me, and it's affected me from the very beginning. The Rendlesham case was one of those early cases. What about you, Jeff?
Here's another one that I drew too. Just to show you.
Oh, we got to get this. We got to get all this on Instagram and stuff.
Yeah,
I agree.
We got to get this on. We got to get this on social media.
I agree.
And thank you, Jess. Do you remember when you learned about this case, or what was the case for you that like?
Well, I mean, I remember
you, and
I think like growing up, I saw a lot of coverage on the Rendlesham forest stuff. So that's when I first got introduced to it. Growing up, though, I think that because I'm in SoCal, I got so interested with Roswell being not too far from here, in New Mexico. So I think for me, that was kind of the big case for me.
Yeah. Oh, well, Roswell. Yeah, it's hard when it's hard to beat Roswell. And then the similarities.
Yes.
I'll also throw in the Cash Landrum incident in Texas, which I talk about a lot because it's really well documented, great case. Happened the same month and year as the Rendlesham case. So that's, what was going on, in the world. And it was like both triangular. It's wild. We're already at 6:24 in Texas. But it's 4:24. Did I do my math right for you Californians? Which means I think we're gonna here. I think we got a little bit. I think Luis might be giving us like another 15 minutes or so. But I do want to make sure, if there are questions, Britt or Jess, you haven't gotten to ask Lori that are burning. I definitely want to make sure you get them.
Oh, I love burning questions.
Yeah, and I've got a big list here. If you don't have any,
it's such a fascinating topic, and just hearing the story and everything. Like, there's just so many questions you can ask, and it's just like there's not enough time to go over all of it.
Enough time,
but maybe we can later on.
Yes,
I would love to do that.
Cool.
But Jess, do you have any questions?
I do. I want to ask you because Lori, you experienced this back in the 80s. So you've been around as you've watched disclosure and how this has become more accepted in the mainstream. How has that made you feel? Do you feel more vindicated now after, all this political movement that's been made and all these strides socially?
Well, back in 99, I was actually Stephen Greer got a hold of me and he wanted to interview me. He was actually the first person to want to interview me. And he included me in his disclosure project. And then when they were meeting at the press club, I was supposed to be there. And I was told by several people, and they convinced me. They said, don't go. And I'm like, why? I want to get my story out. And they said, because people aren't ready to hear it and they'll make fun of you and that kind of thing. So the following day, the Washington Post had an article about it. And the article was written by this guy, Joel Achenbach, Achenbach. It was May 10th in 2001 is when he wrote it. And pretty much what he wrote was pretty offensive, that, oh yeah, these people are seeing UFOs, and that kind of thing. He was kind of like tongue in cheek, making fun of them. You can actually find the article on the internet. That's why I looked it up, just for that reason.
Oh man, we need to collect all those old articles.
Yeah.
And blast all those old journalists. No, that'd be so mean.
Be like,
I
who's laughing
don't even
now?
think I could do that.
The title of his story was UFO Believers Sighted Here. And so I actually wrote him an email, and I told him, I said, you are one of the reasons why people don't want to come forward, because it takes courage for people to go out and stick their necks out to share this information, and then for you to turn around and make fun of it. Shame on you. And he actually wrote me back, and he was like, well, I apologize. Blah, 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 blah.
Nice. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it was beautiful. He apologized, but it was not so beautiful that the damage was still done.
Well, hopefully he never did that to anybody else again, though.
Yeah. I don't know. We can contact him and find out.
Well, that's what we're learning. There's a big cost to the cover up. There's a big human cost. So I remind people, to me, I think even initially getting into this, what motivated me was people like you, Lori, and Jess, and Britt, and I guess me now too. I'm a UFO witness too, technically. But is the people who have been made to lie or compelled to lie or threatened, like, that's just horrible to think about, whether or not aliens are real, that's happening to human beings. So hopefully now is definitely the time to come forward and share your story. So I'm super glad that you did. So glad you did. And I had no idea the extent of the activity at RAF Bentwaters. And I'll say again RAF Bentwaters. I'm just doing so great with the pronunciation.
I said the same thing when I first got the orders. I said, oh no, they're sending me to RAF Bentwaters at UCK. Where the heck is UCK? They said United Kingdom. I was like, oh no. And I thought they meant like Mutual of Omaha, Wild Kingdom. So I was thinking Africa.
How funny.
I'm like, oh no, I'm going to Africa. And they said, no, you're going to Great Britain. I'm like, well, why didn't they just say that? I mean, or England, United Kingdom. It's like, come on, people now.
But But who knew? It's kind of almost sounds like it might be like a Skinwalker Ranch type of place, and it's not a base anymore, right? Like there's a Cold War museum, I think, there now, and so it's I guess it's taken probably on a different life, on its own. Oh man, I'm just like losing it. I keep having these really great questions and thoughts for you, Lori, and then like.
Well, apparently, people are still seeing orbs there. They're still the activity is still going on, and it's probably been going on for centuries. I think it has to do with the location of the place. I was listening to the previous podcast, and people were talking about, well, why are there, so much UFO activity near nuclear bases? And, while it was going on, since I wasn't on camera the way I am now, I was just going through the internet, and I was reading a bunch of stuff, because I was thinking, well, maybe we have resources here that maybe other planets don't have. I don't know. But the one thing that really struck me just recently is that it's not the humans or the beings on the planet that makes us so special. It's that planet Earth is a sentient being. And to me, that makes sense, because now you're thinking about even areas, hotspots on the Earth that are that create this energy or the UFO activity or what's been going on through time.
Right.
So if we looked at really the way we're treating, I mean, have you ever gone to a place and you're like, oh man, it feels so great here. I feel the love in the air. I'm just so happy,
Washington.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, for me, it'd be going to like my shirt here, Santa Monica.
Yeah,
California. Go to the beach, go boogie boarding. I'm so happy that these vibes are real, and so we have to. I mean, it's just something I never thought of, like looking at the planet as a sentient being, because we do have these different vibes going on throughout. That's it. Time is running a few minutes over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I just thought you were gonna butt in here, Luis, because we were. Oh, I don't.
No.
Because
No.
Yeah,
You have some extra time. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We went over for the other panel, so
Yeah, so
we're
I thought
splitting
you
the difference
said,
here on this.
like,
Yeah,
9
take your
minutes.
time.
Yeah.
If you have any other final thoughts or other questions, please take them.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to remind people to look up, because I was new to this, the 1956 UFOs seen at RAF Bentwaters. Apparently, there was radar evidence, visual evidence. We see all the same kind of attempts of debunkings, or maybe correct debunkings. Oh, maybe the radar messed up, blipped. But I hadn't heard of that before researching, to talk to you, Laura. I didn't know you'd had other, experiences outside of UFOs, there. So this was really eye-opening for me, and I have a whole new journey. I think I have to go on now. And we need to get I think we need to get everybody that has been at Rendlesham on a TV show. TV shows are scary. You don't want to necessarily do that. Maybe not, but a conversation, a panel, let's open up, that. Are there any other, Jess, any last thoughts or questions before?
I wanted to thank Lori for her service and thank you for sharing her story, because it's not, the story even today, it's not easy still to share these stories, but it's important that we do. And I'm glad that you have, because, that's going to mean something to someone else. They're going to say, I want to come forward and share my story. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you,
Lori.
Jess.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I thought you guys are wonderful. I love you. I feel the love. Yeah. And I think there's more to the story. I think the problem with the Rendlesham is when you get a lot of these guys together is that there's a lot of fighting. But I do think that's the powers to be up there wants the people to be kind of divided. And yeah, I mean, I started the on Facebook the Rendlesham Lone Ranger UFO site because I felt like, well, damn, I just got kicked off of the Justice for the 81st Security Police Squadron 1980 Facebook page. So fine, I'm the Lone Ranger. I'm going to start my own. The hell with you guys. And
well, speaking of, where can people follow you? So if they don't want to fight, and if they actually enjoy this topic, so where do you prefer people find you? You've got your Twitter.
Yeah. Of course I don't know my Twitter name off. Yes, I know it's like LO with 4 or 5 R's IETR at.
It's that there's many R's. So
yeah. Yeah. Let me.
You can search that on Twitter, and we'll make sure to link. Oh, there we go.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Awesome. Yeah. So she's a fun follow on Twitter. So I definitely recommend.
Thank you. How many R's is that? One, two, quite a few
1,
R's.
2, 3, 4 R's.
Okay.
So go follow her on Twitter, and Jess too. Where can people find you? And then Brett, you can share. And
you guys, I guess you guys can find me at the Rogie Report on all social media. That's the ROGGE Report. I also have a website. You can go to jessrogie.com, and there you'll be able to find links to all things Jess, live Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Pacific on thefringe.fm. So join me there, guys. Thank you so much.
Wow.
This was great.
Yeah. So what is your radio? What's that radio?
It's
show?
fringe.fm. It's called The Rogie Report.
Yeah,
Okay,
so check
cool.
Jess out.
Yeah, it's right
Yeah.
there.
She has been reporting on this for a very long time, like me.
Wow.
So,
Well, feel free if you ever want me on your show. I'm there for you, Jess.
Awesome. Thank you, Major
great.
Laurie.
You're welcome.
what about you, Brett? You want to throw out your socials?
Yeah. So my Twitter account is inference, but the first E is a 3, number 3. And I actually am working on a website right now that's because I've got a lot of different projects that are going on. So right now I'm just plugging in one of my YouTube channels here,
Okay.
but that should be updated soon. It's going to be kind of like a link tree thing. So hopefully I'll get that out here soon.
Seems like Twitter's the place to be.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
definitely. Lori, look, I want to thank you for coming on here and sharing your stories as well. It's a fascinating
thank you.
story. And one thing, I had a couple of questions I want to ask you, but I know we're running out of time here.
No, take your time. They took our time. And we take your
give
time.
another. I think we have a few. I think we have a few more minutes. So why don't you
Okay.
end us with a good question?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, so basically what I like to do is I kind of like to connect the dots. And I'm so interested in this general and this engineer that you brought up, because it seems like to me that this general knew exactly what you were talking about. He was just like, nope, not talking about it anymore. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same with and he passed away recently. In fact,
he
Colonel
did?
Halt had mentioned, let's see, it was General, what was his name? Williams, Gordon E. Williams. He passed away, and his family members got a hold of, I think, Chuck Halt, and told him that they had information that if he wanted it, he'd have to pay like $10,000 or something like that. So I thought that was interesting because he knew something was going on. I mean, yeah.
Huh. Oh, we're talking about General Edmonds, right?
It was General Edmonds was one I met at the that promotion party when I was a captain in the Army Reserves. Charles Halt, he found out. Well, it was General Gordon E. Williams. He was the wing commander. He was even over Colonel Halt. He was over the base commander. He was the highest ranking guy. He knew what was going on.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he was there at the time, and the other thing that was interesting is that they were talking about at the time over the radio. It was like the activity on the security police radio channel was buzzing. I mean, it's like maintain radio silence, that kind of thing. Where on the wing, the higher echelon, at the 81st wing, they it was silent. It was silent. It was almost as if they knew it was going on, but it was just something that they didn't want to talk about. It was like someone let something out.
Because that's something we hear often, especially like when you listen to Citizens Hearing. Everyone was told, "Don't talk about it anymore." Were you told that?
Well, in my case, I think what was different about my case is that it was so marginalized. I was so marginalized that they kind of had their thumb on me anyway. So, I just, knew to shut up. And because I'd seen people, get kicked out for talking about it. They were really big on, they called it communication security, ComSec. And apparently they had the phones all tapped. I mean, they probably even read our mail. Anything we sent off was probably looked at. So it was, we weren't in I guess that's because we were in the middle of the Cold War. I don't know.
Well, what I try to tell, or my perspective on these things, just as a researcher, not having served or anything, incredible like that. just looking at it from just a journalist perspective, who I'm probably not going to ever see an alien. I look for evidence of cover up. I don't necessarily really look for evidence of aliens, and Rendlesham is just oozing with cover up. I still have the BBC article saying it's a hoax, and just be wary when a media outlet says something is a hoax, or it's stars, or it's a meteor. It could have been a UFO crash, and that's how this works, and that's why disclosure is going to be very tricky, and that's why we have to keep listening to experiences while we sift through the nuts and bolts kind of slow drip, right, physical evidence that we all love. But this is in behind the scenes, and I think you did a great job at sharing the complexity of that today, Lori. And I think it is time for the next panel, so
must we go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with hanging out. We do a super chat right there. Martian Mutt, $8.88. Thank you so much. Very strong complementary energy of the phenomena. Loving the interpretation and language angle. Geometry is a sacred language. Sacred geometry.
It's sacred geometry. Oh my gosh, guys, we got.
Well, I would,
That's another time.
Martian Mutt, we need to talk.
Yeah, I would love for everyone here and anyone else who wants to join us, especially I love sacred geometry. It's so awesome. We should never talk about it later.
Yeah, definitely. Because I want to know what's going on with those triangles and circles, the spheres, and all that. Thank you. I just want to thank all the listeners out there, and I want to thank the host, UFO Jane and Britt and Jess, and
thank you.
You too, Luis.
Thank you all.
You are the best lady of all.
I just like to consider myself one of the girls.
Just one girl. All right.
Ladies, that was a wonderful conversation. Thank you all so very much. It was an absolute pleasure. Let's do it again. Yeah, absolutely. Let's not let it be the last time, whether it's on Britt's channel, Jane's channel, Jess's channel, my channel. It's all about sharing the love, you guys. We're here. When this wave of curiosity comes, and it's coming, we will be here to show people, not the right way. Nobody knows, but at least we'll be able to guide them in some kind of direction, as opposed to, relying on, regular news to get this kind of information and advice. So,
and I think what you guys are doing is so important, and I do appreciate these past 3 days. It was really intense information for sure.
Indeed it was. It was. Well, on that note, ladies, I'm going to say goodbye to every one of you except for Jane Kyle. Jane, are you in for the last round here?
Yeah, I can hang around.
Excellent, because we're going to be talking about the citizens hearing. So I know Britt will have an ear out for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be talking to Ruben Langdon and what public hearings are going to look like here in the near future. Because by golly, if I've got anything to say about it, we're going to get them. So, ladies, thank you so very much. We will see you soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Pleasure. Excellent.
Oh, man. What a day.
What a day. Indeed. What a day. It has been wild. A lot of stuff was going on behind the scenes.
I think we're getting down to the bottom of it. I think we're getting. Yeah,
this is the last panel. This is the last panel.
We'll have this piece cracked.
Yeah, we went over about 15 minutes, which is cool. It's great. That was actually even. So even Stevens. Very good job, Jane. So I'm so happy that you're going to be here for the last panel, because this is going to be a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and bring in Michael Mataluni, and looks like Rather Be Squidding is ready to go as well.
Did you guys figure out disclosure yet? Because
we got it.
I left.
It's 13 past 4. That's disclosure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was the most intense lunch I've had.
Are you all right? What happened?
No, I was just, just making sure everybody's cool, everybody's good, stuff like that. Okay. And, just answering texts, because that was these were wild interviews here today. They were fun. So
we're talking about the praying mantis.
yeah, indeed. So we are going to be having the last hour with a really cool panel. Michael, would you like to introduce them?
It would be my absolute pleasure, Lou. Andy is the. Oh wait, no, wrong one.
Wrong one. Wrong one. Oh, by the way, while Michael is looking for that,
I got it.
I'm going to give him some time. It's okay. I'm going to tell you all right now, all of these wonderful people would not be here without Patreon supporters like you. If you enjoy credible news, reviews, and commentary on UFOs and UAPs 5 days a week, you want to support this show. What's your name? Marty. Marty, look how easy this is, Marty. Pick up your phone. Boom, you're a Patreon member. I mean, look, it's so easy. You just click the link, which is right here. Just for $1 a month, you can support this show. Just fill out the information and pledge what's comfortable for you. It could be $1, $5, $10, or who knows. Just support. If you do it for anyone, do it for Marty.
Do it for Marty.
Do it for Marty.
How can you say
Marty
no,
is the man.
Marty?
You know who else is the man besides Marty, Lou?
Tell me.
It's Daniel Miller. Daniel Miller is an actor based out of L.A., a lover of all things space and science. His curiosity has now led to the UAP topic. He's also a political junkie, so he's trying to connect the government, disclosure, and UAPs. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Daniel Miller.
Howdy, guys! Look at you. You're at the end of the tunnel. You see the light.
Indeed, we do.
Well, when we see your face, Daniel Miller, we're all good.
I'm here with the sign at the end. I'm here to give you a blanket.
You know what I just realized is this is basically Actors Hour. We could call this, this is with Ruben Langdon. This is going to be Actors Hour, so this is going to be fun. Dave Beatty's in television too. Now that I'm thinking of it, I'm like, okay.
Speaking of,
this is going to be great.
Speaking of Ruben Langdon, actor and voiceover master Ruben Langdon had been heard in several video game and anime titles, including charismatic Ken Masters in the Street Fighter franchise and the gunslinging, sword-swinging Dante in the Devil May Cry franchise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ruben Langdon.
Hello, Shoryuken.
Shoryuken.
Glad to be here.
Yes, that's dope. You look a little bit like Ken, actually.
Yeah, I've got COVID hair, so yeah, it's getting there. I'm getting closer.
Ooh, I just went through that phase a second time.
Yeah, this is my second round too.
I would also like to welcome Dave Beatty. He's from Southern Florida. He's a TV producer, documentary filmmaker, TV journalist, military historian, 3D graphics designer, and UFO researcher, and a friend of the Unidentified Celebrity Review. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Beatty.
Guys and girls, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here, especially, I guess, at the last stretch here, the home stretch. I'm glad to be here.
It's an absolute pleasure to have all of you guys here. So, it's funny. Sometimes happy accidents happen, and I feel like this is a great example of it. I didn't purposefully add a whole bunch of production people in here and actors and in the biz people, so this is going to be cool. The reason why I brought this final panel together is because we've been talking about the whole weekend, congressional hearings. We have beaten it to death. Check out the website, www. Why do I keep putting www?
Yeah.
Just thebigphonehome.com. Check it out. Check out our templates, Twitter, do all that stuff. Sign the petition. Thank you very much. But we've been beating it over the head, as you see. And it got me to thinking, because Ruben Langdon had a really huge part, and I want you to tell the people how this sort of came together and the history behind this, the citizen hearings. You and Jeremy Corbell got together and you started putting out every single session that went through this mock senatorial trial, right? And so, I'm going to let you run through it because I've been consuming this. I've found some really wonderful, interesting moments. And I just wanted to pick your brain about this. So let's bring you on, and please, the floor is yours on what are the citizens hearings?
So the citizen hearing was an event that we produced, myself and others produced back in 2013. It was a 5-day mock congressional hearing, sort of as a test run, an activist movement to show the public what potential congressional hearings would look like. We actually we paid 6 former members of Congress, 1 senator, to sit on a panel and then conduct for 5 days over 30 hours or 32 hours of testimony, and conduct the whole thing as regular congressional hearing. And prior to that, the only thing similar that we had, I think, was you guys probably know better than me. I forget sometimes. It was at 67 or something like that with a 2-hour congressional sort of meeting kind of thing. It seems that if Congress were to take this seriously, the citizen hearing would be sort of the way to go about it, was sort of the idea. And we live streamed the event, put it out there, available through a pay channel through Vimeo for many, many years. And then eventually our wonderful investor, Thomas Clearwater, said, okay, guys, now it's the time. Jeremy and I were trying to monetize to pay back the investment. It was over $1 million investment. So by contract, we were like, we couldn't release it for free. Everybody's like, you should release it for free. And we're like, well, that's not the way things work. But luckily, Thomas Clearwater was super generous and said, hey, guys, get it out to the world. Now's the time. And we started doing it. So it's now available. We just released our last session 20, closing remarks last Friday. So all of the citizen hearing are now available on YouTube for free.
That's amazing. Something, Lou, you're muted, but real quick, as you unmute yourself, I forgot to introduce another panelist who is actually here with us live right now via telefono. It's Tommy Zito, believer in the unidentified, contributor for UAP blog, and recently got in front of his representative. How you doing, Tommy? I'm sorry about that.
Hey, Mike. No, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. I feel like the work I've done is merely in the shadows of the others here, man. There's some awesome people here that's done some really, really great stuff. So,
hey, man, it takes a village, brother, and we appreciate what you're doing, and we appreciate those folks in the room here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, Tommy, thank you for being here. We'll get to how you are a citizen activist and your work here in a moment. But I am curious, after 32 hours of testimony and 20 sessions, what did these congressmen and senators think?
Well, what's great is as you watch it, I highly recommend everybody watch it from start to finish, because you kind of go through the journey of the former Congress members, of their they were somewhat prepped. We sent some books and some materials for them to look at. Senator Gravel, who recently passed, he had a little more interest in the subject, so you could tell he had done a little more homework and knew about the Roswell event and other things. But to really watch this evolution through the questioning of the Congress members is what I think is fun. Initially, you're like, wow, how could they be so oblivious on the subject matter? But they catch on fast, and then obviously every day behind the scenes, we were having a lot of conversations, and a lot of the other researchers and witnesses were, having lengthy conversations behind the scenes. So by the time Friday came along, their questions were top notch, and their reactions and their statements were just right on board with what you would imagine anybody who's looking into this subject matter and gets bombarded with evidence is going to ask those important questions.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? I don't want to hog on.
Well, I guess, what would a citizens hearing look like now, kind of post 2017 at the New York Times?
I definitely think we would get a lot more media coverage. So at that time, one of the panels that we did, that Jeremy sort of presented this one controversial witness, the anonymous witness, which was a gentleman who claimed to be in the CIA and had to actually see a live ET back in the 1950s on S4. That panel was called the Truth Embargo. So we had then, and it's still, I think a lot of this truth embargo in the media has been lifted to a certain extent since the 2017 New York Times article. So now would be a very different scenario because of the big wall has come down now for this subject matter. In 2013, it was full on. We were getting ridiculed. The only newspaper that was really giving us any props was Lee Spiegel in the Huffington Post. He was writing for the Huffington Post at the time, so he gave us good middle ground sort of coverage and reporting on what's going on. And then I think Al Jazeera did something cool, sort of like not making fun of it, but every other news agency was basically making fun of it for the first 4 days until the final day. The New York Times on their back page actually did a somewhat, it was kind of the first time actually in the New York Times they recognized the UFO subject without complete ridicule.
Ooh. No,
So
it was really cool. I enjoyed watching it. I am curious though. Do you think the congressmen and senators have the attention span for a session this long? If we did it this time around, I mean, like, what would you change? I guess what are lessons learned from these panels, and what did we take away? What could we go into the future with?
I think when you're talking about visitations from a civilization from across the galaxy or from another dimension, I think it's probably the most important subject matter we could talk about right now. So I don't think that you're going to lose the attention span of any Congress members, because especially presenting the amount of evidence. We had Bob Salas, who was just on the show here. Yeah. He was one of our witnesses. And when these people speak and they talk about their riveting experiences, they hold the room, right, of any Congress member, however ridiculous of a Congress member you are, and however much head up the ass your head is in with these Congress members, you're going to pay attention to somebody talking about these out of this world experiences. So I highly doubt there would be any lack of attention to this subject matter. It's just a matter of what kind of spin is the media going to do on it, and how do we keep it as to the point as possible, so we don't turn it into a Looney Tune land, which I think we proved that we could do that with our hearings. There was a couple things, a couple witnesses would go off on tangents sometimes, and people would be like, no, come back on the subject. We need to talk about this, and these are different opinions. Everybody's got one, and everybody's who's been in this field, we've been, you go down some crazy rabbit holes. But for the most part, we sort of have proof in the pudding what it would be like if congressional hearings would actually take place.
Is this something that can be orchestrated, Ruben, when it comes to ensuring that the people who are speaking at these hearings who are being questioned are prepped properly? Like, is this something that was done, obviously, like for, you guys were doing a reenactment, but how would this be organized? And are there organizations in place to prep for citizen hearings?
That's a great question. I wouldn't be the best person to answer that, because after the hearings, I got jaded over the whole thing. I got jaded over the media. I got jaded over some of the way the subject matter was, the infighting of the ufology groups, and some of the focus. And I left that world. And I decided I would put my resources into, I've got a show on Gaia and doing a little bit out there kind of conversation, but I just felt that would be the best direction where I put my energy, so I'm not caught up in all that. So maybe somebody else might have. So when it comes to the politics of it all, I have a very strong opinion against politics at this moment, that I just like.
Well, that's the game. That's why I think for me anyway, it's I think best to keep it as simple as possible, and as direct as possible. Like, that's what I mean. But I'm curious, Dave. Let's get you in here. You're a television production guy. You're in the news. So, like, how do you think? Do you think something like this would be produced? And to what extent? Like, if you're a major network television station, How do you look at something like this that maybe is coming down the pipeline that you're actually going to be forced to cover? What
Right.
kind of production do you think would, I know it would probably be like on C-SPAN, Fox, ABC, CBS, but what would these networks, what do you think they'd try to make it look like? And how would they talk about it, do you think? Because,
well, I mean, I think, when you look at how CBS, handled it with 60 Minutes, obviously just repeated the report that they did on the UAP. I think that tackling the subject matter, I mean, obviously it's a great idea, and how generous for you guys to give all that material to the public to actually digest it. I haven't seen it. I'm really anxious to look at that, from that time before all of the 2017 stuff came out in ATIP. But I think now, in this climate, when I listen to like Lou, for instance, and how he describes his experience with UAP, he presents it in a way that, hey, we don't know what this is. So that's a pretty good stance, I think. I mean, for the media, at least, because for the most part, even today, a lot of people, including journalists, aren't that familiar with the topic, and jumping immediately to the extraterrestrial hypothesis for some journalists is a stretch, because they might say, hey, I even watched 60 Minutes and they were saying that, we really don't know the true nature of this stuff. They don't think it's ours, but they're not really sure what it is. So to me, that's a pretty interesting track right there. I mean, I would be, as a journalist, I think it'd be interesting to cover that without the stigma. I mean, approaching it that, hey, these are people that are especially vetted witnesses that are witnesses for multi-witness, perhaps radar, visual encounters, and so on, is very interesting. And, I mean, highly unusual, especially if, the powers that be can't explain this stuff. Sensitive military areas, nuclear storage sites, training, ranges, and so on, air hazards, coming close to our very advanced fighters. All of this stuff is like problematic in a national security sense. The other part of it that, in this past week, I was kind of interested in is the idea that there could possibly be some rogue, stuff going on. I know Lou has mentioned that if there really is materials being, ferreted away and studied, at least he wasn't aware of it. And if it is, he thought that it would have to be some rogue element that's operating outside of the oversight of Congress. And I think any, people from the Hill would be very interested to know if there's any evidence of that at all. So, I mean, that's one part of it. And then I think just the other part of this national security implication is very interesting. And from the media standpoint, if it's presented that way, I think that they would do it, more straight without that kind of laughing about it or playing the X-Files themes or the common, stuff that they do. So
interesting. I'm curious from from a television standpoint, like how they would set it up, how they would present it to the American people. And for me, I think if it's, and this could be a crazy opinion, but the beautiful thing about sort of the witnesses that are here today, and when I say witnesses, I mean Alex Dietrich, David Fravor, Underwood, and the list goes on and on. Gary Voorhees, who's in the chat. It's so fresh. Yeah, I mean, it's 2004, and all the witnesses are still alive. They're all still very young. The footage is compelling. The stories and the instruments that are used to measure these things are verifying what these pilots are saying. For me, I think it's hard, I think, to put 32 hours of testimony in front of Congress when there's so many other issues. Right now, it would be hard. So if I had to put a congressional hearing that hits home, what would that look like? I mean, for me, I think, it would be maybe 2 or 3 hours long with 5 to 10 witnesses including like Mitch Lukaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak, as much as people might hate.
But those aren't witnesses. Those guys aren't witnesses.
I understand they're not witnesses, but they're part of the scientific community. And right now, for me, I think we're going to disagree here, and that's okay. That's why let's talk it out. For me, it's this idea of a senator's only got 75% of their day is calling for money to get reelected. And then the other 25%, it needs to be in a window where they can digest it. And they don't know Robert Salas. No offense, Robert. They don't know me. They don't know anybody on this panel. But know
neither does Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson. They don't know Robert Salas either, and they don't know the subject matter.
I 100%.
You need a John Filet.
I 100%. Hold on, wait. Let me finish this thought. I 100% agree with you. 100%. But the senator knows who Michio Kaku is. The senator might know who Megan Fox is. That would definitely work.
If she was up on the subject, I would say, yeah, totally.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think if they hear it from people that they're like, oh, he's really smart. I know him. He used to say the opposite of this. Now he's telling me I should be paying attention to this. It's not, I'm not trying to discredit or exclude any part of this conversation. I think you're absolutely right. Neil deGrasse Tyson not only need to know who Robert Salas is, but he needs to read a lot more on this topic.
I think you could probably get an astronaut who's seen a UFO.
You could definitely
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I understand that, but does a senator know an astronaut? An astronaut. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
I think putting that I think the whole problem we have with this issue is we're trying to put it in a neat box. In an entertainment box or some kind of thing, and you have ancient aliens and the stars and the things like that, and not to take away from any of those guys, but we need boots on the ground, like Lou, what you're doing. You had Bob, you had Lou, you had these in my opinion, the real experiencers, the rock stars of this world are the ones who had the real experiences and not just talking hypothetically this or that or the science of this. We need boots on strap, whatever that term is, bootstraps on the ground or whatever, where people who have had the experiences, people who are researching the data, and people who can make sense of it and not hypothetically say anything just because they're face on TV.
Well, hold on, wait. Let me give you this then. I'm an experiencer. Mm-hmm. I research the data. I talk about it in an intelligent, logical way. Should I be put in front of Congress?
More so than Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I disagree.
Well, I think it's kind of the same thing that the UAP task force had when they were doing the report and what cases to study, and they focused on the recent ones. And it seems like if you're having a UAP task force report, maybe we should be getting the pilots who've been reporting these things, the pilots of the 18 cases that had unusual phenomenon. I think that would be.
But there's a medium, like you get Kurt Russell. He was a pilot. He's a celebrity. He saw the Phoenix Lights. He reported it. There's a medium, like with what Luis is saying. Like maybe it's not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right, I'm just using that as an example.
There's some famous witnesses, like legit, like could piggyback on to I guess everyday citizens and things like that. Maybe.
Well, I think when it comes to Congress, though, there's an authenticity that we actually did in our hearings too, where we got the real experiencers and they're talking and they're doing everything. And if we put a movie star up there and an actor like myself there, we're used to acting, and some people take actors seriously, but they really shouldn't. We're all just doing a thing, right. And we're not the voices of this of like the legitimate experiences. I'm an experiencer myself, but I would rather put somebody else up on that stage that has had the pilots is a great idea. I think those guys should be. They should, because they can talk about, like David Fravor, his testimony is amazing. Whenever he talks, he talks about the wind speed and all the machinery and the mechanics that they had to record it all, and the different types of instruments. So those are the people that I think would catch the attention of the Congress members and the public, as they did in 60 Minutes.
What about, I mean, you talked about Neil deGrasse Tyson, but you could have a Neil deGrasse Tyson with a Michio Kaku, with an Avi Loeb, and, you bring in the science community, and then you also bring in the pilots and Daniel, you were chomping at the bit there. I saw. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, one thing I feel like hasn't really been brought up yet that I think is the most important tool that puts these hearings perhaps separate from other parts of methods we can use to kind of get the government to talk about this is that is testifying under oath, and how that tool and mechanism can be used to put people in positions to ask them questions they otherwise would not like to answer. Right. Like I personally would love to get more of the top brass involved. Ask, hey, why when in the East Coast, when pilots are reporting these hazards every day and NOTAMs are being posted, why wasn't this put up the chain of command? Why wasn't Congress informed? Why wasn't Congress informed about Nimitz? Ask, Tim McMillan interviewed Ray Mabus, the former Secretary of the Navy, who admitted, like the Secretary of the Navy, the leader of the Navy besides the Joint Chiefs, who said, it was a problem. It was just, we also were dealing with the Soviets and Afghanistan. It wasn't my biggest problem, but it was a problem. And I think getting the leaders or former leaders, if not current, of the branches of our military, who some of them are openly saying it was an issue, to testify before Congress under oath, I think helps deviate the people who are just saying, they're just UFO fans, they're just into UFOs, they're just saying their opinions, versus, this person in this setting under oath, it's so much more difficult to write off what those people are saying. I mean, Dave Beatty I'm sorry, I might be mispronouncing your name. I've read your name so many times, but
it's Beatty.
Beatty.
Either way, yeah.
Like Warren.
Yeah, it's so cool to talk to all you, ladies and gentlemen, in person, digital person. Did some great work revealing these incidents that just happened off the West Coast with the carrier group in Omaha and all those other ships, how they were getting buzzed by these, according to the Secretary of the Navy, still unknown things for multiple days over the course of over a month. I mean, why not ask the Secretary of the Navy, hey, are they still unknown? What's going on? You're under oath. We are your taxpayers. Please, can you answer us? Because our carrier strike groups are getting harassed right off of our own waters. It just seems like there's a lot of questions that, in addition to everything that was just mentioned, I think it's important to kind of, as Michael was saying, have kind of maybe a bit of a melange there, to also ask the tough questions that, maybe they can duck in the media, but when you're under Congress, when you're looking at Congress in the face under oath, it's a little harder to just kind of give that politician answer.
Daniel, I've been telling Rather you're not just a pretty face for so long, and hopefully he'll listen to me now.
Sorry, boys, he's taken.
Did my homework.
No, but yeah,
I mean,
look, I think there's room for everyone to talk. There's no doubt about it, and I'm not saying anybody should be excluded, but I just feel like people are going to get back to work. Senators have to go campaign, and I just don't think 32 hours of testimony is realistic. That's all I mean. Like, I want room.
Well,
for
unless
as many
we're
people as
tweeting
possible.
them and telling them, but a little bit, right? Because it's you're a little bit more motivated to spend those hours if you think there's going to be some kind of return from it. Like, I made the people I represent happy, so I know that sounds like too easy. But I think we have to put the social media pressure on them and all the letters and all that too. But then this matters. I might get elected because I paid attention to this. So they just need to connect it to their campaign, right?
I mean,
I don't know how to do that.
with Tim Burchett Tim Burchett on the show. He didn't lose any followers because he came and talked to us. Like there's I think there's political currency.
I gained followers.
Yes, he definitely did. He said it on the show.
Yeah,
so it's I feel like it's political currency in this day and age where there's so much just nasty, gross news about everything and everybody. Like, I feel like this topic is almost immune to dividing it like that when it's presented in a format that people go, holy Jesus, what?
Well, I mean, I would. The only thing I would argue against that, Lou, is that you have a Lou Elizondo who's saying, "Well, just be careful because you could create a media circus. Not only that, but you could start putting people under oath that are going to start dominoes could start falling when it comes to liability." And I have no problem with that. That's Lou Elizondo who has a problem with that. I have no problem with that. But you know, that they're to think that it's just going to be, you know, harmonious and kumbaya. I don't think that's accurate, but I do think that you're going to have, you know, even if you did have 32 hours, you know, whether or not the media covers it in the way we'd like them to cover it, it's going to be on the record. Like, that's so powerful.
But here's the thing. And I know people have lost jobs and have been ostracized and lives destroyed. In one case that we definitely know of, killed, suicide, right? Like those instances, I understand. But if this government could get away with not giving 40 acres and a mule, and you know, as much you know, cogs in the wheel that they threw when it comes to progress on a certain part of this society, like that doesn't that the UFO community pales in comparison to that issue. And you, like, if they're not going to pay what they owe to that community, how can you expect them to, even with all of the liability, the dominoes that I think you're talking about? Honestly, I think the government would just be like, sorry, null and void. This is something that's been going on for 70 years and we're just becoming aware of. And that might upset a lot of people. There's no doubt about it. But no one's going to jail or prison over this. At least that's my opinion. If somebody is got a different one, please.
I mean, I don't. I think you could send people to jail if people are, you know, if there is a breach of the Constitution when it comes to, and again, I'm, you know, we could pull in Daniel Sheehan to talk about this because I don't know.
We just had a 20-year illegal war. We just had a 20-year illegal war, and nobody is going to go to jail for that. I'm not trying to get political, but that's just
that's
reality.
A really good point. That's a really good point. But Lou, I mean, this is, and I agree with you. I think we should hold their feet to the fire. But the question is, why is Lou Elizondo going? Why?
Because
why?
I think he fears the dominoes.
Right.
I think the dominoes only go so far, though, is what I'm saying. Is the second that they want to put the kibosh on this, they will, Michael. They do it every time. So instead of tipping over dominoes, what we're saying is just give us another angle of the video. Give us some congressional hearings so that it gets the public talking about it in a healthy way. So when in 20 or 30 years, these things, God forbid, just pop up, everybody's like, okay, I was prepared for that. I was warned about that. Okay, I know what that is.
I'm down to open Pandora's box, Lou, but I think you're underestimating Pandora's box.
You could be right. I'm fair. Rather,
well, and, you know, the government isn't a monolith, right? Like if someone's putting the kibosh on it, maybe that's the Department of Defense. But that's why we need to engage Congress and get them involved and have public hearings. And I think that if, you know, we start to have public hearings and the truth comes out and it's anything like what all of us think it might be like, then the tide of public opinion could very rapidly turn, and there could be support for. It could be the biggest thing in history, right? There could be weeks. And
Absolutely.
Weeks
no, it's doing what we're doing. I just don't think. Okay, so we get the revelation that we're being visited by extraterrestrial visitors. And let's just say, just throwing this out there, pure 1 billion% speculation, that they're here to party. They're here to help us, right? On every single level, they're going to get us through humanity. They're going to get us through global warming, all of these prophetic things that people say that they're going to get us through, okay? Do you really think that the minority that's been wronged by this issue is going to be drowned out by everybody going, thank God?
Yeah. Like, no, you're right. I mean, if, but that's a big if. But if that is accurate, then you're absolutely right. It's going to be we're way past the political division. If we've got
nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to jail if that truth comes out, bro.
One of the things that Senator Gravel was adamant about was he had zero faith in Congress, being a former Congress member himself. And he said he was pushing for UN hearings, and we actually wrote 2 letters. We got 2 letters signed by all members of the Congress. One went to President Obama for the Bentwaters guys to get medical treatment, to get their medical records released and unclassified.
Burroughs, yeah.
For Burroughs, and so that went through a number of so all the Congress members signed that letter. The other letter, which we couldn't get 2 signatures because they just resigned and they have to wait like 6 months or a year before they can sign anything, but they were for it. And that letter went to the UN and to hold UN official hearings. So nothing came of that, but the other letter eventually, Burroughs did get his treatment. His records never got classified or declassified, I should say, but they did instate his pension and give him a full. He had the surgery that was needed for his heart murmurs. And so that was the good thing, that one of the best things that came out of it. But ultimately, just getting back to what Gravel had said, is that he just doesn't think Congress would be able to get it together to make sense of these hearings. And I guess that was just from his assessment at Congress in 2013, but it hasn't gotten any better. It's only gotten worse.
This is a hilarious. Please pull that back up. Oh, my goodness. For Matthew Riot. My wife is so past. I'm still glued to YouTube. One of y'all is going to have to get me out of trouble. Sorry. I understand. This is here I am trying to tell everybody, yeah, nobody's going to watch 32-hour hearings. And we did like a 30-hour show on this stuff. So like the point is here, there's no right answer. And
the right answer, Lou, is having Langdon FaceTime Matthew Riot's wife and make up for this.
Yeah, and Harouk and her to sleep.
Put it all on me.
Yeah, but Chris Lito had said something here that was quite poignant, and I have to, again, sometimes I get passionate, right? We all do. It's right here. In the end, America's about freedom, and this is what it is about: freedom and information. And the point is, if you have a podcast, you're doing it right. If you have, a political action, call to action called the Big Phone Home, and you're trying to get a hold of your senators, it's right. If you're trying to do 32 hours of testimony, even though I think it's too much, it's still right. Like, there's no wrong way to talk about this. There's no wrong way to do this. There's no information you shouldn't look at, but you should always question and try to bring yourself back to what we know and perceive through these filters and tiny brains as reality.
How many days, Lou? How many days did they do congressional hearings for in the 90s for baseball players who were doping? Like, how many days was that?
Ooh, that's a great question. If it's more than 32 hours of testimony, then I stand corrected, and Ruben's 100% right. Okay, fair enough.
And remember, C-SPAN will cover it for 32 hours, but the media is only going to pick up pieces, right?
Yeah, I'll cover
so
it.
It doesn't matter.
We'll be covering it.
Yeah.
So
I agree, Luis. I don't think anybody's going to jail. I've kind of been cautioning. I've been doing disclosure, and I want to believe, and I do believe hashtags forever. But the whole time, and I said, I know it's coming, and I believe in it. But I don't think it's going to be like rainbows and sunshine. I don't think anybody's going to get arrested. But I do think people are losing sleep, and they will lose more and more sleep every year. And if that's we're going to be as annoying and as persistent as we can be, and we just all have to decide how much do we value freedom of information and the truth, and that probably we'll probably have to think about that, how much we value that in the future.
The baseball hearings were 11 hours long, and I think that this issue is at least 3 times as important.
Oh,
definitely. But Dave, what were you going to say?
What I was going to say is, for me, I'm sort of an open-minded skeptic, and I really want to believe that the U.S. government really doesn't know, and like what Lou says is kind of the play, that they want to know and they want to find out, and it should be studied, and resources and committees should study this, and science should study it. But then on the flip side, there's the whole TTS stuff in Tom DeLonge's dialogue. And I've just been listening to Ross Coulthart's book, In Plain Sight. And it really kind of scared me when he lays out the whole thing that, there's this shadow government that for 70 years has been hiding this stuff, and they know all about it. And they've been in contact with some type of intelligence, and that they're also working with foreign governments. And they play out this whole thing that there's this really kind of scary scenario that's hidden from the public, but certain members of our government know about it, or military. And that, the whole plan was that he was going to kind of usher this disclosure and this release of this information, even though there was a large part of this group that said the American people in the public in general can't handle it because it's too, scary or whatnot. And then he goes on to present the evidence of the WikiLeaks email saying, you might just think he was saying this and it wasn't true, but now we have all these emails that basically with Podesta saying he was meeting with these generals and he was talking to people, at the, Air Force Space Command and so on, which seems to be real. Now we don't know what
they called it. They literally, quote unquote, called it our secret plan. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah,
that was a literal quote in the email. It wasn't a malicious plan, but there was a lot. I mean, that's just in our recent history. So imagine if we had, we could read emails from Roswell.
Yeah.
Right. I think.
Daniel, what do you have any thoughts?
No, I mean, I agree with Dave. I mean, it's just kind of what Ross has said too. The fact that those emails came out from WikiLeaks and there really wasn't much follow-up from any journalists. It just is it's just strange to me. Cause I mean, even if it turns out to be nothing, there's been cover stories there's been massive articles about less big things than, a punk rock star, a Air Force general, and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager talking about aliens. I mean, that's like what, right? So why aren't people following up on that question?
Right.
Why aren't people knocking on General McCaslin's door? I think that's kind of why I want these hearings, is because I think to so many people, even after everything, we're obviously interested in this topic, and so we pay attention to it. But most people don't give it the time of day because they have lives and they're busy. And, it's one of those attitudes that I used to have, like, well, if there's something big, I'm sure I'll hear about it. Right. So until then, I'm going to go on with my life. But, there's kind of this cycle where because people don't care about it, the media doesn't want to really maybe follow it due to the stigma. And it's kind of this self-perpetuating cycle where I think some of the media maybe need to just buck up and it doesn't really matter where the answer lies. It could lead to nothing, or it could be silly, fine, but it may not. And it's, I don't know, that's an interesting story in my opinion.
Well, I think it's weird too, because you have the Ross Coultharts of the world who are writing these really deep investigative articles, but then, jumping to some serious speculation about the shadow government. And, it's like, does mainstream media want to touch that with a 10-foot pole? Probably not. And, is he right? Maybe not. I mean, this whole idea, that's what we do so well, is we connect the dots of things we don't know because the government doesn't give us transparency. So we create these conspiracy theories and we fill in the blanks ourselves. And so oftentimes this is bureaucracy, not conspiracy, right? There's so many, these idiots are running around bumping into each other. They have very little clue as to what's really going on, and they all have different talking points and they all have their own agendas. Like, there is not one deep state, right? There may be lots of little pockets of conspiracy, but I don't buy this, individual deep state and shadow government propaganda.
That's a great point. And it kind of brings up the question of, to Dave, if you're a news media doing a documentary, how many sources do you need before you can report on something like the secret government or these really
well? I mean, for real. I mean, don't you think that the first thing you're going to run into a barrier? Like, I think Tom, the only reason he had this access was because he was sort of like probably, made some promise not to reveal what was being said, and it did seem that way. I mean, the only reason why we even know he was having these meetings was because of those leaked, emails. And it's sort of ironic that it was Russian hackers that were the ones that kind of got that released. Now, I would say I wanted to bring up an interesting point in the last year or so that it's become really difficult to do FOIAs, and the news media oftentimes does rely on that to get information released. It seems that anything that's related to UAP topic within these FOIAs, and even if you don't use the word UAP, if anyone believes that your FOIA is related in some way, it's going to get rerouted from wherever you're submitting it in my experience up to like the chief of naval operations, and there it's going to sit. I had a FOIA just for, Danny mentioned I was doing some work on those ships in 2019. I was looking for some logs. I didn't mention anything about UFOs or anything like that. And as soon as I sent it, it just disappeared. And it was gone for like 6 months. And I finally found out that it had been labeled as a UAP request, sent all the way up to the Pentagon, and where it just sat there for like months and months and months. I still haven't gotten it, but I think this is happening now, So
what we've done? Tommy Zito, are you still on the line?
Oh my God.
Did we lose Tommy Zito?
Hey, guy. Sorry, I was muted. He's here. Zito's here.
Yay.
Tommy, can you hear us? Yeah. Holy cow, man. I'm sorry. I didn't see your face here, and we completely got into this conversation and lost you. That's woo. Okay. Dude, so we almost made it through the big phone home without a major mess up, and we just did it in the last stretch. That is so this show. Like, I mean, am I right? Like, I'm sorry, Tommy, please, the floor is yours. Go for it, my man.
So, Lou, I agree with you. I don't think anybody is going to jail over this, but I do think that Lou Elizondo might be reserved in the fact that maybe dominoes will fall, and I think that might not be just here, right? Mm-hmm. It could be international. It could put some focus on other world governments as well, and out of professional courtesy, maybe that's why they're going about it in the way that they are, is to tell allies or people that have a hand in this outside of the U.S., like, hey, this is coming. Be prepared. You might want to start talking to your people about it at the same time. I think that might be a plausible explanation for why he's reserved on it. But regardless, we want congressional hearings here in the States, so bring it on. Bring it on.
Oh, I love it, man. Thank you so much for hanging on to the phone for that long. Jesus, we're like literally right at the end. Tommy, I just want to tell everybody real quick your story. So Tommy Zito is in the 7th District of Colorado, and he has been trying to contact his congressman, Ron Perlmutter, if I'm correct. Yes?
Ed
Perlmutter. And it took him 2 years. 2 years to get his congressman to sit down with him for 10 minutes and talk about this topic. And I'm going to let him just real quick tell you guys the most interesting parts of this discussion. But he's here because, first of all, he helped us write our bullet points for when you make a phone call to Congress. He also wrote a template as well, an email template. And he's just absolutely done a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And then when I heard of this story, I was like, this is exactly what the phone home's about. Like, it's not an event. It is a relentless pursuit until you get some answers, and you have to work at it. If you really want the answer, it's on you. Look in the mirror. Nobody else is going to give it to you. We have to do it this way. Period. Full stop. Right. So real quick, Tommy, what are sort of the highlights of that conversation for folks who haven't heard your story?
So it wasn't so much in what Ed said, but it was more in what Ed didn't say, right? Because there's these myths that go around. You see it on Twitter. Oh, all congressional leaders know about this, or that's just not the case. That's totally false. In order for the congressional leaders to actually be in the know of this, they have to sit on the particular committees that receive the classified briefing, which was the Armed Forces Committee, and the Intel Committee. And if they weren't on those, then it's basically our job as the public to go after these other leaders to say, hey, look, this has happened, which Ed was aware, right? He did say, yeah, he knew about the briefing, but he hadn't read the report. And the one little nugget of gold I feel like in our interaction was that he committed to pursue getting the classified briefing, because that just adds another one in the bucket. Those that have had the meeting understand it's real and it's serious and it needs to be looked at. And I think that by getting a member of Congress that's not on those committees to start asking questions and to say, hey, I want this briefing, is one going to lessen stigma, right? I think that still exists. And I know it's dying. It's very noticeable death, as I wrote, but it's still there. And this is going to kind of maybe let other members of Congress feel comfortable in pursuing these briefings and coming up to speed with what a lot of us already know,
Oh man, I love his story. Does anybody have any questions for Tommy or any thoughts on what he said?
Can anybody in Congress get the classified briefing? Do you know, Tommy?
So, Ed's commitment to me was that he was going to pursue it. So I think that as long as they ask, I don't know if there's a security clearance process that I'm unaware of, right? I'm not in the know of that. He might have to go through some sort of a process to get a clearance.
Yeah, I can tell you, even if he did read it, he wouldn't be able to talk about it. I mean, that's when we asked Congressman Burchett, he said, yeah, even if I did, I couldn't tell you, boys.
I am so jealous of these they're completely new to UFOs. So like, what is this? And then they get this classified briefing with all this evidence.
Well, what we should all do is run for Congress. Yeah, we should all run for Congress and read the briefing, and then we could one of the seven of us could leak the briefing and be like, oh, it was him. It was there. And
you're looking at the 2024 ticket right here.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm also looking at a
for Congress.
a sweet ass pension and also a nice salary to go with it. Real quick, Chris Lito, thank you for the $20 donation. Great final panel, great show. Question for Dave. Gary said you helped him disclose. Question for Dave. Gary said you helped him disclose. Do you know how we can lower the barrier to share?
I think that when military service members that are fearful engage with other service members and that have, say, been whistleblowers or come forward, they find out that really they're sort of accepted, and there really hasn't been a lot of blowback or pushback. In fact, guys like Gary that speak out and help their fellow service members with this kind of information that a lot of people have. And as you know, even with the Nimitz stuff, really just a handful of people have stepped forward out of like the thousands of sailors that were out there. There's got to be other witnesses. So I think once this kind of wave starts rolling, the snowball starts coming down the mountain, it's not going to be able to be stopped at some point. And that's what I'm hoping, that pushes this kind of unraveling of these cases that seem to be hidden just because people have their oaths and so on. They don't want to talk about it.
Great question. Thank you, Chris, for the question. Thank you for the answer, Dave. Just want to read these two $10 donations. Martian Mutt, how do experiencers step into a, quote, safe mode for disclosure? Life always finds a way. Anybody have any thoughts on that statement?
That's just a statement?
It's just a statement, yeah.
Yeah, I think, by having this conversation with as many people as you can and just getting people used to hearing the idea, sharing the facts, sharing, the news snippets that we have where people are having the conversation in a safe and healthy way and they're not ridiculing each other. This just opens the door for experiencers or contactees to also share their experiences and not be afraid of being ridiculed and shamed. So just creating a safe conversation space so people can have it and not feel ousted or anything.
And that's not just with UAP, that's with really any topic, right? I mean, we can apply that totally. to every conversation, guys. Like,
exactly.
We always, man, it always comes back to just being a basic human. But $10 donation, just the idea of the risk of liability is driving the responses from government. You think so?
Probably. Yeah, I would say, I mean, look at any time, governments, pharmaceutical companies, whatever you want, to take liability is like a big deal. So they're going to push it they're going to kick that can as far as they can until they can't. And that's this idea of people are going to go to jail or not. I think their hope is to kick it down as far as they can. So if any of these big disclosures come about, then they're not. Hopefully, people have forgotten, or things have gotten so big, or somebody else is going to take responsibility. This is politician playbook 101 is blame it on the other guy.
Yeah. You know what I feel like it would almost be like? You ever get those cards in the mail that like say you could be part of a settlement, and then you look it up and it's like $2.43, and you've got to like go through $12 of stuff to get it to them. It almost feels like it would be kind of that kind of thing where it's just like, man, there would be so like, what kind of claim would I get? You know what I mean? Like, you guys made me start a UFO channel because of my sighting, like you owe me everything. Like, I mean, like, what would be the line?
There's going to have to be like in, was it South Africa? There was this restitution, what was it? The after the genocide that happened down there, there was this that they had this sort of trials but restitution. So basically, instead of like putting people and putting them in prison and executing them and all this stuff, they made them sit in front of the family members of the children that they killed and made them apologize and figured out new ways to sort of get into this new paradigm. And I think something's going to happen in that sense where, look, people, officers, military personnel, secrets being held, all this stuff, we're going to find some other way, because there a lot of people were just following orders. And to make everybody and put them on the line, it's going to just create a lot of tragedy. So we want to figure out some new way to say, okay, you were following your orders, you didn't know any better, we're not going to execute you, or you're not going to try you for treason. This is a different situation.
Right. No, totally agreed.
Real quick. I just I was looking up the who gets briefed on the classified report, and I didn't find who about the previous one, but I found about the new one, the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal 2022. And it specifically mandates that the Director of National Intelligence and Secretary of Defense require their constituents elements to provide data related to UAP to both the UAPTF and the Air Force's National Air and Space Intelligence Center. The bill also requires that congressional defense and intelligence committees receive a classified quarterly briefing on UAP. So it sounds like it's just the intelligence committees that get the classified briefing.
That in the armed services.
Yeah, Burchett, I believe, is on armed services, I think.
Right.
I have to look, but yeah. Well, there you go, guys. Thank you for looking that up, Michael. What a wonderful end to a wonderful. I still don't know what to call it. I don't want to call it a conference, but discussion.
Summit.
A summit. I like that.
A summit.
Michael, very good.
Yeah, good one.
That's a good one. I appreciate that, Michael. It has been, I've learned a lot during these last 3 days, and I think it's why I love doing this so much. But yeah, let's go ahead and say goodbye to all of our guests. But before we go, I want to say thank you to all of the service members out there. I want to give a real special shout out once again to Kevin Childress. He was a friend of the show, worked for the IG. Man, he was such a smart guy and such a sneaky, funny guy. I didn't have a whole long time to get to know him, which really bums me out. We only really got to know him through the show and personal messages. But he was just a really, really, really cool guy. Yeah, I just want to say our thoughts to his family, and he will be missed in the community. And I also found that since this is a production sort of room, one of my favorite actors ever, Michael K. Williams from The Wire, was found dead today. I hate to end this on a bummer, but he was such a hero of mine. Just such a beautiful soul, actor, activist. Oh God, he was such from an artist standpoint, our art has lost a really, really big part of its heart. So yeah, I mean, he's in a couple of my favorite shows. It was a bummer when I heard that during lunch. So just wanted to give him a shout out, and yeah. So with that said, I want to say goodbye to our friend Daniel Miller, actor in Los Angeles, and best looking guy ufology. Please tell everyone where they can find your stuff.
You can find me on Twitter at Psychop1, SICCOP1. Drop a line. My DMs are open. Say hi. And congratulations to you all. This is a great thing you did.
Thank you so much. We'll see you soon, Daniel, as always. Let's see. Tyler, or why am I calling you Tyler? Jesus, dude. It's been a really, really, really damn long day. Ruben.
Yeah, you're going to make Richard Dolan jealous there, but I guess he's old school, best looking guy in
well, Papa Dolan is Papa Dolan. He's
the best looking grandfather in ufology.
No, that's not right. No, you know what I think of when I think of Papa Dolan? I think of the character in Mad Men, the guy, the Silver Fox.
Yeah,
I'm forgetting the actor's name, but he's a really good looking dude. But yeah, no, Tony Stark's dad in MCU for the younger. But yeah, anyway, it was such a wonderful conversation with you today, Ruben. I really appreciate it. I didn't think we'd disagree this much, so I was actually quite surprised and a little.
I don't think we don't disagree. We don't disagree. I think we only disagree. Because I've just heard nonsense come out of Neil deGrasse Tyson's mouth so many times about UFOs. That was a trigger. Exactly.
Okay, all right, fair.
So.
That's fair because
other than that, I think we agree 100% on everything else.
Yeah, we need a Papa Tyson, not a Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
But please, Ruben, before you go, tell everyone where they can follow you, where you're doing your work, and what you'll maybe be working on next.
Yes. So. Got my website from my personal website, Ruben Langdon, first name, last name, one word.com. And I'm working on season 3 of my show, Interview with Ed, Extra Dimensionals. And season 1 and 2 is on Gaia. And right now they haven't picked up season 3 yet, but I'm self-distributing it on Vimeo. So that's at interviewwithed, all one word.org.
Right on. All right. Well, Ruben, thank you so much. I look forward to talking to you again, man. It was a really, really fun time. And break legs on any coming auditions you may have.
Yeah. I'll try not to. I'm a stuntman for a living, so that's
true. Yeah. I guess, I mean, you don't really audition for that. They kind of just call you. So please don't break legs.
No breaking legs.
All right, my man.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one. Thank you.
All right. Take
care. And of course, the legendary Dave Beatty, creator of the Nimitz Encounter. Sir, thank you so much for stopping by, staying up late there on the East Coast. We really appreciate your time. Of course, the floor is yours.
Hey, man, thank you so much, Lou. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I mean, this is amazing. In the last year, what you pulled together, I really do think that we're all pushing the ball down the field, as Lou likes to say. It's the long game, he says. And this kind of political and action that's going to hopefully get our elected leaders to take notice of us is really important. If anyone wants to look at my stuff, you can find me on Twitter, Dave_Beatty, BEATY. My email's on there. If you want to email me, go ahead. My film is The Nimitz Encounters. I have a website, thenimitzencounters.com. And the cool project I'm working on right now is with this really interesting fellow named Dr. Robert Davis. You can look him up, BobDavisSpeaks.com. We're kind of in pre-production now for a film, docu-film that's going to like try to put together pieces of the UAP event along with other related events that seem to have a consciousness connection. So that's the current thing that we're in pre-production for.
Right on.
Amazing.
Awesome, Dave. Well, good luck on that, and please let us know when we can watch it. We'd love to share the love as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Our pleasure.
Dave.
Thank you for being here. Okay, you guys.
Byron McDonald coming in strong at the end.
Ooh, Byron, thank you so much, man,
Oh,
for the $50 donation. What
50
happened?
loony? 50 loony.
No, 50 loony? Well, no, remember we had a Canadian said that.
Yeah, it's only the dollars a loony.
Yeah, only
What?
the dollar's the loony. The anything past a dollar, it's just called a dollar. Anything
has a
past the
loon on it.
loony, anything past the loony is just a
Money, dollar.
It's money. Thank you so
I
much.
think you guys are all going
Yeah.
loony right now.
That is 100% fair. Byron McDonald, thank you. Such an important record and contribution to the effort. Thank you all. The truth comes from respectful clash of differing opinions. I totally agree. Did we miss any other super chats there, you guys? By the way, I saw a super sticker here
think
for
we missed-
$10.
Yep. We missed about 100 of Elizondo questions. Sorry, everyone.
Oh, man. Yeah, we really apologize.
Do
you
we
guys.
have those logged? Can we like bring him back to ask him all the missed super chat?
Yeah, no, I got.
No,
I
it's
got
just it's a
long
never
text
it's
document.
it's a never ending.
There's never.
You're never
enough
going to
time.
get to them all as much as you want to. A lot of times, like he doesn't answer the question because he can't, because the questions are so good. He's just like, sorry, NDA. So
Yeah, someone should
dollars
really
and
make
money.
like a Lou Elizondo response generator on the internet. We'll just kind of like.
You know what?
Yeah, I want to see all the questions he can't. I want to see all the questions he can't answer. Like just a list
There's
of those
also-
of all the
there's-
questions he can't answer.
There's
you know?
also
It was just
room
him just
for-
shaking his head.
There's also room for a supercut of answers that he's given over and
Many
over.
times.
You know,
Yeah.
yeah. He's given many times, and like again, like he says things like, and I just don't understand anybody who is upset with the UAPTF report. Like he told us for months, like. Yeah, they don't have their shit together. Like it's not going to be lucky if you get a report, is what he said. What do you got,
Despite
Rob?
him telling stories over and over again, I'm captivated by his every word every time.
Every time. Warlock, thanks, guys and gals. Thank you, Warlock, for the $5 donation. You guys, this has been a really, really, really killer weekend. Way more successful than the first phone home. We had
Is
definitely.
Tommy still here? Is Tommy still in the room?
Who?
Oh, hey, Tommy.
Tommy Zito.
Dude.
Oh my God! Oh my
I'm
God!
here.
We did it
I'm here.
again!
Alive and well.
We did it again!
Go.
Tommy, God, dude, this has been
Drop
30
me, I'll pick
hours,
up my
Tommy.
dog.
Oh my
I couldn't
God,
miss
dude!
out. I was like, I'm gonna sit here
Dude.
and listen.
Dude, this is unbelievable. Tommy Zito, unbelievable, man. We freaking forgot Tommy Zito again.
I mean,
even with the scroll at the bottom of the
surprised,
screen
though.
that
I mean,
says
think about
on the
my
phone.
persistence with the congressman.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was yelling. What'd you say, Tommy?
I said I'm surprised that you're surprised. I mean, think about my persistence with the congressman. I wasn't letting this go.
Right?
My God, dude, you're such a good
I got
sport.
the patience of a saint, brother.
You really do, man. I mean, you've made that clear. I mean, how much time have we wasted of Tommy Zito today?
I can't believe it.
You're such a beautiful man. Thank you so much for hanging on to the phone as long as you did. Please, Tommy Zito, where can everybody find your stuff? The floor is yours, sir. Go for it. Oh, man.
So the best place to find me is going to be Twitter. Just search my name, Tommy Zito. If you want to read the blog with Ed Perlmutter, go to uapblog.com and you can find it there. And currently, I have not stopped. So any congressional leaders here in Colorado that have the right committees, I'm banging on their door. So if you see me pleading for help, definitely retweet and get that attention and the word out there, so that way we can continue what we're doing.
Tommy, thank you. So I'm like right now I'm reading the private chat and Ruben Lang is like, hey, don't forget about Tommy. And then he starts laughing and he's like, yeah, I tried to warn him. You did, Ruben. I mean,
No,
yeah.
Ruben is the reason I remembered Tommy. I wouldn't have. I totally.
But it's so fitting.
It is.
Because
It really
just
is.
teaches
All
us
good,
that
brother.
patience
All
is
good.
a virtue.
Hey, I was
and-
just listening along.
Well, we appreciate it, Tommy Zito. I owe you a beer or something. I don't know if I get
Later,
a time.
Hey, let's all go out. Let's all go out. I'm
Let's all do
ready.
it.
Hey, you
Let's
have a
go
good
out.
night.
All right,
No.
Tommy. Thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
That dude, but UFO Jane's so right. Like that was like the perfect like metaphor for Tommy's persistence, his tenacity.
Remind us to all be the same way.
We really need to be. We really need to be. You guys, wow.
Yeah, I think
Tommy
we reached
Zito,
our
are you
limit.
still there? Tom, and now I'm having PTSD. I feel like you're still there.
You know what's stupid, you guys?
What?
We're gonna be back live tomorrow night on the Singularity Lab. We're gonna be back. Who do we have scheduled? Lou, I think you scheduled somebody for tomorrow, right?
Alejandro Rojas is going to come on the show. I haven't talked to him though in 3 or 4 days, just because I've been doing this. But he hasn't got back to me. I'll text him tonight.
All right. Well, we're gonna figure out a guest for tomorrow night's show for the Singularity Lab. So if you're not subscribed over there, click the link below.
We don't have to figure out a guest. We just
You want to take the day off?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying we
Oh.
can show up and talk about the last 3 days. There's a lot to talk about.
That's true.
Worst
That's
case
true.
scenario. I
Who
mean,
who's in the Twitter? Who's in the chat right now? Who wants to come on the Singularity Lab tomorrow?
yeah, hit up Michael Mataluni if you like science or futurism.
Yeah, if you like science or futurism, technology, UAP conversations, hit me up. Maybe we just come join us. We'll talk about. We'll break down the last 3 days. It'll be fun.
Exactly. Camo Moriara, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Truly appreciate it. Yeah, I guess that's it, you guys. I just want to thank every single one of you guys here on screen. Michael, Jane, rather. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this with you guys. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you for all my craziness, all the phone calls, all the emails, all the asks, everything. Like it's been a long road, but thank you so much. The good thing is that we
guacamole.
What?
Okay, before you switch to that, Chris Lido, we're gonna be on the Singularity Lab, my channel on YouTube tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Come see us there. But look at this. Eric Moyer just donated $499.99, and he said Jesus saves dolphins. That's worth this.
Wow, man. Eric Moyer. Maybe you have the guts for the Patreon. Might want to check the Patreon.
I hope he didn't mean to do $49.99.
Me too. And if you want a refund, please, I understand. Let me know. We'll work it out. I'll Venmo you. Just hit me up. But thank you. Holy shit. I'm gonna say it. Holy shit. Thank you.
Yeah, we could afford to be demonetized now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got through almost all 3 days without any tobacco or a ton of profanity. We did.
Rather did curse once. He read Aaron Desario's curse.
Oh yeah.
Aaron Desario made Rather curse.
No, well, he said I don't think shit counts. Let's not get into this. Let's not get into that. It's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Let's go through all the words.
Yeah, let's go through all of them. But seriously, Eric Moyer and everyone who donated, thank you so damn much for the donations. I'm sorry if we didn't get to all the questions. We wanted to take donations because everyone's put in a ton of work. We put in a ton of work to build the channel, to do this 3-day festival. And it absolutely helps. It goes a long way into, I needed probably a new computer here pretty soon after this marathon, lights, a new camera, all that stuff, man. I mean, the show just gets better the more the show grows. And I'm going to continue to keep it as free as I possibly can for as long as I can for everyone, whether you're in the Patreon or not. We appreciate all the love. I can't say thank you enough. Honestly, I just can't. I'll be here all night if I just keep saying thank you.
And if you haven't liked this video, make sure you do so. If you haven't subscribed yet, Click the subscribe button. If you haven't hit the bell yet, hit the damn bell.
Hit the bell. Rather, the floor is yours. And we'll say goodbye to you for the weekend.
Yeah, weekend. Find me on at @bsquidding at Twitter and Rather Be Squidding on YouTube.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to cut him off. I had to. It's the running joke, y'all. I'm sorry, Rather. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, no, I'm going straight to bed. Maybe I'll put on some TMZ with Harvey Levin.
With who? Damn it.
He messed up his own joke. He got the whole name out.
Yeah,
what's the name again?
Harvey.
And if you haven't I'm just going to be very clear right now. We have 342 people in here. Open up a new tab and go to YouTube and type in sorry. Just click there's a link in the description, Rather Be Squidding. Click the link, go subscribe to his channel. Same thing for UFO Jane. If you haven't subscribed, you got so many people. Go subscribe to UFO Jane's channel. Go subscribe to Rather Be Squidding. Subscribe to the Singularity Lab. Subscribe to this channel. Subscribe.
Thank you, guys.
All right, dude.
Jane? Well, we gotta go let Jane go. All right, I'll let you go next, Michael.
Oh, so bittersweet.
Yeah, time for a beer or shot. Thank you so much, Eric Vasquez. Jane, the floor is yours, my lady.
Oh, amazing job. I'm so impressed with this event. Thank you for welcoming me to be a part of it and get to talk to so many amazing people. And thank you to everybody in the chat. You guys have been awesome. And with the UAP report, it kind of fizzled out, and I think this is just the event and just the social media overwhelming, that we need to get it back on track. So this is amazing.
Awesome, Jane. Before you go, of course, please tell people where they can find your channel and your work.
Yes. Yeah, please subscribe. I try to post a video every week. There is a website, weirdufos.com, where technically you can find everything linked, but I'm not great at updating it. But that's probably a good place to go. Come find me.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Luis
Michael
looks like he
Mataluni.
was abducted.
Yeah, that's fair. Michael, thank you, man. You killed it.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you for working. 2 jobs today.
It's been a hell of a day.
Hell of a day, man. Hell of a day. Hell of a weekend.
Hell of a weekend. Hell of a summit. Hell of a Big Phone Home 2 summit.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done it without all of you in the Chatterverse. And I even the hate watchers, I'm not gonna name you by name because I don't want to give you power, but we love you too.
Yeah, no hard feelings, man. We genuinely, some of you I think are hilarious. If I'm being honest, hilarious. So if it's up to me, please keep hating because I think it's really funny. Just last time, I swear to God, check out the bigphonehome.com. We put a lot of work into this with Ben Jenkins. I just want to give him another huge shout out again. If you guys need a website created, go to nitocreative.com or Nito Creative. The sponsors are right here. If you click it, it'll take you right to his website. And boom, you're on your way to making a brand new professional website that will change your career, your life, whatever you're trying to do. Trying to get UFOs petition signed and email sent, he can do that clearly. If you're trying to start a t-shirt business, he could probably help you do that. Again, don't forget our Red Cross donation and our donation to refugees in Afghanistan. I donate clothes and food and water. Thank you to all of the guests that were here. We had just an amazing time. Some guests didn't make it, unfortunately, just due to life. It happens, but for the most part, I think we had pretty much everyone here that was on our list, right, Michael?
Yeah, I think we only missed one due to
I think it was it was Hal Putoff, right?
Hal Putoff, and then Knuth.
Kevin Knuth.
Kevin Knuth.
Well, maybe we could talk to him later on.
We'll get him back. Yeah, he said he'd come back.
Rich Hoffman.
Look at what the locals cherub. Our cherub in chief, Ryan Sprague. Ryan the cherub Sprague hates how much he loves us both.
Yeah,
we love you too, cherub, with your rosy cheeks and deep blue eyes. Jason Brown, Mike, and Luis, we love you guys. We love you as well. Rodrigo, Ryan, Tina Tomaszewski.
We got to talk about the moderators that we
Dude,
had.
Aaron Desario and Tina Tomaszewski.
Tomaszewski, my girlfriend Michelle.
Oh, Michelle's been killing it.
Huge shout out to Michelle and all you guys that have been helping us with the chat. It's been an absolute. It would have been a lot.
Oh, did you mute yourself, or did your computer just die? Or did my computer die? Who's dead? Somebody's dead. Paul Galvin, it was a big win-win. Thank you, brother. Black Vault, UCR team, you're all amazing. Keep up the passion, the amazing work, and the advocacy for transparency, teamwork, and one voice. I'm glad we are all on the same team. Gonna get a hallelujah. It's hot not to.
You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oof, wow, that freaked me out. I thought the whole thing ended. So you just gave love to the
Black Vault.
And everybody, thank you so much, John, for coming, and thank you for the UCR team. Oh, love it, man, dude. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I
can't wait to have Chris Leto. Is it? I always screw this up.
Leto.
It's
Leto. It's
right?
not Leto.
It's back for a
Leto.
deep dive.
Yeah, no, it's because I mean, again, like every time he, the thing that Mick West keeps or that he keeps bringing to the Mick West argument is he's like, yeah, no, but what is that? Chris Leto just keeps going, yeah, but what is that? Real quick, also, I wanted to do this over for Tyler Zarandic. He's got a new show that's coming out on Discovery Plus. He wanted me to give it a plug. It's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's coming out tonight. For the first time in history, the U.S. government has acknowledged the existence of UFOs. Now, newly released documents and firsthand accounts of close encounters reveal shocking secrets that will have hidden from us for decades. What do these extraterrestrial visitors want? Do they come in peace, or is an invasion? Discovery Plus. I'm so stoked that I got Discovery Plus. I think the shows they're doing are pretty fun. But anyway, I just wanted to give some love to Tyler. Some good luck to that.
Also, real quick, I want to give. I just put it in the chat as well. I wanted to give some love to Nick Madrid. He always hooks me up with some great articles and stories and stuff. And he's looking to get up to 100 followers on Medium so he can get monetized over there. So if y'all could click over there on Medium and follow him, that would be dope.
Can I ask what's Medium? Is that a terrible question?
It's okay. It's basically like a blog site that allows people to, it's like a congregatory blog site where people can have their own like article, like series of articles. It's pretty cool. It's a cool spot.
Awesome. Well, there's the, did you already put that up?
Oh, by the way, if y'all want to, like, if y'all are not sick of us yet and you want to get in our Discord, the description, if you click on either Luis or my description on our link trees, follow
Discord
us
for days.
over in Discord. Come in Discord. There's a great group of people in there.
A lot of great people in there. I am not one of them.
I'm
full disclosure. Mike is kind of in there. I just don't want to set any expectations for the Discord because I'm very not active on it. I check in once a month, if that. But anyway, I still love you. It's no offense, Discord. But the community in there is apparently
it's fire. It's fire.
It has to be. I mean, with the
fire.
memes that are coming out around this show, I cannot imagine. You know what? I'll go check out the Discord. You got me.
It is not a Patreon only Discord. April just said, is it a Patreon only Discord? No, it is not, because there is no special access. Everyone gets the same access. If you super chat us, if you follow us on if you support us on Patreon, it's the same access, no special access. It's same as free for everyone. You're just doing it because of reciprocity. You want to support this ridiculous amount of time we put into this.
Yep. And guys, go subscribe to Michael's channel. He just hit 2,000 subscribers. We're trying to get him, up there with us, man. We're building this network together. So we're sharing the love and we're sharing ideas, and that's what this whole week was about. So you guys, thank you. I think that's it. I'll kick on the music one more time just because it's so damn cool. That reminds me, I want to say thank you to the sponsor, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, purveyors of the world's finest fishing tackle, and also my dad. He believed in this stupid idea, and it's still pretty stupid on a grand scale. But I think we're changing the conversation, and even if we're not, I'm having fun. I don't care either way. It's still really, really fun. Have a drink for Stephen Greer. CE5 protocol told me I'm too chicken shit for physical craft. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Martian Mutt. We truly appreciate it. A 2021 donation. That's perfect, man.
Oh,
all right,
and
you guys.
If y'all didn't, also last thing, Lou, last thing.
Yeah, what?
We are on the Unidentified Celebrity Review, and the Singularity Lab is on Apple Podcast. It's on Spotify.
Mhm.
We're on.
We have a
Google
merch
Play.
store.
You can listen to these shows at any time on the go.
Yeah, they're free on the go too. No special access on the podcast, and we have merch. Andy McGrillen got a wrong size sweater. It's the first person that didn't get the right size. And then Artemis, shout out to Artemis. She did a great job being our intern for the weekend. But yeah, he got the wrong size sweater, so I got to go figure that out. I don't know. That's my first one, so we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully, you don't get the wrong size. There's been a lot of orders, so that's the first one that kind of went a little kooky. But outside of that, yeah, have fun. The merch is, I think, pretty fire.
The merch is fire. And Aaron just said Singularity merch. Not yet. It's coming.
It's coming. I tried to get it done before this. I was like, Michael, you got to get your stuff done.
Hey.
But Michael's a busy man, you know. He was working today while doing this. That's when you didn't see Michael on the screen, he was working, putting a roof over his family's head. And I'm like, whoa, big phone home. Stop paying your bills. I just killed my voice right there.
We're done.
Absolutely just killed my voice. Okay, now we're done.
Okay, Lito, we're gonna get set this up. We'll hit you up, brother.
What did he say? What did Lito say?
God damn it, Lito.
Dude, I think he was up all night watching this.
He rules. That guy rules.
Dude. Rules. Absolutely rules. And man, I know.
All right,
whatever.
We gotta stop. Stop.
Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching another episode of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, your home for credible news, reviews, and commentary on everything UAP and UFOs. My name is Luis Jimenez. That is Michael Mataluni. Thank you so much for tuning into the Big Phone Home. Until next time, and there will definitely be a next time. Stay safe out there, y'all. Peace.
Oh, I thought you were gonna take me out.
I just took myself right out of this stream, Michael. Like all the music, everything just completely.
I was like, what is happening? I thought you were gonna music us out.
And we're still live. We're still live. You know what? I mean, God, dude, like this show was almost perfect until we left off Tommy
Zito just on the line.
Completely flubbed the ending of the show. I thought it was so slick. I thought I was so damn slick, but I'm just a fool. A fool that's in love with all of you guys. Until next time. Peace. I'm going to tell y'all right now, all of these wonderful people would not be here without Patreon supporters like you. If you enjoy credible news, reviews, and commentary on UFOs and UAPs 5 days a week, you want to support this show. What's your name? Marty. Marty, look how easy this is, Marty. Pick up your phone. Boom, you're a Patreon member. I mean, look, it's so easy. You just click the link, which is right here. Just for $1 a month, you can support this show. Just fill out the information and pledge what's comfortable for you. It could be $1, $5, $10, or who knows. Just support.